you? Oh, are you still presenting today?
I don't have to. I can go. See ya.
Running order. You are this afternoon, my boy. Definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, we didn't need to do it in the end. We were just trying to swap out just in case replacements for Ollie Presland.
Oh, we are live on YouTube, are we? Excellent.
Please do not swear.
Please do not swear.
we had
confidential slides down.
We had hiccups, people joining last time, so it's just easy to put it on there too.
Yeah. It's a good thing Ricky's not here, otherwise we'd have to go back and bleep the video.
No, don't worry. I've already said it is. It says, "Is this safe for kids?" And I've already ticked no.
Morning. So how is everybody else? Who have we got? Let's have a look.
Morning. It's Matthew
Oh,
here.
Matt, how are you?
Hey, Matthew.
Good. I'm good. I'm dropping in. I might drop out short. I've got a couple of things to do, but
Very good. So,
I'm in.
I assume you don't actually live in front of Edinburgh Castle.
No, it's just my curtain because I'm in the broom cupboard. So this is the broom cupboard. It's 140 by 150. Yeah.
Do you have
battery hand.
oxygen?
Sorry.
Is there oxygen?
Not enough actually. I've got a fan over there that pumps air through and out. But yeah, it's not ideal, but it's a good working space.
I've seen some quite impressive. There was I forget where it was. I'll see if I can do the link out. There was a thread on Reddit for people to show their home working spaces during COVID. some of them were terrible, and some were very clever, and there were others that were very inventive. You know, there were people that had built, like multi-tier desks off shelving units and things like that.
Yeah, I seem to have invested in lots of things I probably don't need in here, like an expensive lamp.
That's very wise.
And I've also got
I've got lamps, very important for late night Zoom calls or whatever.
I've got my AI me that I sometimes put on. Can't bother to actually tell. Just sits around for a while, doesn't say much.
Is that one of those turbines that they use to test aircraft?
What?
Matt, if you want a decent fan, have a look at this thing going round.
Yeah. Brilliant.
What is that?
It's a fan that oscillates 360. It's brilliant. It keeps the whole room cool.
Cool.
Warm.
It dissipates the hot air. Make sure that it's equally hot everywhere.
Send me the link and that'll be something else that I don't need that I'll buy.
Yeah, that's part of it.
I haven't got enough cardboard.
I'm just waiting to see what Amazon's results for this quarter are going to be like. They would just be like, trundling on normal, and then suddenly massive amount of sales. Who else we got? Amit, hello, welcome again.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Yeah,
Raiding the chocolate factory.
Yeah, we've got to do something in this office environment, right? We eat chocolate, of course.
Sounds like a win.
It's got to be done. Got to be done. What's some new faces? Not that I'm judging it all on faces.
So who's here from the first time? Let's do that while we're here.
How are you going to get them to say? Oh, there we go.
Hi, Mark. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
I'm impressed to see you're also coming from your own global shed quarters, just like
Absolutely. Yep.
Shed working, you see, it's the way forward.
Yeah, it's the in thing.
How did you find out about us, Mark?
I've booked to come on before when I worked in London, but for numerous reasons never made it, but obviously no excuse now.
That's right.
The way forward, there has to be some benefits to this.
Absolutely. And I used to work with Simon Conyard as well, and I know he's a regular.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard of him.
He's on the blacklist.
I believe he's registered for today, to be honest. I think Simon's registered. So.
He is registered for today. I did see him. Be a pleasure to have him. Who else we got? Who else is new? Who is Wodge? Sorry. If you're going to identify yourself as Wodge, you're going to have to speak to us.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
So I'm just multitasking at the moment. I heard my name sort of emanating across the airwaves. So. Video.
Is your name actually Wodge?
I'm known as Wodge.
Is your name actually? I don't know. What do you think?
I think if
You don't know. You can't. You've got to be open.
I think if St. Peter asked me what my name was at the pearly gates, I'd probably say Wodge. but it wasn't what I was actually named, which was Warren. But my mum is the one to blame because apparently she called me Wodgy Woos shortly after variation. But luckily, over the years, sort of nicknames tend to lose their syllables, so it came down to Wodgy again.
You lost the woo. To go with. Well done, you've graduated. Adulthood. Nicely done.
I've been to a few VMUGs before, London, across the country, and
cool
VBM Worlds. I know a few of the faces there. Yeah, should be good. Also, just to say, I think it came from you guys. There was like an alcoholic gift pack that I received, which did go down very nicely. So thank you kindly for that. Whoever.
If you drink all the beers, then you'll get the woo bit back.
Yeah.
I was just trying to work out the etiquette. Actually, is it okay to drink the beer during the day?
Long to sunset the
beer, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I've already started. I strongly suggest drinking it before I start talking.
I thought it was a breakfast beer.
There's cornflakes in my pack.
I've actually got a quick. I take it the agendas as per the website.
Yeah, there's only one minor adjustment. So where it says Oliver Pressland, we've got Simon Long, who's sent us a word from the US. So we've had to replace him because unfortunately he couldn't make it because he's had a family emergency.
I must have dreamt then because I had a dream that I was starting at 10 o'clock.
Oh yeah, no, the agenda starts at 10, so that's fine.
Thing starts at 10, not me.
Yeah,
that's good.
We've got a few minutes, so I mean, your slides might be better than Simon's, Matt. So if you can come up with something good in the next 10 minutes, then sure, start it.
Feel free to jump the queue.
I'm fairly sure they won't be.
Yeah, I did have one suggestion. So I thought what we could do is every time someone says on premise, you have to take a drink of beer.
Ooh.
Although I reckon we'll be drunk by lunch, so it's probably not great.
Go with the safety net of on-prem.
If you hear any random sneezes during the day, it's my daughter. She seems to sneeze very loudly and amuse everybody else on conference calls.
What I love, and another running joke, is the fact that Simon has got his hideaway working shed, but the family just come down and join him anyway. So I just moved back up to the house if I was you.
Come around here. Just come here.
Hello.
Say hello.
Hello. I love that mine have just commandoed across the floor in here just so they can get.
Just come and say hello.
Where's the keys?
She's good. So the 14-year-old doesn't want to say hello because she's too cool for that.
Far too cool.
Shushu.
Keys are in pocket.
Sorry.
It's going out on YouTube, Simon. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
You just need a credit card number now and we're sorted.
We could do it in some kind of. Did you see the Bitcoin scam that was floating around a bit? I think last night or earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Loads of celebrities had their Bitcoin, their Twitter accounts compromised, and they were running like, send me 1,000 Bitcoin and I'll send you back 2,000 scam. But apparently they made 700,000, or they reckon it netted $700,000. So some people, well, quite a few people, obviously did do it. Yeah. Amazing.
I think David had a similar offer.
Yeah, I mean, I've done well on that one. So I literally said, if anybody wants to send me £1,000 during this call, I will send you £2,000 back tomorrow.
Can't be done. Can't be done.
Well, the difference is that many people on this call actually know where you live.
Curses. Yeah, actually, you could be right.
So that's a slight issue with that technique for you personally.
You can deliver it personally then. That's even better. I mean, I don't want
Beer
to
at this time of day.
I'll make you brew if you come round.
Make you blue. Is that a fair trade?
I don't think that's professional, but thank you. I'll drink that later.
Just get a straw and just like move away from the camera.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You're telling all these people my secrets.
Challenge, yeah.
That's how I get through my day.
We'll wait for Simon to go on mute and tell the child to just be quiet.
Fear o'clock somewhere, Simon. Don't worry.
Yeah, not in Bromley, sadly. So who's coming the furthest to be here today? Who have we got? Let's see. So I'm just within the M25. So
Yeah, you don't count. You're almost London. That's not.
Someone's got further than me, haven't they?
I'm just near Bedford, so
I think at the moment
60,
Gareth's
70
winning.
miles.
Oh, actually, Matt's probably going to.
I'm in Bournemouth, Edinburgh.
Okay.
Weymouth.
Martin wins then so far.
Weymouth, a bit further.
Oh yeah.
Who said Weymouth?
Wodge did.
Weymouth. That's impressive.
Sunny
Yeah, I'm
Weymouth.
not even in the same country, so.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Have you got your visa to be appearing here on Zoom, Matt?
Yeah.
Scotland. Yeah.
Oh,
very good.
I'm in the Isle of Wight. Hi, Aidan.
Isle of Wight. Very good.
So
So
it's over water as well, so that counts as even further.
Yeah, you have to get a ferry.
Yeah, any time a different mode of transport's involved, then that's a win.
What time is it in the Isle of Wight?
GMT minus 40 years.
Like it.
I think you've heard that joke before.
Might have done.
Good morning.
Niels, good morning. How are you?
Morning.
Well, I'm not Niels, but I'm good. How are you,
Morning,
Niels?
Johan.
Good, sorry.
Morning, Simon and everybody.
I've got it in gallery mode, so all I get
Good
is like
morning.
random people lighting up all across the screen.
Oh, Beaker is there as well.
Yeah, looking good.
Morning from Beaker.
Me.
It's a bit of a shame the barbers have actually opened because I reckon certain people on this call could have looked like that. Just about a week
I did
ago.
look like that. In fact,
I wasn't going to mention any names, Simon. But
It was very close this morning.
Yeah. I haven't actually been to the barbers. My wife cut my hair. It's still kind of okay. I did cut my beard off though, because it was getting a bit warm. Right, so a couple of minutes and then we'll get going. And we're trying to simulate the experience that we normally have in London where you can't get up the lifts before 8:30. So obviously, we're just trying to make sure we hang on before the excitement starts. So I'm just going to get my deck sorted out and I'll be back in 2 minutes and we'll kick off at dead on 10. So we'll try and stay on time, which will be interesting. So back in a sec.
very good.
Does that mean we've got to let him back in?
I don't think it's going. I think it's just gone off video. I don't think it's actually leaving.
No, I think
That'd be a bit excessive. So now's your chance. Last minute cup of tea or whatever else you need before we get underway. I'm feeling a bit of a loose end now. I haven't had to tell anybody where the toilets are, where to put their coat or anything. It's been,
What's the Wi-Fi code, Dave?
Hang on a minute. I've probably got that somewhere. That is tea, by the way, just in case anyone's wondering. It could have been coffee.
Oh, Chris has got a very jazzy background.
Took all my paint skills, that did.
Amit, you definitely look like the corner of that building is growing out the top of your head, young man.
I know.
That's quite scary.
I saw it in the city a few months last year, and I was like, I've got to take this picture.
Yeah, it's bonkers. Is building still going on? Does anyone know? I mean, the rate of change in the City of London, for instance, does anyone know if anybody's still building anything? If they have, by the time I go there again, I won't know where I'm going. It's normally bad enough. You turn down some street and you can't get there anymore, or it's some landmark's been torn down. But yeah, if that's been going on for the last 6 months, who knows?
That building's up near Old Street, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah, I stayed at Premier Inn just near it.
Is London still there? I'm not entirely certain. All the train. So I live quite near a train line that goes straight into London, and I haven't seen any trains for a while, so I'm not sure if it's still there. So we're nearly there.
Yeah, that was a bit of an exercise in restraint, wasn't it? Has anybody got any Haribo left, or was the sugar rush required?
I've got Haribo left, but no chocolate left. The chocolate went very quickly.
Yeah.
Like I literally got the box in the door, opened it, and the first chocolate bar went back upstairs with me to the office.
I have all the Haribos left because I can't have the gelatin. So that's left. I'll obviously be gifting them to someone.
My box is untouched. I haven't done anything yet.
Well, half of mine is gone. I mean, I had some of the chocolate, a couple of drinks. So I just couldn't resist. It was such a nice selection.
Yeah, I'd say Gareth did a cracking job on that. There's some really good stuff in there.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see if we can go bigger next time.
Make a note to get halal Haribos for you, Arthur.
Yes. Oh, pectin ones, suitable for vegetarians. that would be suitably, equally good.
Vegetarians not eat Haribo. Well, that's good. I'll tell my wife because she won't eat
Yeah,
one.
we're not allowed them in the office.
Interesting.
But we can have Percy pigs because technically they're vegan.
Percy pigs are very good. So I did manage to find there's a generic supplier where you can buy Percy pigs basically in bulk because they're not Marks and Spencer's branded.
Our ops team runs on Percy pigs. It's like it's on the checklist and job sheet. It's like, well, they have enough Percy pigs to complete the job. Yeah. Which if you're stuck in telehouse all night, you need something to keep you going.
Understandable. Yeah.
People still go to data centers.
Well, someone has to, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, some of them you're not allowed in at the moment. You've got to talk to hands-on to get everything done, which is an absolute nightmare. Certain things, remove this cable, add that cable is fine, but can you install all these servers and connect them up correctly? Is a little more tricky.
You better luck just sticking a Roomba around there with a broom attached to it to poke things.
Yeah, at times.
So that's what the Percy pigs are for then. If you send them enough of those, you can get the job expedited, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, they're for our ops team. We don't send them to the data center ops team.
I was going to say, I thought bribery would be, maybe there's an exchange rate going on that you don't know.
Yeah, maybe. We haven't tried that.
Right then, I think we're at 10. Let's see if I can make Zoom work and present something. Oh, here we do. Right, hang on then. Right, there we go. So hello everybody. So welcome to our second Zoom version of London VMUG. If I say because of the current situation or anything like that, please slap me because I'm getting really, really bored of hearing it. But obviously we're here because we can't meet in person as we usually would. There are actually 5 of us on the team running this. So there's myself, there's Linda, Chris and David. Those are their Twitter handles. And we've also got Gareth helping us out for these because because we're having to run everything by Zoom, there's a whole bunch more content we would normally have to run. So, and Gareth's also responsible for everybody that got one for the gift packs that came your way. So, yeah, that was Gareth's idea, and actually I think it worked really well, and it was really cool. So hopefully everybody's going to enjoy those through the day. And like I said, anybody who drinks the beer during the day is, well, I can't really question your morals because I'm considering it myself. If you've not been here before, we are all essentially independent people, right? We don't work for VMware, so one of us does in an educational capacity, but we're not here as salespeople from VMware. Our main goal with these events is to try and put on interesting content that people enjoy, right? So we're looking for technical stuff. We really go to great lengths to try and filter out sales pitches for material here, so that we hope you all feel that you can turn up to these meetings and rely on interesting technical content. Essentially put on by the community for the community. So we're not here with a message, we're not trying to flog you anything. Just some rough practicalities for today. Now obviously we're doing this via Zoom, so my biggest pet hate, as I'm sure all of yours is people that eat crisps while they're not on mute, or their dogs or cats participate in conference calls. And given what we're probably all having to do for work at the moment, I imagine we're all grown-ups and we figure out how that works, but please do mute yourselves. I'd rather not have to play mute police throughout the day, so please do that. It's also worth considering everything we talk about here is public, and particularly because we are also broadcasting this on YouTube. We're going to record this throughout the day, and we're going to make it available afterwards for other people who couldn't make the event. So just be wary, particularly presenters, if you're going to present something that isn't necessarily GA or is under some kind of NDA, do bear that in mind. Likewise, if there's a problem, if there's a problem in general with audio, I would expect it's probably going to be individual in your end as opposed to the presenter's end, because then there would be a problem for everybody. But if there is a problem, please do ping us in the chat channel and we'll try and sort it out while we go. It's easier to do these things whilst it's happening as opposed to after the event. I don't think we really have to worry about fire alarms here, but you're all in your own homes or offices, so I'm sure you can sort that out. And we do really try and run a friendly event here, so we everybody's welcome. If you see something during the day that you don't like, or you think is wrong, or someone said something that's put your nose out of joint, please do let us know, and we'll sort it out. We had the obligatory joke about explaining where the toilets and the cloakrooms are earlier. Now, obviously, we don't have to do that. If we have to give any of you the Wi-Fi details, I'll happily sell your own Wi-Fi details to you for £15 a night. During the day, #LunVMUG is our Twitter handle. So if you're one of the remaining people that still use Twitter, please feel free to do that. Give some feedback during the day. So this is the last London VMUG of the year. What we normally do is we run 3 events in London, and then we run our big event, our national one, later in the year. So now, obviously, because of everything that's going on, we can't put on what we would normally do, or we have done the last couple of years at the Space Centre face-to-face. So we normally have a big event of 400 to 500 people. So that's not really going to be possible this year because of various constraints. So we are going to do it, and we're going to do it online. It doesn't look like we're going to use Zoom to do it, and we're still in discussions around which platform it's going to land on. We would be interested if you've, and I imagine you will have done, attended some fairly large virtual conferences over the last sort of 3 or 4 months. If you find a platform that you think is particularly good or something that you particularly liked about it, please do let us know. So drop us a line, either on Twitter or the london@vmug.com address with that, and we'll try and take that into consideration. But it will be Thursday the 25th. Say online. We haven't yet finalized our dates for the London events for next year. We will be there, we're not stopping. Now, if everything's sorted itself out by the end of the year, those will be face to face. if they're not face to face, then you know what, we'll just continue doing this and we'll continue doing it via Zoom. We're probably going to do a bit of a survey a bit later on, because I would be interested to understand whether people find a virtual option or a recording interesting, and do you think you'd use it for when things resume to normal? So we can have that discussion. And then following that, back the national event, again, all things being well, we'll be back in the Leicester Space, the National Space Centre in Leicester in 2021, because obviously our booking has been pushed off to the following year. So for anybody who hasn't been to one of the national events before, that URL at the bottom will get you to our YouTube channel. And we've got recordings there from, I think, the last 8 years that we've been either at the National Motorcycle Museum or the National Space Centre. So whilst I imagine some of the content's a little bit out of date, you can certainly go on there and have get a feel for what some of that content is and what the event's about. Since we last had a meeting in March, I think it was, we were last here. So it's been quite interesting. So VMware have made several quite interesting acquisitions. I mean, just from my own personal view, they acquired Blue Medora for some of the, so Blue Medora, for anybody who hasn't used it, it's traditionally provided some sort of management plugins for vRealize Operations Manager. Anyway, so monitoring plugins. I keep forgetting the name of the product these days because it's changed so many times over the years. But I think that's really interesting, and it's because they provided quite a lot of value add there. So it will be interesting to see where that enhances things within the standard VMware product offering. They also acquired Datrium, who have actually been sponsors at the London and UK VMUG in the past. They have a really interesting product around providing disaster recovery tooling, VM replication. For anybody who knows Simon Long, who used to come to these meetings, who is actually presenting here virtually a bit later on today, he went to work for VMware a while ago, went then to work for Datrium, and obviously when Datrium acquired, they got a free Simon Long with their acquisition. They've also made a number of security acquisitions, and whilst the details of these haven't necessarily shaken out into where they're going to go, it does show that with the work that VMware, or the acquisition they made a while back with Carbon Black and some of the other technologies they're plugging in here, it does look that they're really ramping up for a fairly significant play into the security market, which, if you look at the way, for me personally, the way VMware is positioned overall, we've got a really good hypervisor, but they need to start putting the value add sprinkles on that as well, which, I think comes with security. And certainly, if you start to take some of these security tools, if I think about how you could potentially plug those into NSX, for example, and then integrate with a hypervisor, there's some really cool things that you could do, or the VMware could do with the product line. So definitely one to keep an eye out for. I'll put a link in the chat later. There is a website that actually tracks, and I hadn't seen it before until this call, that tracks all of VMware's acquisitions. But the interesting bit I find is that you can basically trace the product, and where it's available, it will show you which company, and it will show you which VMware product it looks like it's going to land into, where they've announced it. So that's quite cool. And then lastly, it's quite ironic that I say this on a Zoom call. I mean, I think Zoom fatigue has actually become a thing, right? Whereas it used to be, we didn't necessarily spend all day on video calls. We had a bit of a breakup from doing person-to-person interaction, but I think now we're doing this pretty much exclusively. One other thing to look at is the VMware Learning Zones. I'm sure Linda can speak to it a bit later. It is free until November. And if you haven't looked at this before, so if you go onto the VMware site, navigate through education services to the Learning Zone, there's some really cool stuff here. So I've kind of highlighted what you get in that premium package at the moment. And if you look what there, you've got a whole bunch of prep videos, and practice videos and VCP prep tests for obviously gaining a certification. So if you've got a bit of spare time at the moment, it will, that's a really good thing to take advantage of if you're looking to up your VMware certifications. And there's a link at the bottom. Just a quick look at the agenda for today. So like I said, we had one swap out. So in that 12:15 slot, unfortunately, the presenter who would have been here has had a family emergency, so isn't able to be here. So what we have got is Simon Long, who I mentioned earlier, is actually has some presentations he was delivering to some of the US VMUGs. We've actually got a recording of that, which we're going to play back during that session. And then Simon might try and join us a bit later in the day. I mean, unfortunately, because of the acquisition, it's his first day back at VMware today. So he may not be able to make it for Q&A and a bit of a chat, but if he can, he'll be there. Other than that, we've got Niels up front looking at some of the new features from DRS vMotion. Then we've got Matt looking at some of the future platform engineer skills. During the breaks, I think what we'll do is essentially what we did prior to this session starting. We'll have, if everyone wants to turn their camera on, you get yourself a cup of coffee, and we can just have a bit of a chat. We've got some, well, I say fun. We'll try not to do some kind of forced activity, but we've got a couple of things that we can try, and we'll see how we get on with that. We then have Cohesity, who are our sponsor for today, delivering their session in the afternoon. And then after the final two sessions are really Robbie from VMware. Session title provided quite late, so I haven't got it on this slide, but I'm sure Robbie can tell you what it is. And then actually some really cool stuff around building AI platforms on vSphere. And then the intent is, likewise, for the end of the day, right? It's particularly if you got one of the gift packs that Gareth sent out. There's some beer in there. So we can crack those open, turn the cameras on, have a bit of a chat. It worked really well last year, last meeting. So I'm hoping we'll be able to do the same again this time. I think it's fair to say, we couldn't do. Obviously, we have a sponsor normally to put on events, but this time around, it's useful to have a sponsor to cover some of the costs of things that we send out, like the gift packs, etc. So Cohesity are our sponsor for today, and you'll be hearing from them a bit later. For anybody who hasn't seen it, this VMUG Advantage, and again, we're not here to flog you or anything, but this is the one thing that VMUG do actually sell, is VMUG Advantage. So it's $200 for a year's subscription. The standard thing on the left-hand side, you can see the discounts and access to things that you get with it. But for me, if you run a lab at home, this is the most important thing out of it. It'll get you a 365-day eval license for all of the products listed on the right, and particularly NSX, because that is one product that's actually very difficult to get a license to try and deploy in your home lab. I think we'll skip this one because we did that a little bit earlier, but but during the day, if anybody wants to tweet us where you're from with the LundVMUG hashtag with a photo, be more than appreciated, and we'll see whether we can find some prizes for the end of the day for you. Just final note from me is, we really do rely on people from the community coming to talk about their experiences here, and Simon's going to talk about this a bit later. We do have a call for papers open, so that link there, I'll put it on Twitter in a minute, is it's just a Google form. All you need to do is, if you've got a rough idea, nub of a concept, please do come and let us know, and we can get you kind of scheduled into the pipeline. Now, between all of us on the team and the various other ancillary people who work with VMUG, we're there to help, right? So we really want to be able to mentors, maybe the wrong word, but we really want to try and help you through this. So if you've never presented before, don't worry, right? We can help you do that. I'm certainly, as you're seeing currently, no fantastic presenter, but between us all, I think we've got enough experience to try and give you feedback on your session. We can do dry runs of it with you. We can provide feedback on slides, etc., to get you where you need to be, to support you through it. Because what we're at is really trying to encourage new people to come up and present at these things. We've had a lot of people all the way over the I don't know, 13 years, I think it is, that I've been coming to the London VMUG. We've had people that have never presented before, who've come up and actually have gone on to do really cool things, and actually have gone on to coincidentally work for some really interesting companies. So as Simon's going to talk about a bit later, the other Simon will talk about a bit later, it's a good way of trying to open up potentially some career opportunities, and trying to further your personal education and professional development, for want of a better word. With that, I'd like to hand over to Niels, who's our first presenter today. So Gareth, are you able to switch over?
Yep, just working on it now. There you go. You should have co-host, so you should be all ready to go.
Right. Let me have a look. There we go. Everybody sees this?
Yep.
Yeah. Title screen. Awesome. All right. Well, first of all, Simon, thank you. Great introduction. About the gift pack, I really appreciate you guys doing that. Although I believe mine and Johan's is still in customs, so we'll just provide our own coffee and beers, I guess. But again, great effort. So for this session, what I want to do with you is to talk about some of the cool resource management things that we have done with vSphere 7. So we'll have a closer look at DRS and vMotion. Everybody knows this disclaimer. And for a shorter agenda, we'll do a really quick introduction and a really quick vSphere 7 overview as well, because there's already some new things that I want to point out. Right after that, we'll dive into some of the DRS improvements that we did. And after that, some of the vMotion and even storage vMotion improvements that we brought with vSphere 7. So if you have any questions, typically I say let's wait at the end of the session, and I'll try to incorporate some time for Q&A. But I like to keep things interactive as well. So just shout or whatever you need to do to grab the attention if you have a burning question or feedback. As for that short introduction, I'm Niels Sahoort. I'm in the Netherlands. And in my daily role at VMware, I work as a technical marketing architect within the cloud platform business unit. And my cover areas are that of basically everything vSphere ESXi, and that includes everything ESXi architecture, resource management, hardware accelerators, lifecycle, you name it. That was the really quick introduction. As for vSphere 7, finally we have a new major release, right? And we're now looking for a more structured way of releasing update releases as well. But for vSphere 7, I would like to go over a quick overview of some of the key capabilities and features that we delivered with vSphere 7. Now, obviously, first of all, we have lifecycle management. And more specifically, Lifecycle Manager, VLCM, vSphere Lifecycle Manager, a great way of actually making it far more easy for customers from vSphere 7 and onwards to patch their systems, not only from a ESXi perspective and patches, etc., but also from a hardware compatibility perspective. So we'll be able to integrate with selected server vendors to push out firmwares, BIOSes, firmwares for your PCIe devices, you name it. Next up is what we did with security from a vSphere perspective. And I think we made stuff a lot easier, specifically around certificate management. We now have combined all the services within vCenter Server and ESXi to use the same common certificate. And we used to have a lot of different certificates, so that helps. And identity federation is a really interesting new capability as well, because we can now use a third-party authorization provider, an identity provider like ADFS that we support out of the box with vSphere 7. Now, core virtualization, key thing here is basically resource management. So the improved DRS, vMotion, and assignable hardware. We'll discuss that in this session in detail. And talking about assignable hardware, this integrates with our elastic AI ML infrastructure and what we do on that front with Bitfusion. Now, this slide still states that is in tech preview. That is not the case because we just launched Bitfusion, so it's an actual product now. And really interesting technology on how we can virtualize GPUs in the first release, and how we can basically remote CUDA commands from a client to a Bitfusion server VM. And I believe Robbie will probably discuss this, but I know Johan van Amersfoort will discuss this and will show this in the demo as well. Developer services, what I want to point out here is the improved developer center. And for those of you who do not know Developer Center, it is a great way in the vSphere client that you can basically capture operations in the vSphere client, and it'll translate that to usable code. Now, we used to support Power CLI, but with vSphere 7, we added support for Vero, JavaScript, Python, and Go as well. And probably the most known new capability is that of vSphere with Kubernetes. So we have a cloud foundation services and Tanzu and the hybrid infrastructure services, basically allowing you to fully embed a Kubernetes infrastructure in vSphere or use a fully conformant upstream version of Kubernetes, all done within vSphere. Now, the interesting thing here is, and maybe Robbie will talk about this as well, but vSphere with Kubernetes, that name will probably change. No, well, not probably, it will change. So maybe spoiler alert here, but it will become vSphere with Tanzu. Let's dig into DRS. Some of my favorite new features and capabilities, actually. And what we have done with DRS, to understand what we did, we first need to take a look at how we used to do things prior to vSphere 7. Now, DRS, as I hope all of you know, is our beloved distributed resource scheduler, making sure that all the workloads get the resources that they are entitled to. That is, in essence, what DRS does. And we used to use a cluster-wide deviation model. Now, that basically means that purple line in this diagram here. So once we noticed that a VM or a couple of workloads were putting memory pressure, for example, on a specific ESXi host, we would look at all the ESXi hosts, its utilization across the cluster, because the cluster is the boundary for DRS. And we would then, DRS would then recommend and potentially migrate those workloads to another ESXi host to balance out that cluster. Now, obviously, migrate VMs if DRS is set up for fully automated, right? Because then DRS is allowed to do live migrations using vMotion. Otherwise, with partially automated or manual, there's still some intervention from the VI admin necessary to push out those migrations. But in essence, it was a cluster-centric approach. We wanted to make sure that all the hosts are sort of evenly balanced. Now, what we did with DRS in vSphere 7 is that we looked at the DRS logic in itself, right? And yes, there's been many changes to DRS over time, but the actual logic for placement and for workload balancing hadn't really changed, right? And looking at workloads and data centers nowadays, we see that there's a lot of shifting going on, right? It's no longer just your typical IT applications. We have containers with Kubernetes and everything. We have machine learning, HPC platforms that are now running on vSphere. So a lot of different workloads running on our vSphere platform. And DRS, we needed to make sure that DRS is up to the job, basically. So we came up with a completely revamped DRS and rewrote the code, actually, and came up with a new construct, which is the VM DRS core. That is the foundation of the new DRS logic. So what we do today with vSphere 7 is that for each and every virtual machine, for each and every workload, could be a container as well, obviously, is that we calculate a VM DRS core. And we do so on each and every host within the cluster. Now, basically, that means that whenever another ESXi host can provide a better VM DRS core for that specific workload, DRS would again recommend and migrate that virtual machine to that destination ESXi host. Now, digging a little bit deeper in what it actually looks like in the UI as well, is that we see on the top hand there the UI prior to vSphere 7. And this was the original DRS, right? So cluster-centric, and we had that balance bar basically saying to us, hey, this cluster is doing okay because that dot is somewhat in the middle. So we have a balanced cluster. We're running in the fully optimal state almost. Another interesting thing to point out here is that the original DRS and all its calculations run every 5 minutes. Now, where we look at the new and improved DRS in vSphere 7, immediately we see a totally different UI. Interestingly, we still do have a cluster DRS score, but that is basically an average of all the VM DRS scores that you see in all those separate buckets. What has changed as well is because we changed the whole algorithm, we noticed that we could easily, with the same, well, air quote, overhead, run all the DRS calculations each and every minute. And air quote, overhead, because there really isn't that much of a overhead to do all those calculations. It is far more efficient than the original DRS, and bringing it back to 1 minute calculations actually provide for a far more granular approach. And in the end, that means better performing workloads, right? That is what DRS is used for. So looking at all those buckets, we have 0 to 20, 20 to 40, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, we want to run all the virtual machines ideally in the 80 to 100% bucket, because that would indicate that we have close to non-resource contention. Contention meaning basically multiple workloads fighting over the same compute resource. But if we have virtual machines running in a lower bucket, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, for example, that doesn't necessarily mean that those VMs aren't running properly. It is about the execution efficiency of that VM. And we'll talk a little bit later on in an upcoming slide on why that is, because it's not only about performance. We have still some capacity metrics in there as well. So like I said, if another host can provide a better score, a lower score, well, no, better score for that VM, DRS considers a migration. And looking at some of the metrics that we use to calculate the VM DRS score, like I mentioned, it's not only about performance. Performance is a really big aspect and has a really big impact on the VM DRS score, obviously, but it's also including capacity metrics, etc. So looking at the performance metrics, there's metrics like CPU ready time. If you overcommit memory, you'll have memory swapped out pages. That has a significant impact on the VM DRS score. And we also look at the co-stop metric, because that could indicate bad or good CPU cache behavior as well. Now, taking it a little bit back the previous slides, if you see that UI and you click on all the view all VMs, that option below, it'll take you actually to this screen, providing instant insights on what is happening within the cluster, right? Because you can mix and match some metrics you can add, and you can remove some from this view. But in the end, if you have a DRS score that is lower than 100, if it's running in the lower buckets, you should pretty easily find the what is causing it in this overview. Maybe you have a really high CPU readiness. Maybe you have that swapped out memory, or even worse, balloon memory maybe. So that might be something that you want to look into. Now, I mentioned the performance metrics, but the capacity metrics are equally important. And the most important one is the memory headroom that a ESXi has. Because we still want to make sure that a workload has enough headroom to burst. That could mean that we have a situation where we have 2 ESXi hosts. And from a performance metric perspective, they could probably sort of do calculate the same VM DRS score for a certain workload. But on the destination ESXi host or the other ESXi host, you might have more headroom, more memory headroom. So that would still provide a better VM DRS score. So DRS would then actually still look into migrating that virtual machine to that ESXi host. But looking into, because before DRS actually executes or recommends and executes that live migration, we will check the migration cost as well. Now, this is basically what looking into the metrics of that specific workload and determining if vMotioning that workload is actually beneficial enough for that workload, because the target ESXi host could only provide a slightly better VM DRS score, but the actual workload is having some high IO numbers, right? And in the end, vMotion comes at a cost as well. vMotion, we do need CPU cycles to process the vMotion operation itself, but we also need CPU cycles to put that vMotion data on the wire on the network to the destination ESXi host. So we do some calculations in that, and maybe the end result could be that we still leave that that virtual machine running on its original ESXi host, because the migration cost is just too high, because we see a lot of IOs. So a lot of different things going on with the improved DRS and the VM DRS score. Like I said, in the end, the goal is here to have that better performant workloads on the vSphere platform. Now, next up is scalable shares, something that we introduced with vSphere 7 as well. And for those of you who are familiar with resource pools, and we have a couple of VMware products that actually use resource pools as well, like vCloud Director, for example, but also looking at vSphere with Tanzu or vSphere with Kubernetes, where a namespace is also a resource pool, right? The problem with that we had prior to vSphere 7 with resource pools is that there was no dynamic relative resource entitlement. Basically meaning we could have the same exact scenario as in this diagram here. So multiple resource pools, resource pool 1 and resource pool 2, where resource pool 2 is set to a higher CPU share level. But that resource pool has more virtual machines running inside of it, 2 in this specific example, than resource pool 1. Now, what happens is that resource pool 2 actually, from a cluster perspective, gets a higher resource allocation, 20 gigs instead of the 10 gigs of the root resource pool capacity of 30 gigs. And in the end, because we have more virtual machines running in resource pool 2, those will get a resource allocation of 10 gig, where the virtual machine in the first resource pool also get 10 gig, right? So this was kind of odd because whenever customers uses resource pools and set the CPU share level to a high, it doesn't necessarily guarantee a better or a higher resource entitlement. With resource pool, with scalable shares and resource pools in vSphere 7, we fixed that. So we are introducing that relative resource entitlement to other resource pools. And now when customers set a resource pool set to a CPU share level of high or higher than the other ones, it'll actually enforce that prioritization over lower shared VM entitlements. So same scenario here, but now you see those virtual machines running in resource pool 2 running 12 gigs and the resource pool running in, or the virtual machine running in resource pool 1 to 6 gigs. So this is obviously dynamically calculated. So whenever you spin up multiple workloads in either resource pool, we will recalculate that resource entitlement. And we have multiple ways of enabling scalable shares because it is important to note that in vSphere 7, in the GA version, it's not enabled by default. So probably the best approach here is on your cluster, where you edit the cluster settings, you have additional options. And that's that upper highlight, upper screenshot, where you have scalable shares, and you'll be able to enable scalable shares for all the resource pools running inside the cluster. But if for whatever reason you want to use scalable shares on a specific resource pools and all its sibling resource pools or child resource pools within that resource pool, you can do that as well. And like I said, we have vCloud Director using resource pool, but also vSphere with Kubernetes, where that namespace is a resource pool in the vSphere, talking about vSphere constructs. So whenever you're using pod VMs containers and you do not set specific resource reservations, you'll still be reliant on the share methodology within vSphere. So definitely that is one of the reasons that we needed to bring in scalable shares for vSphere 7 as well. Now, to give you an overview of what is happening, and this is not new for vSphere 7, by the way, we introduced this, I believe, in 6.7, maybe even earlier on, is that we have a resource allocation view. So again, in the cluster, in the monitor tab, you'll be able to see the resource allocation for CPU memory storage, but focusing on CPU here, you'll immediately see what the share level is, what the actual value of a workload or a resource pool is, and what the percentage is of the entire resource, the resource pie of that specific vSphere cluster, thus providing immediate insights of how resources are carved up in your cluster. Moving on to assignable hardware. And this is a separate capability next to DRS, but it integrates fully with DRS. And assignable hardware is all about support for hardware accelerators. Now, I believe the most of you are familiar with Direct Path IO, for example. And in versions prior to vSphere 7, this is a great way of having that one-to-one relationship and bare metal performance like to a specific PCIe device. So Direct Path is used for specific NICs, GPUs, FPGAs, you name it. But it came with a lot of constraints when you looked at the vSphere features itself, like DRS and HA. Basically, there wasn't really a support for those features when using Direct Path IO. NVIDIA vGPU, another interesting technology with a partnership with NVIDIA. And what it does, or we already support, for example, vMotion with NVIDIA vGPU. But let me emphasize that those are manual vMotions, right? And we do have some restrictions. We introduced that feature in vSphere 6.7 update 1. But still, there was kind of a lack in placement logic with DRS, and some things that we needed to improve with vSphere HA as well from a vGPU perspective. Now, looking into vSphere 7, what we did, you might notice the dynamic direct path IO, and that is basically what we introduced with the assignable hardware framework, because that is a framework. And in vSphere 7 GA version, we'll have two consumers here, which is the new dynamic direct path IO and NVIDIA vGPU. Now, looking at dynamic direct path IO, we changed a couple of things here that are quite interesting, because remember when we used direct path IO in earlier vSphere versions, what we did is basically configure that hardware address of a PCIe device directly into the VMX file, the configuration file of a virtual machine. And by doing so, pinning that virtual machine directly to that specific ESXi host, because it was looking for that specific PCIe device with that hardware address. What we did with vSphere 7 and dynamic direct path IO is create a capability mapping in between. So no longer are we exposing that hardware address to a virtual machine. We expose that to the assignable hardware framework with the capability mapping. And basically what we say now to the virtual machine is we want to configure it with a specific device, a GPU, maybe Tesla V100 from NVIDIA. And assignable hardware will now interact with the DRS logic, the placement logic, to find a suitable host. DRS is responsible for finding that suitable host and finding a device that matches what we have configured for that virtual machine. So this already helps in from an operational point of view, right? So there's a lot less to be done by the VI admin. We just select that virtual machine, add a PCIe device, and let DRS be responsible for finding a suitable host. We do the same with NVIDIA vGPU, but in that specific case, we're not looking at a specific PCIe device, but rather to a vGPU profile and its availability on the ESXi host. Now, this also means that we, especially for dynamic direct path IO, we reintroduced HA logic, vSphere HA high availability, because whenever a host fails in a cluster, now vSphere HA with dynamic direct path IO and assignable hardware has the option to re-register that virtual machine with a dynamic direct path IO PCIe device to a surviving host in the cluster. Obviously, that is dependent on device, PCIe device availability on the rest of the hosts within the cluster. But at least we now have the option to bring back that virtual machine in the event of host loss. Now, what that looks like in the UI, you might have seen this already. What if you go to a specific host, ESXi host in the cluster, and you look up the hardware and the PCIe devices, it'll list all the pass-through enabled devices. Now, in this specific case, I have a host that is running a Tesla V100 GPU, and you might mention you might notice the hardware label here. And this is a fully customizable hardware label. This has nothing to do, by the way, with, that is a typical question, with vSphere tags, that it is a separate construct strictly for PCIe devices, for hardware accelerators. And it is optional and totally customizable. Maybe I want to utilize this specific GPU for computational workloads, right? So general purpose GPU, that is my label. And by doing so, I can fine-tune what devices are used for what workload with DRS and assignable hardware. Interesting to note here is that using assignable hardware does require your virtual machine to be running VM hardware version 17, which was introduced with vSphere 7. Now, if we have that hardware label set up and we go to a virtual machine and add a new PCIe device, we get presented by three options. So we still have legacy direct path IO if you want to use that for whatever reason. We have NVIDIA vGPU, and in the middle we have dynamic direct path IO. And interesting here is that it lists, and that is the cool thing about assignable hardware, it lists all the pass-through enabled devices in the cluster. So if you have NICs enabled for pass-through, if you have some FPGAs, for example, or multiple types of GPUs, assignable hardware will list them here. And you can just pick whatever device you need for this specific workload. Now, in this case, in this test lab, I only have hosts with Tesla V100s. So it will list the Tesla V100. But also, it'll list an additional entry, which is the Tesla V100, but with the optional hardware label as well. So maybe I want to carve up and steer DRS and assignable hardware to use specific cards for GPU. I might use another label, which is all about rendering, for example, for rendering workloads. So it is cool that we have ways to steer dynamic or steer assignable hardware with DRS to pick a host and a specific device that we want. That was it from a DRS perspective. Like I said, this is all about hardware accelerators. I know Johan and Robbie will probably talk a lot more with Bitfusion as well, like I mentioned at the beginning of the session. But this is already a great way and a great improvement how to expose hardware accelerators to workloads running on vSphere. Now, moving on to vMotion and what we have done. Why we needed to change vMotion? Because what we have seen since its inception and throughout the whole history of vMotion, it is still one of the most momentous game changers in the IT industry. I hear a lot of people say, okay, it is a commodity, ESXi, and live migrating a virtual machine. Yeah, we have seen that, been there, done that, right? But if you really think about it and the technology behind it, I think it's still one of the greatest features out there. The ability to actually live migrate a workload and an application from one host to another host, or even between data centers, or well, in the maybe some clouds as well. That is pretty astonishing to me. And what I've seen over the time lapse of vMotion is that we did a lot of development to support new features and new technologies. Like vSphere 6.0 was a pretty big improvement from a vMotion perspective, with long distance vMotion, cross VC support for layer 3 networks, etc. But overall, the actual logic, like with DRS, has largely remained the same. So the logic and how we copy memory pages from a source to a destination ESXi host. Now, we were looking to improve that in vSphere 7, and we did. And the main reasons for those changes were because, like with DRS, we've seen that applications have changed, right? And specifically, we see a lot like HPC, but large database backends, for example. We saw a lot of customers, and we got a lot of feedback on customers who do not feel comfortable using vMotion for good reasons. And because they don't want to use vMotion live migrations, typically the side effect is that they configure DRS to be in manual mode, right? So not taking in the benefits of DRS, because vMotion came with some constraints on performance. Because with versions prior to vSphere 7, and you are running larger virtual machines, or again, quote, monster VMs, there could be a severe performance impact during the vMotion, right? Also, whenever that VM actually switch over from the source to destination ESXi host, there is a stun time involved, the switch over time. Basically, the time that we actually need to migrate or to switch over to the destination ESXi host. Now, this became a problem because, especially with large relational database environments, we do not want any downtime, obviously, because that is impacting our applications. So we needed to refactor vMotion to solve these challenges. So, but again, to understand what we did with vMotion and what we changed, we need to look into the basic workflow and the basic process of vMotion. So these are retro icons, I know, but I still kind of like them, and they do the job perfectly in explaining what vMotion does. So whenever you hit that migration button, or DRS is set up for fully automated and it'll execute that via vMotion, that live migration. What happens is that we create a sort of ghost VM on the destination ESXi host. We then copy over all its memory. We suspend the VM on the source. We transfer the device state and the last remaining memory pages. And we resume the virtual machine on the destination ESXi host. Now, this process between suspending and resuming, that is what we refer to as that stun time, that switchover time. And we need to keep that within 1 second. So in the end, we have a successful migration and we clean up the source virtual machine. If we look a little bit closer at what actually happens from a process perspective, we see vCenter Server. Whenever a migration is initiated, that vCenter Server creates a so-called long-running task. And immediately a compatibility check is performed. Now that compatibility check is all about versionings. What versions are the virtual machines running from a tools perspective, ESXi host, etc., etc. But also, it'll look into the available resources. Because we mentioned earlier on with the DRS, when we talked about DRS, about vMotion comes at a cost, right? We need CPU cycles to support the vMotion process, but also obviously to run the virtual machine on the destination ESXi host. So that is all done in a compatibility check. Once that checks out, a migration specification is created. Now this is all about the virtual machine that is being live migrated, and the configuration, etc., and the details on the source and destination and hosts and the vMotion network details. Now VPXD, which is the virtual provisioning X daemon running inside vCenter Server, communicates with ESXi host using the VPXA, which is the agent equivalent. VPXA will reach out to host D, and host D does a couple of interesting things, but from a vMotion perspective, it controls the VM state of all the workloads running on that specific ESXi host. Now, during a vMotion, host D sets the virtual machine to an intermediate state, meaning that we can no longer configure that or change the configuration of that virtual machine, obviously, because we are in the live migration process. Host D will reach out to VMX, not VMX the configuration file, but VMX the process. And VMX is in charge of all I/O devices, basically, that are not a priority from a performance perspective to a virtual machine. Where VMM, the virtual machine monitor process, is, because VMM owns, for example, the memory and steers the memory pages for that specific workload. Now, VMM and VMX will reach out to the VM kernel migration module, basically the vMotion logic. And on the destination host, you'll see that VMM is not used because the memory is still residing on the source ESXi host, right? So all the processes call out to the migration module, the vMotion logic, and that'll open sockets on the vMotion network. And now we're good to go to start with the live migration. Now, this is the phase where we copy over the memory from the source to destination ESXi host, right? So in the first phase, we copy over the entire memory stack of that virtual machine. And during that copying, we trace pages. In the next slide, we'll discuss what that is all about. But what it in essence does is that we need to keep track of all the overwritten pages, the dirtied pages. So as we send that memory, because the guest OS and the application keep on running, the memory is overwritten in another additional 8 gig. So in the second phase, we transmit the dirty 8 gig. In that process, it dirties another 3 gig. We send over the 3 gig, it dirties 1 gig. And in the end, we are able to send the remaining 1 gig and be done with the memory pre-copy phase. But like I said, we need to keep track of the page traces, right? So what we do is we install a page tracer for a virtual machine, and we keep track of the dirty pages, which is also referred to as a page fire. Now, this happens basically whenever a guest OS and an application is trying to write to memory during a live migration. So it writes to memory, but memory is set to read only by VMM, by the virtual machine manager monitor process. So we enforce a guest exit. And this allows us to understand what memory pages are being overwritten and to understand what we need to replicate over the vMotion network to the destination ESXi host. So VMM will change the memory from read-only to write, read-write, and write to localhost memory. And in the meantime, calls out that migration module, mark the page as dirty, and replicate that page over the vMotion network. Now it starts to get interesting to see what we have done in vSphere 7, because first of all, this is what we did in vSphere 6.7 update 3, the latest version, right? All the versions prior to vSphere 7. And this to install that page tracer that is key to keep track of the page fires. We need to stop all the vCPUs in a virtual machine. So if you have a virtual machine configured with, I don't know, 32 vCPUs, for example, or just 8 vCPUs, doesn't matter. We need to stop all the vCPUs to install that page tracer. Also, we need to set the PTE, the page table entries, basically the memory pages, to read only to enforce that guest exit to understand what pages are being overwritten. And in the end, we need to flush the TLB, which is the translation look aside buffer, basically a caching mechanism for us to quickly translate virtual memory pages to physical memory pages. And in the end, this is all causing significant impact on workload performance, right? Because we are talking microseconds when stopping all the vCPUs, but still it is stopping vCPUs. So causing that performance impact. What we did with, so to look at what that looks like, we had a test setup, our engineering team, with 72 vCPUs and 512 gigs of memory. And what you see whenever we vMotion that workload, that it took 102 seconds, of which 53 seconds are spent in tracing. So we have a guest performance hit of 46%, almost half. That is significant, right? So how to reduce page tracing cost, that 46% of guest performance? What if we can trace without stopping all the vCPUs? So with vSphere 7, what we did is, regardless of the VM sizing, we claim only one vCPU to do all the tracing work. And all the other CPUs, all the other vCPUs configured for that virtual machine will just keep on running and doing computational stuff for that specific workload. But that one vCPU is now solely responsible for setting all the page table entries, all the memory pages to read only. In the end, we still need to flush the TLB because that's a one-to-one relationship with the vCPUs, but we do that on different times. Basically, we wait for a vCPU to have an idle time in between scheduled computational computations. And that is the time where we quickly flush the TLB. Again, talking about microseconds, but doing it on different times helps to reduce the performance overhead. And in the end, this entire method greatly reduced the performance overhead. But that's not all, right? Because we also want to reduce page tracing work, because we spent 53 seconds in tracing. So what if we can trace in the larger side than just 4K memory pages? And to give you an idea, on the right-hand side, this is where we set read-only in versions prior to vSphere 7 on the first granularity, so those 4 KB pages, and we set them all to read-only individually. Obviously, if we do that on a larger granularity, there is less work to be done, right? So it results in reduced performance as well, because we now set the read-only tag to the 1 gig page table entries. And we did so because we have seen that typically with workloads, during a live migration, workloads only touch like 30 or 40% of its entire entitled memory pages, right? That obviously differs between specific applications and workloads, but this is what we have seen. So this helps. And in the end, same test bed, same workload, but now on vSphere 7 with the improved vMotion, we have seen that the overall vMotion time is a lot shorter. But more interestingly, maybe, is the CPU time spent in tracing is only 3 seconds, improving 50 seconds. So the guest performance hit is now only 8% over the 46% that we have seen previously. So great improvements, right? But this was all about during the vMotion phase, during a vMotion, right? So everything keeps on running, live migration is working, and the performance during that phase. But what about the switchover phase? Going back to the vMotion process, this is what happens when we are copying over that memory, right? So the memory pre-copy process. And starting left top is that we start to check all the pages of the virtual machine. And we basically compare source to destination virtual machine, and if we have copied over all the memory pages. So we check all the memory pages sequentially, all the way to the last or max page. Now VMM, the VMM process, will ask if the memory pre-copy process can be terminated. And to determine if we can, we need to check the migration tags. Now this is consisting of a couple of metrics, most importantly, the migration transmit rate. So at what rate are we copying over memory pages to the destination ESXi host over the vMotion network? And the dirty page rate, at what rate is the guest OS and the application running inside the VM overwriting memory pages? And in the end, we also have the page count left for transmission. How many pages do we still need to transmit to the destination ESXi host? And we'll do a calculation on that and determine if the final iteration of this process fits within 500 milliseconds. 500 milliseconds because we need to do some other stuff as well, and we want to keep it under 1 second, right? So if the answer is no, we'll do a next iteration until the answer is yes, and we'll move ahead to terminate pre-copy. Now, this is what that looks like from a VMM perspective. So we terminate pre-copy. It sends a remote procedure call to VMX, to the VMX process, to suspend that virtual machine. Now, VMX on the source as a ESXi host will move from a pre-copy to checkpointing phase. It suspends the VM, and it sends over the checkpointing data to the destination. On the destination ESXi host, we see VMX receiving that checkpointing data and resuming that virtual machine. Now, that is basically an interrupted boot process, because we do not, like a typical boot process or a power on process for a virtual machine, is that we need to claim memory pages, right? But we don't need to do so because the memory pages are already alive and kicking in the destination ESXi host's memory. So we need to just point that VM to the checkpoint data that also consists of the memory pages on that host. And it'll allow that VM to be up and running again. So like we discussed, suspending, transfer the checkpoint, and part of that checkpoint data is the actual bitmap. And if you overcommit memory, you'll also have a swap bitmap. Now that bitmap, you can see that as a sort of file containing all the information about all the memory pages. And this, to give you an example, if you have a virtual machine sizing of 1 gig, you have a bitmap of 32 KB, which is no problem to send over in a couple of milliseconds to the destination ESXi host. Now, if you look at an example of 24 terabyte of memory, you'll see a bitmap close to 800 megs. Now, this will become a challenge. Obviously, we have current VM sizings that max out at 6 terabyte, but 24 in an upcoming update release, we're looking to increase those numbers to 24 terabyte even. So vMotion is already ready for those upped resource numbers, right? So we transfer those, we transfer the remaining pages like we have learned from within the bitmap, and we resume that VM on the destination, and that is that switchover time, right? Like I said, that 800 gig bitmap, 800 megabyte bitmap, it'll already take seconds to do so. But the bitmap is still containing a lot of information about memory pages that are already residing on the ESXi, the destination ESXi host. So what we have done with vSphere 7 is to compact that bitmap, basically, just including the essential information that we still need of the last remaining memory pages that we need to transmit in that switchover time. And by doing so, we cut the seconds down to mere milliseconds, and that helps us to lower that stun time in the end. Now, for the sake of time, because I have a minute left, we'll do this quickly. So we had this test bed, just to give you an idea of what is happening with vMotion and vSphere 7 with 12 vCPUs and 64 terabyte of memory. What we see is whenever a vMotion starts and ends. Now, interestingly, we see a performance drop during the tracing phase of 27% already with this virtual machine sizing. But the stun time at 37 seconds is still within 1 second. If we do the same test in vSphere 7, we don't see a real performance impact during the tracing phase. And overall, the migration time is a lot shorter. Upping those numbers to 72 and 512 gigs of memory, now we see that this is becoming a challenge, right? Because we already see 66% of performance drop during the tracing phase. And also the stun time at 93 seconds all the way up to 97 seconds is consuming multiple seconds. With vSphere 7, again, basically no performance overhead during the tracing phase. And we still manage to keep that stun time within 1 second. And the overall vMotion process is a lot shorter, only 79 seconds, right? So a lot of improvements. I'll skip this for the sake of time because I just quickly wanted to highlight fast suspend and resume. Closely related to vMotion, but a little bit different because it's basically a sort of same migration, but happening on the same ESXi host. And you'll use FSR, fast suspend resume, when you're using a storage vMotion, for example, or a hot add with vCPU memory over NIC. But like I said, in the backend, we still create a new virtual machine on the same ESXi host and do that same process whenever you use storage vMotion or hot add. So we create the destination, VM, suspend, transfer, the device state, and the memory metadata transfer that we do, because we don't need to actually send over the memory pages. We only send over the memory metadata because the memory is still residing on the same host, right? And in the end, we'll resume the VM on the destination. Interesting term because the destination VM, it's still the same ESXi host, and we power off the original VM. Now, just to quickly want to highlight, it's about the memory metadata, the P frames, page frames. Because memory data, like I said, it's keeping within one ESXi host. But what we did prior to vSphere 7 is only use one vCPU to send over all the P frames to the destination virtual machine. But this is already in a state where the VM is suspended, right? So why not use all the vCPUs and serialize, or not doing a serialized way of copying over those P frames, but do that in a parallel way. So distribute the work across all the vCPUs to do the same a lot quicker, right? So now we use all the vCPUs in vSphere 7 to do the same thing, and basically having a lot less switch over time necessary when doing storage vMotion or hot add. So be aware of that. I just wanted to quickly point out that whenever you use vSphere 7, install it or upgrade to, you'll immediately start using the new DRS and vMotion logic, and that lower short URL, vmw.re/vsphere7, that'll take you to a site containing a lot of information about all the new goodness. And with that, I am 2 minutes over, Simon.
That's fine. That was really good. Thanks, Niels. So thanks, everybody. I'll do the clapping. You can't hear anybody.
It doesn't really work out.
It's really bizarre doing it with Zoom, isn't it? So cool.
Sounded a bit like a sympathy clap.
Oh,
thank you, Johan. Hey.
Thanks very much. So
don't forget you're on later, Johan.
There are a couple of questions in the chat, but what I was going to suggest, Niels, if you're okay answering those in the chat, and then maybe we can pick them up in the break, we're going to flip over to Matt now.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Cool.
Thanks very much, Niels.
Thank you very much. So Matt, you should be able to present, hopefully.
Yeah, just doing the share thing. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
I have to actually click on share, don't I? Right, can you see that all right? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Not enough people on video today. We should encourage everyone to go on video because we've all got these lockdown haircuts. Anyway, good. Is it still morning? It's morning, everyone. I've got 45 minutes. Is that right? 41 minutes. Is that correct?
Now 40, yes.
40 minutes. If I keep talking, I can go over the fact there's not much content. There's lots of content. Yeah, of course there is. Right. So I can't really see I was going to put a poll up, show of hands, who was at the session a year ago when we did the Platform Engine of the Future. This is kind of a part 2 to this. Last year, I did a session that talked about what the Platform Engine of the Future was. This year, I'm going to talk about the skills, what's changed, and also the skills. So let's get into it. Hopefully, I can make my clicker work. So I'm stood up, and it's a lot easier with the clicker. So I'm very quickly recap what I did last time. I'm going to do what's new, hint, COVID, soft skills, technical skills, and a little bit about cloud management and how it helps you, because that's what we do. Okay, so this is the recap. 10 minutes of stuff that I did for 40 minutes last time. So this all used to be very, very simple, right? Back in the day when I was a person who did things. We had servers, either DL380s or virtual machines, operating systems, and we had applications, and life was easy, life was fun, and life was simple. And then everything changed. I call this the 3 complications, and this is what's changed the universe, the world. The application spectrum became complex. We've got old legacy apps on the left. You've got an application spectrum that sees applications running on mainframes, running on Unix, running on Windows, running on Linux. We've got people replatforming applications. We've got multi-tier hybrid applications, people refactoring applications, people building brand new applications and saying that they're developing for the cloud, whatever the cloud means, and a lot of SaaS applications. So, and most organizations are doing all of this at different speeds with different teams. And it's very, very complicated. And the people in tech have to support all of this. So that's complication number 1. Oops, this is going to be fun. Clicker's not working. Complication number 2, these applications are running in different things. So if I talk to a typical person in tech today, they'll say me that 10% is still running on bare metal. I've got 70% running in virtual machines on my infrastructure. I'm dabbling with containers. I'm dabbling with containers as a service, Kubernetes, and I've started using SaaS. But this is where I expect we're going. Is in 3 years' time, we'll still have a little bit of bare metal, but we'll do way less on infrastructure as a service because we're all in on Kubernetes, containers as a service. There's going to be a lot more platform as a service stuff, the likes of Cloud Foundry, some functions as a service, and we'll be doing more SaaS. So this isn't scientific. This is the layout, the spectrum. This is the landscape that we're working under. We've got an old school currently in a lot of places, but we're moving to a new place where the application and the things are running in different things. Complication number 3 is they're running in different places as well. So, we have still got vSpheres. There's going to be lots of vSpheres, there's going to be lots of on-premises going on. But there's also that's starting to bleed into the cloud with VMware Cloud on AWS, which is the same technology running in a cloud. And then you've got the native cloud services from the hyperscalers such as Azure, AWS, Google Cloud Platform. So that complication number 3, and guess what? Enterprises are doing all of this. So if you are a platform engineer and you're working in enterprise, you've got to deal with a rich application spectrum. You've got to deal with all the applications in that spectrum being delivered in different places, and you've got to deal with all the cloudy things. So it's become really, really complex. So let me talk about what is cloud. Well, it's that thing up there. It's the cloud, isn't it? Well, it's not. Clouds, well, can you define a cloud? These are my classical characteristics of the cloud, and the VMwareers amongst us will know that the 4 most important ones are pooled resources, elasticity, automation, and self-service. Self-service has adapted a little bit. It used to be self-service meant you went to a portal. Nowadays, self-service usually means API. You consume it through an API. But these are just characteristics. The cloud is defined by the services it runs, and that's probably the most important thing to remember about clouds. People don't consume clouds because they are the cloud, because they're on the internet, because they're big data centers from Amazon. They consume them because the services are relevant to them, because they want those services. So EC2 is a really, really good example in that when EC2 came out, your option at the time was to buy some servers, rack them, put them in your data center, network them up, and do all the things you had to do. EC2 came out, your option changed. You could buy a service. You could give them your credit card, and you got a server with all the networking, all the bits you wanted. So EC2 was the first real proper service in S3. These were the first services where actually we started delivering the things we did as services. Now, these services have got a lot richer now as well in the public cloud. The point here is that cloud is all about the service you deliver, and this is where platform engineering comes into. So platform engineering of the future, this is actually VMware's architecture, for want of another word. At the bottom, we've got infrastructure. At the top, we've got the application spectrum. We've got cloud operations and automation kind of sort of in the middle, but what I've put in there are the services. These are the services that are relevant to the platform engineer of the future. Now, those services could be very simple. From left to right, we go from simple to complex. They could be very simple services like a Windows machine or a Linux machine, or they could be vSphere as a service. They could be databases as a service, such as SQL. And then we start to get into, well, it could be more platformy things like Hadoop or Kubernetes. How do I get Kubernetes as a service into my organization? How do I put OpenShift as a service into my organization? Or actually, the platform engineer of the future on the far right-hand side could be looking at the rich native services that are available in the public cloud with the hyperscalers. So the platform engineer of the future, that person's job is to make sense of that. And this is how I describe it. This next slide is the last old slide that I've got. All the other stuff is going to be new. So, firstly, this is great. This is remote. I can actually change the slide because I can say infrastructure is a solved problem, and then none of you can throw rocks at me. Because previously when I say it, people start throwing rocks at me. So I had to change it to infrastructure is a largely solved problem. Point being, if you're a platform engineer and you're interested in the plumbing still, that's last year. So if you're interested in how many network cards you're putting in a server and what make of storage I'm attaching it to and all the intricacies that are down there, a lot of that is largely solved by pre-engineered solutions such as VMware Cloud Foundation. Because it's become much more commoditized, it's become much more service orientated, and it really is just the allocation, distribution of compute, network, and storage to the things that need to consume those services. That bit of platform engineering largely solved. So this is where the action's at. It's the services. Platform engineering now is all about curating, running, looking after the services that are delivering more value to the user. So the platform engineer uses cloud management to create, curate, and control services. And that is the role of platform engineering. It's less about the infrastructure, more about the services that you're serving up to the consumers. You have to be much more customer-centric. So, pause. That was what I presented last year, and I think it resonated. I mean, I presented this a lot of VMUG, and we did a session at VMworld as well. And it's about elevating into the bit of your organization that becomes more important, is more relevant to you. Now, after that session last year, we started thinking, well, what about skills? What's the next bit? So Matt's come along, and he's told me about all these things, and I'd like to be that platform engineer. What do I have to do? Well, that's what this second part of this presentation is all about. So let's get into that. Oh, forgot to say, anything to add since last year? Well, apparently there's been a pandemic, and this has actually reflected on platform engineering. Now, we've started looking at this in VMware. We've been looking at this a little while in VMware, and this is kind of how the analysts and organizations like VMware are looking at this. There have been 3 phases. There's been a respond phase. You know, shit, world's falling in. We need to do something just to sustain our business. There's been an adapt phase where we're starting to learn how to work in the new normal, in quotes. And there's been an accelerate phase, which is every customer who's been going down some form of innovation or digital innovation, some sort of journey to digitize the things they're doing, they're accelerating that out of necessity. Interestingly, these represent challenges as well. And these are challenges that the platform engineer of the future is actually naturally addressing. So if you are that person who has the con, you are resolving these problems. If you are the person who's resolving these problems for your organization, all the way to the accelerate, helping them accelerate digitalization of their services, etc., you really are acting and working in that way as the platform engineer of the future. So let's get on to some of the skills that I need. And I've split these into 2 sets of skills. There's the soft skills, and then there are the technical skills. So start with this, platform engineer of the future. It's about applications, on premises. So I'm really happy to see it's on, not, I didn't say on-prem, I said on premises. It's cloudy stuff. there's application frameworks, and there's a cloud management platform. So the platform engineer of the past was very infrastructure focused. Started having a little play with the application frameworks, and moved a little bit into cloud management. Platform engineer of the future has a different mindset, comes at this from a different mental position, thinks about it from an application perspective. What are the things that I have to support, and where are they running, and how am I going to run those? And actually, I'm probably more thinking about cloud type solutions. And it's a subtle change. And it's really the platform engineer of the future is in charge. So if you become the platform engineer of the future, you will have the con. You are going to be the linchpin in your organization, the most important person in the organization, delivering the services that all those applications that are being developed or bought or run or curated, delivering the platforms, the infrastructure, the services that they all need. So what are the soft skills to get there? Well, there are three main areas that we've thought about, that we've seen in the industry. Actually, what we see happening at the coalface, so to speak, commonly is some form of center of excellence. Often seeing the best people from the currently siloed organization. So let's get the best storage guy, the best server guy, the best network guy, the best middleware guy or girl, sorry, inclusive, person, the best architect, the best whatever. Let's bring them together into a center of excellence and have them start working together to deliver the services that we're looking for in the future. And these people have these soft skills typically. So let's start with the growth mindset. I see a lot of organizations, you go in there, particularly the large organizations, particularly the organizations that have had IT from day one. And a lot of those organizations are filled with people with fixed mindsets. This is what I do. I don't really want them getting on with this. This is my job. I don't want to challenge. I like how I do the things. The organizations that are growing, the organizations that are embracing digital innovation, etc., actually succeeding at digital innovation, are more filled up with people with growth mindsets, people who want to be challenged, people who want to grow their skills and have that mindset. And those are the people actually also that become the people who live in the center of excellence and the people who are seen as those platform engineers of the future. So really, a lot of this is about what is my attitude. Interestingly, when I do a VMUG presentation, VMUGs are typically filled with people with a growth mindset. These are community-focused people, people who like to share what they do, people who like to learn new things, people who like to go out on a limb slightly. So this is a great audience to present this to. Sometimes when I go and I talk to customers with very large teams of IT professionals, you can see a real mix of capabilities and just attitudes towards how things are going. So the first thing you need is that growth mindset. Then you have to start thinking about learning from developers. Now, if I look at this, this is these could be IT projects. And we do an IT project, which goes through planning, analysis, design, building, test. And every time we do it, it takes a year to do this. And if I go back to when I joined VMware about 10 years ago, we'd have things like, oh, there's a new SAP project. And it would be a 3-year thing. We're going to upgrade from old SAP to new SAP, and we're going to put a 3-year project in place to do that. And it's going to be jolly expensive. And in 3 years' time, we'll get some value out of it, hopefully, and hopefully it won't get delayed. It's the old way of doing things. Really what in platform engineering now is we need to learn from developers. We need to fail fast, fail often. We need to reduce this cycle, speed up this cycle, work in a much more agile way. Now, that's not just a different way of working. We now have new technologies that support this new way of working. I mean, if I go back to when it was really, really simple and we were screwing servers into racks and data centers, well, that naturally just took a long time because you had to get on the phone to Compaq, order some DL380s and get all the bits and pieces and go through the process of getting the server in the rack. It's difficult. So, but from a platform engineering point of view, we need to adapt this agile way of working and think like developers. And interesting, one of the narratives is actually you should be able to become an infrastructure developer. When infrastructure truly is as code, you can become a developer. You start storing your infrastructure in Git. You start version controlling and you start deploying it as you need it. And when you don't want it, you throw it away. When it doesn't work, you go back and you make a small change and it might work the next time. Oops. This doesn't work very well. So continuous improvement. This is also talks a little bit to the linchpin. So we've got this growth mindset and working in a different way. And let's talk a little bit about the linchpin. So at the moment, in a lot of organizations, there are two camps. There's the IT camp and there's the application camp. Now in the IT camp, it's full of people who do compute storage network. There's lots of people who do change management and lots of IT operations and lots of security people who like to say no. And it's a very organized way of working. It works very well. We keep our systems available all the time. And then up in the application world, we've got developers who want everything now, who don't care how much it costs. They don't really care about security until maybe the application's successful, etc., etc. In the middle, we should probably have platform engineers. Platform engineers act as that conduit, as that linchpin between traditional IT operations and the stuff that they run, and the application developers who are running the stuff that makes money for your business. And they really are that linchpin, that almost that API between those two parts of the organization. And the organizations that are becoming successful at transforming, at digitizing, doing all that sort of stuff, they have these people in the middle that are true enablers to allow this stuff to happen. And how do you get there? How do you become that linchpin? Well, most of you will have heard of I models, T models. You know, the I model is I'm very good at one thing. So I see this a lot in networking. I see a lot of people in networking who are very, very, very good at networking. And I think as our careers develop and we go along, we get recommended by managers, oh, you need to have some T skills, a bit more breadth in what you do. You can still be good at some things, but actually you need to know more about some other domains. Interestingly, platform engineering, we're looking at the tree model. I need to know a lot of things about a lot of stuff. You actually need to become experts or have more expertise in a lot of things. Now, some of that expertise may actually be tenuous. I built my career on tenuous expertise, but it may not be as rich expertise, but I can probably go quite deep on quite a lot of things. That is the gold dust. And I see people like these in the industry. I see a lot of people like this in VMUG and in community. You actually are the unicorns. Hurrah. Now, this is really cool. I just noticed this earlier when I was reviewing the slides. We pulled this deck together probably in October last year. And I just noticed that the unicorn's wearing a mask. So ahead of our time. So not only does the platform engineer have to be a unicorn, the platform engineer of the future now has to wear a mask as well, which is just random. Anyway, let's move on. So, that was the soft skills, so the growth mindset, the willingness, the keenness to adapt, to change, be that linchpin. So this person who sits in the middle of everything that's going on and putting the customer first. An interesting thing, actually, I'm going to go back to that, the customer first thing, because I didn't really talk much about that. When we talk about infrastructure, we talk about IT and what we're doing as technologists, the way of working has been that IT provides the things that IT wants to provide. And that's how it's been since I've been involved in the business. And, you know, IT, well, we're going to provide servers and we're going to provide databases and they're going to be called SQL. We'll do all this. Future state is different. Future state has IT much, much more as a proper service provider that truly understands its customers. And it is a very, very subtle shift. It's going from the IT organization that commonly says no because an insert name of your company. So no, that's not how VMware do things. So you can't have it like that. To an IT organization that goes, yeah, of course you can have this. And what flavor would you like it to be? And how much of it would you like to have? IT organizations are very, very poor at doing that because they worry about all the other things. They worry about all the other things that have to be done if I do that. So how can I give the customer exactly what I want when I'm going to have to manage it in the future? Well, the difference is we're going to manage it differently in the future. And the difference is we're going to have the ability to fail, but the ability to iterate and improve very, very quickly if it's not quite how you need it to be. So that was a bit around the customer first that I had in the first slide introducing the software. Anyway, moving on to the technical capabilities, 3 things here, which is automation. It says consume public cloud here. I think of this as learn public cloud and deploy with Kubernetes. So let's get into it. So automate all the things. Been giving this some thinking recently. A lot of time when we talk about automation, we're thinking about I'm automating because it's a repeatable thing. I do this a lot, so let's automate it. That is not why platform engineers automate all the things. The important word here is the all. Not some of the things. If you automated some of the things, you can't truly do everything as code. You have to automate absolutely everything. Or you have to aspire to automate everything. Even the things that you're not doing very often, automate them, because then they can become part of an automated build thing, so you can build everything immediately. So you have to think about, how do I automate all the things? And there's a life cycle automation. This traditional picture. Start from manual. We all started, well, I was very manual, and I started plugging DL380s into racks. And then we got into scripting, which kind of put some rigor behind the process, start doing workflow automation. And finally, we're truly now getting to the point where automation and orchestration is all about infrastructure as code, truly infrastructure as code. And really that's only became possible over the last 3 or 4 years, when all the things we have in infrastructure became software defined. You can only have infrastructure as code if everything you're dealing with is software defined. If you still have to deal with a cable or talking to someone in a data center or having to move a switch, it's not as code. But now everything really is as code. And that is where I guess VMware strategy has played out nicely, because all the important stuff that we worked with has been turned into code. This allows us to think about things slightly differently. This allows us to think about infrastructure as being programmable. So we can really think about programmable infrastructure. It's allowed us to truly offer self-service to our customers and also self-service to the things that they want. Because quite frankly, if you offered customers the things you used to provide them, they go, I don't really want that anyway. These are the things I want now. And it's on demand. They can have it whenever they want. They can have as much of it as they want. This is something I've been working with a number of large organizations with recently, which is trying to build up private clouds and still have some of that mindset that says, yeah, but we still need a bit of control over this, because what happens if I build a private cloud and it's really good and someone asks for 1,000 VMs or somebody wants this? I think if you're still in that place, you haven't quite got private clouds yet. You have to match what the public cloud providers have been doing. You have to give this view of, or this veneer of infinite scalability. You've got to adapt your processes to work out, well, what will happen if I'm asked for 1,000 VMs? Maybe I need to know more about my business to understand what the projects are coming down the line, so that I can get a feel for how much capacity I will actually need to put on the ground and get that capacity going. That is how an infrastructure provider business works. They marry supply with demand. So you have to think more about that supplier consumer model when you're thinking about private cloud, because as soon as you truly become a cloud provider, then your customers can be successful, which means your organization will be successful, which means hopefully everyone in that organization will achieve the success that they're looking for. And then hybrid multi-cloud word, nice rainbow here, all the things underneath it. How I see this is we've got to be very careful from a technical perspective that we don't get stuck in the things that we know very, very well. We've got to learn about these public clouds. I guess that one of the challenges I put out is, how much of this stuff do you know? Because if you don't really know much about this stuff, you're a little bit behind. You really have to learn about all these things, what all these things do, because application developers are consuming all these things. They're consuming them so they can build their applications very, very quickly. Interestingly, they're building all their applications onto the public cloud, but actually they could all be built on a private cloud or a hybrid cloud as well. All it takes is for your services to match some of these. I see a huge uptake, a huge amount of EC2 and S3 being consumed in the public cloud. And for me, working at VMware, I don't have a problem with that, but it makes me wonder, why were we not as successful at offering storage and computers to people? We've got everything's automated. Surely we can do as good and provide a richer answer to the customers who need storage and computers. And that is probably the first thing about getting a private cloud established is, how do I deliver those basics? And then start to think about how I can deliver some of the other richer services. Acknowledging also that my organization is probably going to be consuming some of these services. What's my play there? What is my job when my organization is consuming private services, but also public cloud services, such as the ones you see on the screen? So to get a handle on that, you have to learn about these things. You have to understand what they all do, and you have to understand how they're being used in your organization. And then Kubernetes. Wouldn't be a tech presentation without someone mentioning Kubernetes, but what does it mean to the platform engineer? Well, consumer wants it as a service, so you need to be able to instantiate it, you need to be able to monitor it, secure it, and manage it. It is just another thing. It's just another thing that's used slightly differently. So you just need to learn about it, understand how it works, and understand what your role in that space is. I mean, very, very typically, I would see platform engineer of the future being the person who provides the Kubernetes as a service. And in order to do that, well, you have to build it, you have to be able to monitor, you have to secure it, and you have to manage it. Robbie's going to talk quite a lot more about platforms as a service and Kubernetes as a service. But one of the things one of those skills that you have to get is these new modern constructs where the next generation of applications potentially are going to be deployed. Robbie will talk more about these things later on this afternoon. So, platform engineer of the future. To do this, you need a management platform. So you need a bunch of stuff. And if you look at the, I have the slide that says automate all the things, you need something that's going to be able to automate all the things, but you're probably going to need a management platform that ties a lot of things together. So cloud management platforms, they do these 4 things. We call them the 4 Cs. So this is probably where kind of the infrastructure focused or the IT focused PFOE, platform engineer of the future, is going to live and want to do: create, curate, consume, and control. Oh, I've got time to go through this. No, I'm going to click past this slide. It's not that relevant to this particular skills bit. So let's go into here. So create. Create is all about, think about that infrastructure as code. On the screen, we can see, here's a typical create. I'm an infrastructure engineer, and I've been asked to build the infrastructure for a media streaming application. So that involves building, some media servers, got a load balancer in there, a transcoder server in there. They're going to be running some Wavefront, obviously, or we're calling that observability by Tansi now. We've got a Puppet configuration on there. We've got a routed network. All that is something that's created as a thing. It's a blueprint. And this is what the platform engineer has created, turning it into code. And probably storing it in Git, probably responsible for the deploying of it and the updating of it, and probably versioning and controlling it as well. And in the past, every time someone wanted the media streaming app, this might have been a project. We had to define what do the servers look like, what sort of servers are going to use, and who's going to do the storage, and where's it going to come from, and how fast is it, and who does the network, and what. This now all becomes as code because we've managed to automate everything and we've managed to turn everything as code. This means whenever I want one of these, I can just have one. And if I want to change what it looks like, if I want to have, well, we need a different sort of load balancer, or we need different storage, or we might want a cloud version of it, a public cloud version of this. It's very, very simple to change or modify the service that you're trying to read. So this is creation. So I'm creating things. Curation is when these things are being created, and they might be being created in different places. So how do I gather all the things that are going to be made available to my consumers? So cloud assembly, so I'm going to go back actually. This is a cloud assembly blueprint. It sits in Vera's automation. There may be other blueprints that sit somewhere else. You may have Azure Resource Manager blueprints. You may have blueprints from Terraform. You may have blueprints from Amazon. You may actually not want to be rebuilding those things. You may just want to curate those and put them into a portal so you can do the things that are important. Because really the things you're doing when you're adding management here is, yeah, they're easy to consume, but maybe we want to add some governance. Maybe we want to add some policy so that, you know, the right people can consume the right things at the right time, at the right cost, in the right places. That's where that governance and policy comes in. So that's what curation is. It's about aggregating all the things or the services that IT are going to present up to their consumers and making them available, making them easy to deploy, but also wrapping around the governance and the policy around those. Then consuming. How do I consume my native cloud services? So you have to support all these things. So within a cloud management platform, you may have an application that's got, you know, a database that's sitting on premises, but there may be the application server or the web server may be sitting on public cloud. It might be sitting on VMware Cloud on AWS. It might be sitting natively in EC2. It might be sitting just as a service on a public cloud. And when you instantiate that service, the curation of that application blueprint and turning it into code, you have to cross a lot of those domains, which is why you have to have that wider skill set to be able to cross all those service domains. And finally, control. We got this stuff running. I probably have to operate in a more cloudy way. I mentioned it earlier. When I'm doing things like capacity management of my private cloud, I've got to stop thinking about the monthly capacity report and thinking more about how do I offer the illusion of infinite capacity so that no one ever thinks I can't have it because IT can't provide it. And how do I manage my capacity in that context? And how do I do it in a cost-effective way? If I'm using a lot of public cloud services, how do I get control of the cost of those public cloud services? Interesting, I was chatting to a colleague of mine from the Pivotal side of VMware, and we were talking about, they were talking about some applications they're building for a customer in Amazon Web Services using native cloud services. And I was saying, yeah, but you know, how do you look after the cost control of that? He says, I don't care. We just deploy whatever we want. We really don't care about the cost. And when we finish with things, we sometimes don't delete them. This is where taking control is where IT can actually add quite a lot of value as someone who understands these things. They're saying, well, maybe we need to put an IT process around cost control and governance there, reclaiming some of this stuff back and making sure we don't spend too much money in the public cloud. And that is a role of, you know, future platform engineering. Probably good for time. Hey, good for time. So I've talked a little bit about, you know, understanding apps, application frameworks on premises, in the cloud, and the unicorn with the mask. So really, summary, the presentation's links there. Everyone's gonna get a phone up and take a picture of that. Hopefully it'll work. So the platform into the future creates, curates, ensures consumption, stays in control, the 4 Cs. Those are the soft skills that really we see, we look for in cloud centers of excellence where people live. And those are some of the technical skills and the direction that folks like you, if you're interested in getting into this space, should follow. And that was the end of the presentation. So I kept to time. Quite pleased with that. And I've now got a cat meowing in the background. That's proper. That's proper remote.
Well, it wouldn't be a Zoom session without some kind of pet, or I'm waiting for a toilet. So I've got my bingo card here of things that we should be saying. So there's toilet flushing yet to go. So hopefully we don't get there.
I haven't seen any of that. Actually, I'm not going to tell that story because we're being recorded and we're live on the internet. It's for another day involving a VP. Oops. So I've got a few minutes. I'll take questions, or you can all get a cup of tea early, or a beer, or whatever. I don't know. I'm going to go out of this so I can see people on Zoomaloomy. Stop share. Oh, good. You've taken the share away. Thank you. Who's on video? We've got a few more people on video. Why is everyone should be on video when we do these breaks? I'm demanding it. It's terrible.
Yeah, we can see what's going on. Does anybody have any questions for Matt?
Gareth's shaking his head. Nothing from Kev. I'm looking around. You can actually set Zoom to only see the video.
I'll ask you a question then.
Okay, ask me a question.
So have you seen what you kind of mentioned, the kind of IT driving a kind of cost saving? Have you seen much of anybody actually achieving a cost saving by switching things off in the cloud?
Yes, I've got my favorite case study. There is a large telco who did a proof of, I'm not going to say who they are because we are live, it's not a public story, who did a proof of concept of Cloud Health, which is our technology that we use for cost saving. Now, they employ a lot of contractors. They're doing a lot of development in the cloud, building lots of things in the cloud. People come, people go. And, they're okay at deleting things and what have you. But we did this proof of concept. We stood Cloud Health up against all their cloud stuff. And we identified £80,000 per month of storage that wasn't connected to anything that could simply be deleted. That's £1 million a year. That if we hadn't done that, that would be £1 million a year going out of that organization and probably growing. And it's everywhere. And again, the conversation I heard about the Pivotal guy, he was talking about another customer, and this was a banking customer. He said, "Oh yeah, they're doing the same." Or there's the VMware story. So my general manager, gentleman called RJ, lost it. Previously, I've just changed role. So RJ is in charge of the Cloud Management Business Unit, and we in the Cloud Management Business Unit, we consume a lot of public cloud. To the point that he used his entire annual budget for public cloud in a month. And it got a problem, ran out of money. So what we did, you know that we got this thing called vRealize Business, and we stood that up. And it was really useful. It told him he'd run out of money. Didn't really resolve the problem. So he subscribed to Cloud Health, similar situation. I think he saved 40% of his monthly spend. And it was his Victor Kayam moment. He liked it so much, he bought the company. Because it offered something different. It offered the remediation. So you see the opportunity for savings, but actually the ability to achieve those is the difficult bit and the hard bit. So yeah, good question. It wasn't even planned, was it? It wasn't. No.
Amazing.
I love those stories. I like stories like that. I bet any of you did this in your own organization, have your own little story like that. The amount of waste out there is horrendous.
So where do you think, so if people want to get to be that kind of platform engineer, right? I mean, there's a lot of self-starters on this call, right? Which is one thing I quite like about the people we deal with. And, you said similar in your session. So, I mean, what are some good places for people to go to get started, or maybe the tools that maybe they need to start looking at and learning?
Yeah, so a great place is VMUG. I'll be quite upfront about that. VMUG, connect with some of the people in VMUG who are doing this stuff. So do some networking. I'm just expand, learn. A lot of people are learning about Terraform. So this is not just about VMware. I mean, we have to be really upfront that, VMwares are fantastic and we've got some good stuff, but there's a lot of stuff out there in the ecosystem that's supporting our customers doing their stuff. So these platform engineers, they're learning Terraform, they're learning Ansible, they're learning Puppet, Chef, they're learning how to do pipelines. So learning how to use Jenkins, they're learning how the public cloud works, they're learning more about how their applications in their organizations are stitched together. So it's a networking community learning thing. It's about expanding out of the area of work to the area where the new IT is actually living. I see more and more of it in VMUGs. I see more and more people talking about how maybe they're building or running their home lab with just using the tools that are out there, automating. You know, people are able to rebuild entire portions of their home lab because they've just automated it. So that's kind of where I'm really, it's everything, and it's very fast. It's very fast moving, which is why, you know, coming to VMUGs and just hearing about a new technology might just be interesting, and it might stimulate the idea that I want to go and learn about what the new shiny thing is. And the new shiny thing may be rubbish in the end, but actually the new shiny thing may be really, really interesting.
Yeah, I always think it's a bit like being a meerkat, right? So I do a lot of public cloud stuff, right? And you look around, there are so many different tools to do stuff. You're like, one day you're here, and then there's a shiny thing over here, then you're here. And it is very difficult because you have to, or I personally have to set some dedicated time aside to try and go a bit deeper, because otherwise breadth is great, but some of those public cloud the automation tooling takes a bit of time to get started, right? I mean, my days of programming are a long, long time ago, and although I know enough to be dangerous, it takes time to learn the specific syntax and how some of that stuff works. And if every day you're context switching from Ansible to Packer to Terraform to something else to something else to something else, it's quite difficult to build something that actually all hangs together, rather than having half a page of code here, half a page of code here, and none of it that works together.
And some of it's reflecting on what's the bit I'm good at and how will I do it. There's probably 10 different ways of achieving something. So based on my skill set, what's the best way I can achieve this? Because there is we're very focused in IT on black and white, right and wrong sort of thing. You know, it's got to be perfect, and my infrastructure has to be perfect and always run and never fail. I think it's a lot different now. There are different gradients of success. There's actually quite a good thing to fail, because when you fail, you always learn. So being perfect is no longer the new normal. Is to fail fast.
Yeah,
and try lots of things and fail fast.
I'm trying to think back. I mean, for the national event we had last year, and I don't think we had it recorded, but certainly one of the VFactor submissions we did was really, are you drinking a bottle of wine, Matt?
San Pellegrino.
But one of the guys who came to do a talk, literally he did a 10-minute lightning talk on what he built for his home lab. But it was basically, he had a scenario, he had a Raspberry Pi, a bunch of bits and pieces in between, and some glue, and he set himself a goal of what it was he wanted to build. And I think that's the right way to go about it, because otherwise what you do, you need a kind of use case of what it is you want to build, because otherwise, maybe I'm the worst at this, I'll spend one day Googling this and then one day Googling that, and you learn some stuff, but you don't learn to put it together in the useful way. You don't get beyond the quick start, boot it up kind of thing.
Yeah, and just looking, I saw a comment, Tony Reardon there, it can be overwhelming trying to figure out where to start with all of this, having to do all the stuff, and entirely correct. And I think it's about learning the things that are relevant to the task in hand, and maybe preempting some of the new tasks that be coming through. Well, maybe I should learn a bit more about in this sort of general direction. You'll never, I'm a very good case in point. You'll never learn it all. And there are a good way. I mean, I'm going to call out VMworld this year, given that it's a remote. You can go to VMworld this year for free and learn a huge amount of stuff in quite a short period of time, because everything's going to be available to everyone. And I don't even. We're doing some calls later this week. You're going to be less likely to be locked out of a session due to popularity this year, because it's virtual. So there'll be some great opportunities to learn. And I know that VMworld, principally talking about VMware technology, but there are a lot of touch points in VMworld where we're talking about adjacent technologies and start to get you on that route to learning more stuff. The other thing I would say, I'm going to be Simon for a second. I guess if you're in the VMUG and you go, it would be good if we had a session on this and how, for example, Puppet or Terraform plays with the VMware technology, how it interfaces with the technology and where the values are. Get the VMUG leaders to talk about topics that are interesting to you in that context. I'm over time now.
Another one for you, Matt. You were saying about having things and assuming they're going to be there 100% of the time. I like the Netflix models, which is the chaos monkey. They just randomly see if they can take bits down and continue going. We have to assume that something's going to happen, something might break, and if we can plan for that.
Well, that's exactly, and this is exactly why applications now being developed a just completely different way because of that assumption. Because in the old days, IT was perfect, and that's why IT was very expensive and very slow. But it's perfect, right? I can fail over an entire data center if I need to. Honestly, you never have, honestly. But you get the idea. Whereas now it's like, well, I'm going to build this on public cloud, which I know is not perfect, and I know the internet's going to go down, and I know these things are going to fail. So we build for failure. And it's a different methodology, it's a different mindset.
Build out horizontally, put load balancers in front. Who cares if one of your sheep die?
Yeah, exactly. And Netflix broke the mold with an open mindset. They said that's not how applications should be built. This is how they should be built. They're one of the first to do that.
I take it as well. The unicorn was a bit of a nod to the unicorn project as well. Then.
Yes, could be. I just left him in there because he had, or it had a mask.
Definitely, that's a good book series to read. Unicorn Project and Phoenix Project. If anyone's trying to get their head around this.
Probably in my bookshelf here somewhere. One of those. Oh no, Phoenix Project went to the charity shop. I read it.
Got that one. Then no, it's not going to work, is it? Oh, look at that! The commitments have to disappear. That's a Phoenix Project.
It failed fast. So yeah, lots of anything else in the chat. Better stop my Terraform talk. Kev, you mentioned magpie syndrome. I've not heard that before. What's that? Stealing.
It's a term I made up. But basically, the logic being that there's all of these new things, and you go, okay, I'm going to learn this one thing, and you really focus on it for about 10 minutes, and then, oh, there's a shiny new thing, and then there's another shiny new thing, and you end up learning nothing about anything. So, yeah, it's a struggle. So, yeah.
Haven't you made a career out of that, Kev?
Shh. Don't go divulging my secrets.
Yeah, the successful career. I'm just definitely half a page ahead of the person you're talking to. the art of pre-sales.
I was going to say, I think that's in the job description, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It used to be a page
with
ahead.
virtual meetings, you can be Googling whilst talking, so you don't have to be half a page ahead anymore.
Never done that. You've got to be a word ahead. Yeah. Not teaching.
Yeah, it is tricky, isn't it? So I mean, so we've got our next session, I think, at 1:15. So, you know, if folks want to grab a tea or a coffee or wine, maybe, or beer, maybe a bit early for the day for that.
I'll agree there.
You know, so I think we'll kind of hang on here and hang out and have a bit of a chat, but you know, but don't feel that you have to sit in front of your computer. So if you want to grab a drink or whatever.
Yeah, unfortunately, I will be about. I'm gonna have to drop off. I've got some actual work to be done. They've been coining the phrase zombies at the work at the moment. So
zombies, oh, I like that.
Zombies. So I feel a bit like a zombie. But I'll be around. I might stay. What time's the beer? So the beer.
5.
I might pop in for that if I can. Can't hear you, Linda.
You got to flip your mic down.
Yeah.
Sorry. So what was that?
Oh yeah,
it's great. It's as good as mute, isn't it?
It is nearly as good. Yes.
Nearly as good as mute. I was saying, sorry. It's whatever time you're serving, Matt. It's what time the beer comes.
Yeah, it's virtual.
It is virtual.
It's as code.
That was good. So thanks, Matt. That was really useful and interesting.
Good.
So 1:15 back, yes?
1:15 back, yeah. But say if people want to have a chat in between, feel free. And, we'll see you in a sec.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm on a Zoom call as well, so I don't know if this is going through that. Let me sign off that just in case.
Did I miss anything?
Shh, don't tell him he's back. Right, so we're a couple of minutes away, I think, from getting started. Gareth, you back on yet?
Yep, sorry, I'm here. I was on mute.
No worries. So if I stop sharing, so I don't quite know how you can do this. Are you going to do it? Is it something in Zoom, or are you just going to share an app?
I think Zoom I can use. So
cool. All right. So Abby, you know you're standing behind me.
Still doesn't want to be on the call.
She didn't get a choice that time.
No, Mum just disappeared.
Yeah. Okay. So the so we had the original speaker for this slot. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it. So, but thankfully, Simon Long, who actually is, when he lived in the UK, was a very frequent attendee at London VMUG, was actually delivering some sessions to the US, which he has recorded. So, and I'd say we're kind of pushing the boundaries here. So this is only our second time doing a Zoom meeting, and this is our first time trying to rebroadcast a recording. So fingers crossed this is going to work. So he's got quite an interesting session. I had a flick through it earlier on just basically how he's kind of worked with the V community, essentially what we all are here, and how he's kind of found it really helpful and has leveraged it for his career. So Gareth, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Hello and welcome everyone. My name is Simon Long, and this is my session titled Harnessing the V Community to Help Further Your Career. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with what the V Community is, it's actually short for VMware Community. Now, the VMware Community often means a lot of different things to various people. So I actually asked on Twitter just the other day what the V Community means to them. And here you can see some of the responses that I've got. And it varies per person. Each person gets something different out of the V Community. So in today's session, hopefully I'll be able to share some tips and tricks that I've learned being part of the VMware community, and I've been around for 10 or 11 years. So I've seen the community start from a very small, close-knit group of people, grow, I've seen people come and go, and I've learned a lot. So in this session, we're going to hopefully have some tips on how you can maybe look forward to getting that dream job that you've always wished for, or a promotion that you've been trying to chase, or even in this situation that we're in right now, actually find a job, because I know it's not that easy right now. So hopefully this session will be beneficial, so enjoy, and let's get started. So first of all, I want to let you into a little secret. Since joining the VMware community, I've had 4 different jobs. Now, out of all of those 4 different jobs, I've not had to actually apply for any of those roles. I've always been asked if I would be interested in joining the company. So for example, my first role at VMware in their professional services organization, I was working for a cloud services provider in London, and I was quite active on Twitter at that time, and a couple of the guys who are part of the VMware community that you probably heard of before, Frank Denneman and Duncan Epping, were in town working for a customer, and they were asking if anyone was interested to join them for a curry and a beer. So myself and one of our friends, who was also part of the V community at the time, living in London, who now lives in Australia, Stu Radnage, we'll join Duncan and Frank for a few beers and a curry. And I'd never met them before, but I'd obviously spoke with them as part of the community via Twitter. We had plenty to talk about, obviously VMware technologies there. And at the end of the night, after having a good few hours chatting with them, Frank mentioned that his team within professional services had a role open, and would I be interested in joining? And as you can tell, the rest is history. After that, I joined a company called Canopy, and I was asked to join by the CTO there, who's someone who's quite prevalent in the VMware community, called Stevie Chambers. After Canopy, I then rejoined VMware. My hiring manager at that point was someone who I knew through the VCDX program, and the VCDX is definitely something that I would never be able to achieve if it wasn't for the support of the VMware community around me. And then to my final role, Datrium, I was also asked by someone who I've known and worked with at VMware, and also knew from the bloggers world in the VMware community, if I knew anyone or of someone who had my skills who would be interested in joining Datrium. I'm going to ignore my recent move to VMware as it was part of an acquisition, so that probably doesn't count. But telling you all this is not to kind of blow my own trumpet, as we say in England. It's more to illustrate to you that by having good connections can certainly open doors to you. Now, I'm certainly no smarter than any of you, that I promise you. I'm just fortunate enough to know a lot of people, and those people would seem to be interested in hopefully recommending me to other people. And that's something that is very important, is to be recommended. And hopefully that will get you that foot in the door. Now, getting your foot in the door is really important when it comes to getting that dream job. Hiring managers nowadays have often tens or even hundreds of resumes per role to sift through to be able to find what they're looking for. Now, if you can get a personal recommendation, that is always a good place to start, whether you know someone within the company that is hiring, or whether you know someone within the team that is hiring, or even better, if you know the hiring manager himself or herself. This will definitely help get your resume into that kind of short pile when you can start then going into the interviews themselves. You know, you could be the smartest person on the planet, but if no one knows that you're the smartest person on the planet, you've either got to have an amazing resume that really kind of shines and kind of separates you from the rest, or no one's really going to know that you are as good as you say you are. So having people that will personally recommend you is definitely a good way forward of getting your foot in the door. So one thing to be aware of when you're in the hiring process or you're looking for a job is that when you apply for a role and the hiring manager and their team that are reviewing a lot of the resumes are looking through all of the candidates, quite often what they'll do is once they've read the resume and they think, okay, maybe this person will put them on the shortlist, often what will happen is they will go off and Google that person. Now, obviously they can see what's on your resume. They want to see what else is out there about that person that they're considering hiring. So one of the recommendations I would do for you is to open up a Cognito browser and just Google yourself and see what comes up. Is there anything in there that maybe you wouldn't want a hiring manager to see? Whether there's some old Facebook posts or something from Twitter that you maybe regret posting. This is a good time for you to go and try and clean up some of those things that you think to yourself, maybe this is not really what I want to represent me now as a person. And it's the same thing for LinkedIn as well. If you're not on LinkedIn, it's probably a good idea to be on LinkedIn if you can, because a lot of recruiters and a lot of hiring managers will do some research on LinkedIn to see where you've worked in the past, what your connections are like, do they have any connections in common, which again is very important when it comes to getting your foot in the door, having connections there. And quite often hiring managers may reach out to someone that you're connected with and speak to them. So make sure that your LinkedIn profile is well up to date. For me, my LinkedIn profile is actually my resume. The information that you would find on a resume if I was applying for a role is exactly the same that's on my LinkedIn profile. That way I don't have to manage two of them. But it helps me keep my LinkedIn profile up to date. Connect with many people. Personally, myself, I only like to connect with people who I've actually worked for or I know professionally. That way I kind of keep a small network. But a lot of people, they often like to add everyone. For me, I like to keep it a little bit smaller. But definitely try and make sure that your LinkedIn profile is up to date, shows you everything that you would want to cover in your resume. And again, double check Google to make sure there's nothing in there that you wouldn't want people to see going forward. So it's a good tip for that for you. So I think it's probably worth me highlighting that I wasn't born into the VMware community. I haven't always had good connections. We all have to start somewhere, right? And if you're the person who's new to this community and you're thinking to yourself, well, you've been around forever, it's easy for you. But it hasn't always been that way. So I don't know if you guys remember maybe a year or two ago when everyone was doing this 10-year challenge, where you would have a picture of yourself 10 years ago and a picture of yourself now, and everyone would go, wow, you've really changed and all that kind of stuff. And this is my 10-year challenge. Here I am today, and this is where I was about 10 years ago. This is a letter of redundancy that I received from the company I was working for in a small city in England. At that point, I had no job. I didn't know when my next pay packet was coming through. And honestly, it's not a good time or a place to be. So I had to move 3 hours south to London to find myself my next job. And at that point, I kind of almost vowed to myself, I'm going to work that a little bit harder to try and make sure this never happens again. So it hasn't always been easy. And since then, I have worked hard. It's not something that will get handed to you on a plate. I think the fact that you're here listening to this session you should be proud that you're already thinking about what can you do to make a difference, right? It's not going to be something that will just land on your lap. You're going to have to put some effort into it to try and make a difference. And it's never going to be easy, unfortunately. So you shouldn't also rely on others to try and get them to push you forward. Not everyone that you meet, or even not every manager that you're working for, wants you to be pushing forward as in your career path, as sad as that may seem. So it definitely is down to you as a person, as an individual, to help kind of be motivated to push yourself forward to kind of get to that place to where you want to be. So it's probably worth highlighting here that it's not all just about having a good network around you. I feel that you still need to know something. You've all heard of that phrase, it's not what you know, it's who you know, which is very, very true. But I'd say, like, you can change it a tiny bit. It's partly what you know, but it's mostly who you know. I think you still need to know something. So when you're as in a VMUG or at the VMworld and you're chatting with your peers and your network within the VMware community, I think you still have to understand and be able to communicate around the technologies that you're talking about. Now, even if you're very new to this technology and very new to the community and you don't necessarily know a great deal about the products and you're still learning, it's still very easy to just ask very smart questions. You know, if you don't know about a product, please just feel free to ask someone a question. Oh, I haven't heard about that. Tell me more about it. And people will see and recognize people that ask just smart questions. And from that, you can then determine whether someone is actually, happy to really educate themselves or whether they just kind of talk. Because there's a lot of people out there that really like to talk, but when they're talking, you're thinking to yourself, well, yeah, I don't think you really know what you're talking about. And hey, I don't know, maybe they'll be good for sales or something. I don't know, but I'd say it's mostly who you know. But I think you still need to know some technical things as well. So it's definitely worth understanding that part too. So I've talked a bit about how the VMware community has helped further my career, so you know a bit of my background. Now is a good time to start talking about how you can help yourself and use this VMware community to help further your career. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is something that we've called the 4 steps to awesomeness. Now, a colleague and a good friend of mine and also part of the VMware community, Ariel, and if you're not following him on Twitter, give him a follow. He came up with this concept, and it's something that I've been using quite a lot throughout my sessions as well. So let's start having a look at those 4 different steps to awesomeness. So step number 1 is lurk. So what do we mean by lurk? We kind of mean listen, read, learn, try and absorb as much information as you can and try and understand how the whole VMware community works. Now, some good places to start lurking would definitely be Twitter. Twitter is definitely the social media platform of choice when it comes to the VMware community. I've put together a VMware community Twitter list. There's also lots of vExpert lists out there. And I'd highly recommend, if you're not on Twitter, get on Twitter, find these lists, and I'll link to some of them, and you can Google them as well, and I'm sure they'll appear. Follow the people that are on these lists and just listen and read what they're tweeting about and get an understanding of what kind of content is being put out there. And it'll also help you learn from a technical perspective as well. Another good place to learn and to engage is the VMware community forums. Now, these are kind of support forums for VMware products. So if you're really familiar with a VMware product and you feel that you can add some value there, highly recommend going on the VMware community forums, answer people's questions. If you don't know the answer to someone's question, it's a really good way of setting a little challenge to yourself to go and find out how to answer that person's question. And that way people will start to see that this person really understands the technology and they're really adding the value back into the community. Obviously, attending your local VMUG is a really good way, which you're doing today. So you're on a good path there already. If you can get to VMworld, whenever there's a real VMworld, I highly recommend that as well. Reading a lot of the technical blogs that are available out there. There's a website called the vLaunchpad, which you can see the link down here below. It has a list of the top 100 VMware related blogs that are available, and also has a link to all the VMware blogs as well. So definitely, if you're a keen reader, go onto those different sites, add them to your RSS feed or whatever you use to follow the blogs with. That's a great way of kind of starting to learn who the people are, what content is being created, and where the different content is going to be available for you to start to consume. So Lurk is step 1 of the 4 steps to awesomeness. So step 2 of the 4 steps to awesomeness is interact. So once you've kind of got an understanding of where all the content is, who are the people are that you want to follow on Twitter and in the community forums and elsewhere, start to interact with them. Ask questions. As I mentioned before, people know when people have a good knowledge if they're going to ask good questions. So if you're on Twitter and you see someone tweeting about a new blog post or some new technology that they're working with, feel free to reply to them and ask them questions about what they're doing and try to get some conversation going. It's always a good place to start, is just responding to what people are putting out there. Because if you're on Twitter and you're tweeting out and you don't really get a lot of response, it's actually quite downheartening. Even though you actually find that many people are reading your tweets, they are just reading them and then carrying on. So having a bit of interaction is a great way of interacting with your peers and helping to kind of get your name out there within the community. So when you're starting to interact with people, one of the things that you really should try and do is to try and figure out a way that you can stand out and be different from everyone else. Now, there's a lot of people within the VMware community and they're very similar to you. Now, what you need to try and do is be slightly different to make yourself more memorable. Now, for me, one of the things that I've done from very early stage is to use the color pink to make people more memorable, make myself more memorable, including this t-shirt. Now, this t-shirt was something that I made myself, as I mentioned before, when I got made redundant from my role back in the UK. I actually made this t-shirt and wore it to my second ever London VMUG. And the reason why I did it is because, one, I wanted to let people know that I was currently out of a job and that I was looking, so keep your ears open. 2, it was a great talking point. People would often come up to me and say, why are you wearing a t-shirt like this? Tell me more about it. And 3, it's pink. Like, people really see you come into the room. There's not a lot of people wearing pink in the IT community, right? So this is something that I used to try and stand out from the crowd. So whether that's you've got a purple hair or you wear clown shoes, it doesn't have to be like something about you, but just try and see if you can do something different to make yourself more memorable. It's definitely something that I've found to be very beneficial for myself, because people often refer to me as the guy in the pink t-shirt or the guy in the pink shirt. Now, it's been many years since I regularly wore pink, and even people now who I see at VMworld or at VMUGs who I haven't seen for many years often come up to me and say, hey Simon, why are you not wearing a pink shirt? So definitely try and do something or figure out a way to stand out from the crowd. I think it's very important. So step 3 of the 4 steps of awesomeness, and probably is the most important step, is contribute. Now, there are many, many ways that you can contribute back to the VMware community. Now, before you say it, yes, you do have something interesting to say. I know you probably think that you don't, but take Kanye West and Kim Kardashian, for example. Do they have anything interesting to say? Not really, but look how many people that follow them on Twitter and Instagram. You definitely have something more interesting to say than those two. So how can you contribute into the VMware community? So as I mentioned, Twitter is definitely the social media platform of choice. So just to recap, get on Twitter if you're not already on Twitter. Find some of the vExpert lists or the VMware community lists that are available. Follow the people on that list. Start to interact with them. If you see a post that's interesting or a tweet that has some interesting information on it, feel free to respond to them and ask them questions or retweet. Another way is to also use the VMware advocacy website, and I'll put a link just down below here. If you are a member of the advocacy website, there's a lot of really interesting VMware related articles that you can share to your social media platform. One recommendation is don't share everything. Definitely just share some of the subjects that you're interested in, or maybe some of the products that you're working with, and that will help you also learn as well. A lot of those interesting articles are very technical. Probably another good place to start would be blog posting. Now, you may not have a blog at the moment, but there's plenty of free platforms out there like Medium that you can use. There's WordPress.com, which you can sign up for a free blog site, or the way I started blogging was before I actually had a blog. I had something really interesting that I want to share. So what I did was I reached out to someone who was already a blogger within the VMware community, and I said to him, and we're still friends now, his name's Jason Bocky, I have this good blog post that I think is really interesting. Could I post it on your blog site? So I kind of was a bit of a kind of resident on his site, posting my information to him. And this was the way that I started off by blogging, by putting my content onto other platforms until I got my own website. And it doesn't have to be like a groundbreaking post or headline or winning. Just post about things that you're working on, for example, maybe at work, a project that you're on, or a technical issue that you found, and these are the steps that you took to overcome that problem. I guarantee you that someone will find a blog post that you write interesting at some point, and it may not be right now, but you'll find that maybe in 3 years' time, that blog post you wrote for this issue that you were having, someone else has hit that issue and they are thankful that you created that blog post. So it's definitely blogging is one place to start. How I started when I originally created my blog was I was studying for the VCP exam. I think it was like VCP version 4 back in the day. And I was trying to figure out ways that I could help myself remember all the content that I needed to learn for the exam. So one of the things I decided to do was to create a VCP practice exam. So what I would do was I would read through the VCP blueprint, look at the steps or the information that I needed to cover and understand, and I would write myself some questions that I could put down into like a quiz format. And then in the future, I could then go through these questions and try and remember what the answers are, and to help me remember some of the things that I needed to learn. Now, at this point, I hardly any experience with the VMware technologies. I was still learning to become a VCP. However, probably since I created that VCP 4 practice exam, and I've since created practice exams for version 5 and 6.5, which is available today, I've probably had over 100,000 people go through and take those practice exams. So you don't have to be a specialist, you don't have to be the smartest person in the world to create content that people can consume. You could just be learning a new technology, a new product that your company's just brought, and you could use like creating blog posts as a way that you remember how the product works. It's a great way of learning by writing things down. And often what I'll find is that I'll hit an issue in one of our production environments and I'll Google how to fix it, and I find out that actually I'd created a blog post on how to fix it because I'd hit it like 2 years earlier. It's always nice when you Google an issue and find out that actually you already hit it. For some reason you didn't remember, but you actually have a good article there that you can read and fix your issue. So definitely blog posting. And even if you're new to blog posting and it's not something you're that familiar with, just starting simple and just keep posting regularly, and your kind of posting skills and the way you write will also improve as well. And I found that really helped in writing like technical documentation in my roles as well. It really improved thanks to my blog posting. Present at a VMUG session or a VMworld session, the V Brown Bag sessions, which are online virtual sessions. Presenting is a great way of helping to get your name out there, helping people to remember you, which is what we were talking about throughout the session, is trying to get people to remember you. Now, for many of us in IT, I appreciate that presenting is not something that is often very comfortable for us. We are often introverts and necessarily would prefer to keep ourselves to ourselves rather than talking out in front of large crowds, myself included. Now, before I started working in IT, I was very shy. I had a fear of public speaking, to the point where, this is a true story, I was asked by an old friend of mine, can I be the best man at his wedding, his big day? And my response to him was, I would love to be, as long as I don't have to do the best man speech. That's how bad my fear of public speaking was. Now, I realized that that wasn't something that I could keep doing as part of or wanting to try and develop myself as an IT consultant, getting in front of customers all the time, hopefully presenting at VMworld at some point. That isn't something that I could just ignore. So one thing I did was I created this kind of like a little operation, I call it. Operation Pink Shirt is what it was called, going back to the whole pink thing. And it was to go from having a fear of public speaking to be able to speak at events like this, or events at a VMworld, or just feel confident in speaking in front of customers as a consultant. And this wasn't something that was very comfortable, not going to lie. But I got there, and here I am today talking to you guys about some of the ways that really improved my ability to get additional roles. And one of them is because I present regularly at VMUGs and at VMworld and at different events, people remember you from that. If you're presenting to 200 people in like a VMUG session or a VMworld session, that's 200 people that are probably going to remember you as a person and as your name. Whereas if you're not presenting and you're just putting blog posts out, you have to assume that hopefully people that are remembering your blog are remembering you rather than that blog post, which typically doesn't normally happen. So if you can, try and present. Now, I appreciate that's mostly out of our comfort zone, but one of the things I have learned, and I'm sure you've all heard this term before, is life begins outside of the comfort zone. And I have to say that as painful and as sad as that is, it actually is quite true. So there's plenty of ways that you can get involved to contribute back to the VMware community. So definitely get on Twitter, get out there tweeting, sharing content, thanking people for their content, getting discussions going. Start blogging if you want to. I'd highly recommend it, but it's not for everyone. And there's plenty of ways that you can start with that. And start contributing back to the VMUG and the VMworld community, and also try and do some vBrown bags as well. It's a great way of getting your confidence going and presenting to people, and people will start to remember you for contributing that information back. So step 3 of the 4 steps to awesomeness, definitely contribute. Step number 4 is what we call mentoring. Now, this isn't something that you have to worry about right now, but at some point in the future, you'll probably feel confident enough that you want to try and help others. Like similar to how I am today, I'm trying to put this webinar together to try and give you some of the information that I've received from the various people over the many years. You may feel that you want to do the same thing too. And by giving feedback to people and mentoring people, hopefully you'll be able to pay back in kind what you've received as part of the community. So not necessarily something you have to worry about at the moment, but often this happens organically anyway. As you grow with part of the community and your network expands, you'll just start to naturally give back to others. People will be joining the community, asking questions, and you'll be the one answering their questions, giving them advice, pointing to the blogs that they should be reading or the Twitter accounts they should be following, that kind of thing. So step 4 is mentoring. So as you can see, there are 4 very simple steps that can really help you start to harness this VMware community to further your career. Now, this isn't something that really has to be done urgently. It's something that will just happen naturally over time. But hopefully the information I'm giving you throughout this session will give you some starting points on where you can start this journey at your own pace. Now, over time, as you start to interact and contribute back, you'll start to get these relationships formed with other people within the VMware community. And it's those people that they're going to be the ones that are going to start to recommend you for roles or tell you about a role that maybe you would be really interested in that you want to apply for. So although at the moment it seems like a long way in the future until you can get to this point, you have to start somewhere, unfortunately. There's not sort of a magic switch where you can just turn on and everyone's suddenly recommending you for jobs because they've known you for 5 years and they've seen how hard you work and the content that you're creating. And sadly, it's going to take a little bit of time, but you're starting in the right place. You're here, you're trying to learn. You've just now got to take those steps that we've just gone through and get to the point where you have those relationships created. And it sounds like it takes a long time, but you can get it done pretty quick if you really just spend some time, be thoughtful, try and stand out, as I mentioned before, then hopefully you'll start to get those connections created and we can move forward. And maybe if you feel that it's not happening for you, feel free to ask people within the community for more advice. So I'm a part of the community, I'm trying to give you some advice. And many of the other people in the community will have differing advice to me and things that work for them. So maybe what I'm telling you today may not work for you, but there may be someone else out there that it didn't work for them as well that could give you different advice. So feel free to ask people for help. That's one of the things I really see a lot of within the VMware community. It's not all about technical. It's not all about how do you tweak this product to make this perform better. It's often about how do you help other people grow as people, as individuals, and help them see them succeed. So if you feel that maybe you didn't get enough information from this session, hopefully you get at least something. Feel free to ask other people as well, and ask for people's advice, and get as many people's advice as you can, and then try and figure out what's best for you. So it's not all about technical. It's a lot of the time it's about personal growth and how you can grow as a person and an individual, and hopefully that will help push you forward as well. Now, something else worth considering when you're kind of going through these stages of trying to help grow your network is planning ahead. Now, often when I am thinking about my career, I have a bit of a plan of maybe where I want to be in a year or so's time, or a company that I'd really be interested in working in. Now, unless you're really unfortunate, like myself 10 years ago, where you get made redundant and you're suddenly out there and you think, oh my God, I now need to get a job. What do I do? It's always best to try and find the next job whilst you're in a job. As even though that sounds quite a bad way of looking at it, but from a purely selfish perspective, that's probably the way you want to treat this. Now, think of it as maybe in a year's time, you want to work for a separate company. Think to yourself, okay, how can I get my foot in the door with that company? Do I have any connections? Do I know anyone that works at that company? If so, do they know anything about a role or a team that maybe I'd be interested in that do the things that I want to do? And start to try and understand how the company works. Which team maybe you would be interested for. Speak to the people that you maybe know that work there, or maybe they can introduce you to someone else that works there. I'm trying to get an understanding of the business that you want to join, and hopefully by the time maybe you're ready to move on from your current role to maybe this new company that you want to join, you'll have some good connections in there already. You'll understand what the business is like internally, and maybe you'll even have someone that you could personally refer you. So don't wait until that time when you're really suddenly fed up with your current role and you think to yourself, okay, I want to move somewhere else, because that then may take another good 6 months to a year to try and figure out where you want to go, what the role might be, trying to get connections into a company. Of course, you could always just apply for a job in a company and hopefully you'll be successful, but always try and plan ahead if you can with your career, not just about getting a job, but also promotions as well. If you want to get promoted in your job, typically what you'll do is you'll ask your manager, okay, what do I need to be able to get to the next step? What is expected from me? What do I need to show you? And you'll then hopefully do those steps and it'll get you that promotion. And it's the same for when you're looking for another job, maybe in a different company, is you need to think to yourself, what do I need to get to that company? What do I need to get a job in that company? What jobs are even available in that company? So plan ahead wherever you can. Don't wait till the last minute and suddenly think to yourself, I'm going to try and get a job here, because often it's then a long process to get to that where you want to be. Now, a good example of this is before I joined Atrium, I was really interested in joining a cloud company. I won't go into specifics. So what I did was I had a look on LinkedIn, and this is definitely where I recommend keeping your LinkedIn profile up to date and your connections up to date. And I found some people that worked for that company. So I messaged them and I said to them, hey, how's it going? Do you have some time to just talk about the company? I'm interested in maybe joining in the future. I want to understand a bit more about like the company itself. How do they treat you? What's the pay like, of course? That kind of thing. And once I'd have those conversations, I kind of had a good understanding of whether this is something I wanted to pursue or not. And if it was, I could then ask them, okay, which teams do you think my skills would suit? And hopefully then they'd give feedback. And sometimes they would put into touch with someone within that team who you could have a chat with and say, look, I'm interested at some point in joining this company. Can you talk to me about the roles that you have in your team? I know maybe you don't have anything right now. So trying to reach out and use the connections that you have created as part of the VMware community. This will then allow you to start to reach out to other companies, or even VMware itself. If you're interested in joining VMware, you'll know people within the company that you can ask questions, and they may be able to introduce you to someone within the area of the business that maybe you would want to work in, and who knows what would happen from there. So planning ahead is really a very important thing when it comes to trying to find the next job for you, or trying to find that promotion that you want to get. It's not something that's just going to suddenly happen unless you get very lucky and you're looking on the job sites and there's a job that you want, you hand your resume in and you happen to be that lucky person. Because often, even if you're the best candidate for that role, often it just doesn't work out that way because your resume maybe didn't shine as much as you would. You didn't lie like everyone else did, so your resume doesn't look so impressive even though you are very good at what you do. So planning ahead is probably one of the strongest things I could recommend as part of that. And it seems as though you're already starting to plan ahead anyway, because you're here listening to this session. So you're trying to think to yourself, well, okay, I want to further my career. Great. What can I do to start helping them with that? And here, so definitely this is the really good session for you to be a part of. So before I wrap up the session, let's just have a quick recap of some of the steps that I've gone over throughout this session. So getting the foot in the door, very important when it comes to finding that job that you want, getting your resume to the top of the pile, or having that personal recommendation. That will really be a strong benefit for you when you're applying for that job. Remember, you're trying to stand out, you're trying to be different from everyone else. Now, whether that's wearing pink or whether it's wearing clown shoes or having a purple beard, however it is, however you want to be different, and it doesn't have to be in physical appearance, try and be a little different, something that sets you out to be different and memorable. Ultimately, you're trying to be memorable, so maybe it shouldn't be stand out, it's like trying to be more memorable. However you want to do that, it's definitely something that's really recommended. Before you apply for a job, highly recommend Googling yourself. Make sure there's nothing out there on the internet that you don't want to be out there or want to be seen, because hiring managers, they will Google you and they will look at your LinkedIn profile. So Google yourself, make sure your LinkedIn profile is fully up to date, and use your LinkedIn profile to start your network of connections. And then we can start with the 4 steps of awesomeness. So lurking, what you're doing now, you're listening and you're learning and you're reading. Start to understand how the VMware community works, where the content is, how people communicate, how you can start to interact with people. Once you're comfortable, start to interact, respond to people's tweets, add content, answer people's questions on the VMware community forum, or join in podcasts, for example. Once you've started to interact, you'll start to gain more confidence, and it will start to give you the ability to contribute back to the community. Start to write blog posts, start to answer questions in the VMware community forum, start to do VMUG sessions. Anything that you do, feel that you can do to contribute back into the community is always going to be a bonus for you. And then once you feel comfortable, start to mentor others. As new people join the VMware community and they're kind of in the stage of where you are now, help them learn the things that you've learned as you've gone through this journey, because they're now going to be following your footsteps. Remember the things that really helped you going forward, and definitely try and help those others and mentor them through this stage themselves. So hopefully that's enough for you to get going. I'm sure you've still got plenty of questions. I'll be around for questions and answers at the end of this session. So please feel free to reach out to me and answer any questions. If you have any questions going forward, you can reach me on Twitter. It's probably the best way to get in touch with me, and you can ask me anything and I will definitely give you all the advice I can. And if I can't give you an answer, or I'm not even sure myself, I can probably point you into someone else that you'd really want to be connecting with as well. So with that, I wish you all the best of luck in your career and in your professional lives as well. And I hope this session was useful to you. And if it's not, please let me know, and I'll make sure that next time I present this session, I improve it for the people that are following. And again, that's all about giving people feedback and contributing back. So definitely let me know if there's ways that I can improve this session as well to help others in the future. So thank you and take care.
Cool. Well, so thank you, Simon. I think it goes without saying that given it's 5 a.m, I think where Simon is at the moment, that he's pretty unlikely to be here for Q&A right now, as he said in the video. But that was actually really interesting, and is well, maybe lazy. Yeah, as Simon said, right. So I mean, I first met Simon at the London VMUG a very long time ago, and he's gone on to do some really cool things since. So, but obviously Simon's not here, but if we've got any kind of Q&A, because there is obviously there are us that run the committee here, but looking around the list of attendees, there are also some people that are pretty prevalent in the community and out and about with VMware. So has anybody got any questions? That sounds like no. So have you got your mic up, Linda?
Not again, honestly. I think I know. I couldn't get my earbuds to work for one. Sorry. So what I was going to say is for people who are looking to do their first presentations with VMUG or to try and raise a profile. I mean, John's on here. He did last year's vFactor. It really is something that you can. It's a safe environment with us, right? It's all about us helping you to improve and to be more comfortable with presenting. And also the guys will go through content with you, not me, obviously not me. But I think it just really helps you get that foot on the ladder regarding presenting. And then you never know where those sessions will take you. I mean, Catherine, you were really nervous about doing your first ones for us. And now you're on a roll and you're doing those, at many of the VMUGs. So, and that's only this year. And then a VMworld session came into place. So I think it just shows that you take the chances that are offered to you, know that VMUG will support you, and then step forward from there. And I think you've put up your link, haven't you, Simon, regarding the call for papers?
Call for papers. Yeah, there's definitely that there. And I mean, I also put a link a bit further up the chat. I mean, I wrote a blog post a very long time ago, right? I mean, for anybody who's heard this before, I'll apologize, right? But my first presentation at the VMUG was with I think 2 ML110 desktop PCs on a very heavy trolley, right? So you don't have to have an environment with thousands of servers and the most amazing technology. I think what was interesting, or interested people about all those home lab sessions, was that it is essentially trying to do a lot with a little amount of kit, and those things generally you have to do a bit more. They're a little bit more ingenious sometimes in terms of the ways you maybe have to bodge some of those solutions. But those are the things that really I think people are quite interested in hearing about. I mean, whilst people who come and talk about super duper enterprise organizations are interesting. I mean, I work in an organization with hundreds of thousands of servers, but it's for me the sessions that are more interesting are people who come along and talk about the things they've had to do in those smaller environments. I think Jonathan, if he's still on, did a session at our vFactor event last year around actually what could be considered quite a small environment, but it was voice over IP. There are some interesting constraints in play with those sort of things. We also had someone come and talk about their home lab and how they were doing the whole end-to-end automation and juggling a baby, which I thought was pretty impressive, with a Raspberry Pi and all of the other tooling that was attached. So, I really would encourage you, even if you've just got the kind of nub of an idea, that call for papers is the kind of entry point to it, right? And we can take it from there. But I mean, if I were just going to do a rough show of hands, and I don't really know if this works with Zoom, but if we were to run vFactor again, which for anybody who hasn't seen it, was essentially our way of bribing people out of the darkness to come and talk. So we had some pretty cool prizes. We gave away iPads and MacBooks and all sorts of stuff in exchange for coming and doing what really was quite a short presentation. So 10-15 minutes. Are there people on the call on the meeting here would be interested in doing that if we were going to run it again in 2021? What year it was? Okay, cool. So someone in the chat, that's good. So yeah, we'd So we'll look into putting it on again. I think it was quite interesting. Certainly from my point of view, just seeing some of the cool stuff that people were doing. So. If you want to thank Simon Long, I put his Twitter handle in the chat in case you wanted to cut and paste it. He's probably still in bed, but I'm sure he'd like to wake up to some Twitter feedback about his session if you've got some. So I think that was quite cool. I think that's the first time as we've actually done a recorded session at VMUG. So that was worked surprisingly well. So if I were to look on the agenda, I think we're just running up against the lunch break now. So if you guys wanted to turn your cameras on, bring your sandwiches, let's hang around and have a chat.
I can't.
And just
I can only echo this same thing about the V factor.
Yeah.
If you look at the people on the screen right now, before everyone else just turned the cameras on, most of the people here that you can see either did a V factor or presented at a VMUG. Everyone should do it. Yes, it's terrifying, but
It
then
gets easier with practice.
it's a skill that, yeah, exactly. How to differentiate yourself from the crowd. You don't have to wear a pink shirt. You just have to be able to talk in front of people, because most other people will not. So you already put yourself way ahead of most other people. Everyone wants to do it, but it's whether you address that fear and actually do so, or whether you don't.
And I think it's a good way to almost force yourself into the discipline, because, to be honest, by the time you've committed to do it, by the time you've committed to doing something and coming and talking about it, there's a commitment there. It's something that's difficult to kick the can down the road about something that you want to do. I was definitely nervous. I've spent a long time as a consultant, but it's not. Public speaking was certainly not my main thing, right? I was a technical guy who just configured servers in the background and built Exchange servers back in the day, right? But it is something that's really useful to bring along. Dave, did you want to just mention Toastmasters? Because to me, I think Toastmasters is actually something that's quite interesting. Nothing to do with VMUG whatsoever, but I know Dave's involved with it.
Yeah, I have a habit of getting involved in things or looking at things to see how they are, and then end up, if I think they're fun and interesting, evangelizing them or helping out in them. Well, kind of like the thing we're doing right now, right? So, as I posted in the chat, I think they're very similar. They're massive organizations. I did write down how many people there were in Toastmasters. There are 360,000 Toastmasters around the world, apparently, as I learned on a training course last week. So yeah, it's all about teaching you to present at your own pace. So like VMUG is very community focused, and everybody in the VMUG community and in that room when you're presenting to your VMUG audience, everybody there wants you to succeed. Everybody there wants to hear what you've got to say. They don't want you to be standing there rabbit in the headlights or not being able to get your point across, because they're genuinely interested in how you dealt with the solution or how you implemented the product, those sort of things. So Toastmasters is similar to that. You're speaking in front of a group of people, but at your own pace. You may only do, the first time you say something, it's probably only going to be for 15 seconds, and anybody can say, hello, my name's Dave, I'm from Leicester. Thank you. That's it. There's your 15 seconds. That's all you've got to do. And then you can go on from there and contribute, because there are a bunch of roles you can fulfill. So all you might need to do is time people's presentations and then tell them if they ran to time. Toastmasters has a thing about doing lights, so your background changes to green, to amber, or to red. Then you go up afterwards, after a few people have done that, you write them down and you say, yeah, hey, Simon was 5 minutes, 10 seconds. That was just great. Linda went on for 10 minutes. That was a little bit over. Chris Bradshaw was 8 minutes. That was right in the middle, or so on and so on. So again, it's just getting you to speak with something everybody can do. You can just tell people how long they took to say something else. You're not actually presenting any content as such. And then before you know it, you find they're easing you into it. And then it's like, hey, would you like to do your first speech now? And they call that an icebreaker. And my icebreaker was about VMUG. It was VMUG for VMUGgles. Talk about VMUG for 7 minutes. Wasn't that difficult, because I love VMUG. I've learned a lot about VMUG. It's been a big part of my life and my career over the last decade or so, since I first turned up at London VMUG and hid at the back and didn't say anything. So talk about something you know very well. Telling people, because you're then the expert in the room. And that's the whole point, isn't it? Nobody else knew what VMUG was until I turned up in a VMUG shirt. VMUG? You spend 30 seconds explaining what the acronym means. You say a little bit about how you did something, how you joined something, how you grew. And the point there is that you're engaging people, and people like to go along with your story. Speaking is a lot about telling stories. Toastmasters teaches you how to do a load of those things. There are education paths and modules and things you can go through. So, and again, it's all about building up your confidence, helping you get comfortable with the situation, helping you talk in front of not massive crowds, small local groups. They're probably smaller. Realistically, they are smaller than a VMUG. So it's a good first step to dip your toe in the water. You don't have to do a Kev thing and suddenly find you're presenting for VMware on your first week in the job. That would absolutely terrify me. That might be your thing though. You might never want to do it until you make yourself do it. But Toastmasters is definitely beneficial. It definitely helps. It's helped me. I'm on a Toastmasters call again this evening after this. So I have to do a VMUG board of directors call, and I have to do Toastmasters today. So it's busy. But that's part of the enjoyment. And now in the lockdown world, you can join Toastmasters groups all over the world. You can find a time that's right for you. You can find a group that's right for you. Some groups have done it all online and won't ever go back to face-to-face. Obviously, a lot of the groups were initially face-to-face, and now they've had to transition into this environment. So yes, it's more Zoom calls. But again, that helps. You can present in Zoom first, and then I would recommend you going back to face-to-face. That would be the best way to do it, because that's facing that fear and facing that presenting in public that most people are terrified with. So it's been good fun for me. I'm just reading from Who Books a Meeting Over Lunch. There are Toastmasters groups that meet at lunchtime. They do an hour. So if you can book a meeting for an hour, you can book a Toastmasters meeting for an hour. You could go and join a club that runs at the right time for you. There's clubs that meet in London at 6 a.m. I don't necessarily recommend that. I'm not a morning person at the best of times. If I presented something before about midday, it would probably be a grunt, let alone a fully featured presentation that had effective content. But you know, horses for courses, they're out there. And it's all staffed and all run with and by people like us and people who want you to succeed. And they've all gone through the same programs and the same development that you have or that you're facing when you join that. And they understand very well how you feel, because they felt and probably do still feel the same way.
Yeah,
so
I think
as other people said, it's still terrifying.
So it's toastmasters.org.uk. I think I was just having a quick look.
Yeah, I don't know actually.
There's a couple of others that seem to be squatting on the other domains, but it seems to be all UK.
But yeah, it's Toastmasters International. There's the logo with a globe and Toastmasters International across the middle of it if you're looking for it. But yeah, I can't speak highly enough of it. There is a fee. It does cost you a bit to join a club, because when they're doing it online, less so, but when they're doing it face to face, they've got to hire things the same as we do. They're not sponsored by anybody, so you would have to pitch in a little bit and fund some of those meeting costs yourself. But you know, I think 60 odd quid for 6 months is generally the sort of level you're at. And as I say, you can go to as many Toastmasters meetings as you like. You could do 10 a day if you could find that many clubs to join or pitch in with.
I just want to add to that I started public speaking about 5 to 6 years ago, and I remember my first presentation giving me like sleepless nights for at least 2 to 3 weeks, and what I did wrong, I guess, in the beginning is just, sure, I prepared something, but I kind of didn't really create my story and didn't really prepare it that well that the presentation from my point of view wasn't wasn't entirely rehearsed. And what I do now, completely different, is back then I presented probably a single topic every month and changed topics, and it was fun, but it's hard to prepare something really, really well. So what I do now differently is I select a topic at the beginning of the year, or the end of the year, and start by completely writing down my presentation, word for word. And after that is done, I'll start preparing my slides and adding my slides to the part of the presentation where they belong. So you can like work on finding the right slides. If you want to have help with that, I can highly recommend these two books. This is Resonate, and this is Slideology. This book is all about storylines and how to write a story. And this book is about finding and creating the right slide deck that's part of the presentation. These have dramatically improved my my stories, I would say. And keep to a single story for I would say at least a month. Sorry, half a year or maybe longer even, because you'll get to really know your presentation slide for slide, and it makes you feel confident. And I don't know, it made me, from my opinion, a better presenter. And I always still feel a bit tense before going on stage or the virtual stage. But I have some tricks, and I just fully focus for the last 5 minutes before the presentation starts. Make sure that both my demos are like recorded up front as well. I do live demos. I even got kind of banned for a single year in VMworld because of live demos. But now I always bring my recorded ones as well. And yeah, I think one of the most important things is to enjoy presenting, because it's seriously a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think one of the things that have changed in the recent situation is that many people actually get the buzz out of the audience that they have in front of them and are able to present for that reason. But a lot of people don't feel comfortable with that, especially when starting. So I think this situation that we are currently in actually makes it easier for some people who want to start, but aren't quite ready for a live audience, or live in the sense of being in the room. So you can always start with these sort of V factor, starting it now. I think will help in that way as well, that many people who are currently at not that stage, it's their first time, can get this platform where, again, it's a safe environment and can start presenting in that way. And then slowly, once they develop that confidence, obviously then, because remembering a script, for example, for myself, someone like myself, is very difficult. Especially at certain times of day, I can't actually make up a sentence properly. But for people like me, it's a quite easy thing to do when you're sitting in front of a computer, and then you have some notes that you can look at as well, and then present. And then with time, as you develop that confidence, then whenever the live opportunity comes about, you'll be ready to do that. And I think that's quite useful as well in this situation.
Yeah, and don't forget to practice with your spouse or your pets, or whatever object you can find, because it does help to actually present in front of something and stand up while doing it, because I like to talk with my hands and do a lot of stuff with my hands while talking, which can distract, but and tape yourself, like record the presentation. Just take like a GoPro or your phone even, or something else, and record it. And although it might sound or it's hard to hear yourself after the presentation, you do learn from it, because you will notice things about yourself presenting that that you might annoy, and want to improve, and it really helps to watch those recordings.
I can't echo that enough. That's like world champion of public speaking training level stuff right there. Watch yourself. Go through the agony of watching yourself.
Yeah.
You are your own worst critic.
Yeah. Well, and honestly, I like at a certain part, like 2 years ago, I started enjoying watching myself presenting, because I like to learn a lot, and the constant task of improving everything, it's where for me the challenge is, and where my comfort zone ends, and it's a great way of learning. So yeah.
I can only I can only really resonate what the guys have already said. You know, my first thing was, many people who do know me there, I was the quiet guy, sat at the back of the room, wouldn't even probably say boo to a ghost. I would run in the opposite direction. Did my first V Factor, and it just grew from there. Even some of the people here today, we now have a podcast. And once I got confident past podcast, I did some more talks. And as all these guys have said, I've now grown into a V expert. I'm a leader, and you know, you weirdly get that buzz. And there's books. You get involved in some really, really cool projects. But yeah, I can just say to anyone, just do it. You will get palpitations, you'll have sleepless nights, but when you kind of finish it, you get a absolutely wicked buzz. And especially when you read some of the comments from the people in the community, it's just so powerful. You know, there's times now when I stand up and see people and they come up to you afterwards and kind of thank you for that little bit of inspiration. And I can say, go do it, you know. And as people said, watching yourself back, it's cringeworthy. But when I watched one of my presentations back, which was at VMworld in the US, it made me think, wow, I couldn't have done that 3 years ago. And I got the opportunity to do it. And I'm so glad I've done it. And I can just say to anyone, just try it, go for it, and don't look back.
You know, the comment was made that, you know, you yourself are the biggest critic of yourself. I think if you want a bit harder of a challenge, show it to your kids. I can tell you, they'll be a bigger critic than you are of yourself.
Oh, agreed.
Arthur, are your kids a huge critic of you, are they?
They are, yes. I mean, I've made some improvement due to their brutal critique, yes. I mean, the one thing that you can count off is that they'll be very honest. And if they are teenagers, brutally honest. So, nice. Yeah, definitely a good tip there.
Looking forward to that.
I think also Simon Long made a point that most of us in this tech game are all introverts, so don't use that as an excuse not to. There's some great speakers out there like Rebecca Fitzhugh as Greg Ferrer, who say, no, they're introvert. But the difference is an extrovert and an introvert is you can just be an extrovert for a shorter length of time, and they use that to their advantage. So don't allow being an introvert to get in the way of presenting. I dipped my toes in the water last year, and yeah, hopefully I'll do it again.
I think most people realize that, you know, there's this terror about getting up on stage and saying what you have to say, but it's not anywhere near as bad as you think it's going to be.
Oh, gosh,
so,
no.
It's just getting through it.
And as others said, people, the hardest thing to get over, but once you realize it, is people have come in that room to watch what you've got to say. Once that penny drops and you really realize the people in this room, especially when, as I said, go back to the one at VMworld, you know, there were people even stood around the booth that I was talking at, and it made me suddenly realize, no, these people have chosen to be here. You know, they've got all these other sessions, but they've chosen to be here. So, you know, take advantage of that, you know. And Simon said, you know, try and be memorable in some way, because that will go somewhere in the future.
Yeah, it's like with this whole pandemic situation, I've seen a lot of people I know, and they've just put themselves out there a lot. And actually, I've known a few that have actually, you know, been made redundant, and because of what they've been doing in the community, have been able to find new roles very quickly as well, like a bit what Simon was saying. So it's something to think about as well. You know, you're not just for your own personal development and growing yourself, but also, you know, about your professional development.
I think one of the things that Dave was saying was very, very true, that if you talk about something, and a lot of confidence about speaking comes from the fact that if you know that subject that you're talking about well, and if your presentation or your first presentation, if it's the first, is about that particular subject, then not only makes things a lot easier, but also people then might already know you to be the expert of that particular thing. and that automatically gains or starts off you off with a lot of credibility on that topic. So if there is some topic like that, then that should really be the first topic that you talk about, and that makes the whole thing a lot easier.
That's a good point. I spend all week giving workshops, but at least this time you get to choose what you talk about. It's something that you have something interesting.
Well, I work for ITQ consultancy in the Netherlands, and we have a lot of well, we do a lot for the community. We share a lot of knowledge, and always, or a lot of the times, get the question from colleagues who want to be more active in the community. I don't have a topic, but I guess all topics you could think of are interesting for the community. Easy things like deployment or parts of the deployment, or tasks you come across on a daily basis, and you want to automate, or you just want to explain how you fix something, or but also the topics that Simon mentioned. How do you honestly, my best read blog post is not about VDI. So I'm the VDI and hopefully nowadays AI guy, and I like to blog a lot and present about that. But my best blog post was honestly just a port list on vRealize operations ports of an early version. It wasn't documented yet. I just created a table on my blog with the accompanied ports, and that was it. And apparently it's a great read. So and blogging, starting to blog could be quite easy. Like, go to WordPress, open up a site, and just write something that you came across, instead of documenting it on your local wiki page. Just put it on your blog. It's fun.
I think one other good way of actually finding such things to blog about is that when you look at Twitter as one of the tools, or those support forums, and you may know a lot about that particular thing or question that people are asking. And if you write a blog about that, that not only helps people, but also create the topics that you sometimes struggle to think about. But like we say that no questions are dumb in that sense. So no blog post is unimportant for that same reason. If it's a question that someone has asked and it comes to your mind, then it has to be something that other people are also thinking about.
What was that, Sam? Sorry, I missed that, Sam.
Yeah.
I can't see it.
Someone wrote a book, this book. Someone did write it.
Did they?
Yeah, I mean, it's about something that for some reason is now becoming in vogue again.
Which book was that?
Yeah, if you really, really want to go push yourselves, get involved in writing a book. Isn't that right, Mr. McGowan?
Yeah. So, Simon, are we going to see another edition of this thing?
No. Well, there may be, but it won't be me writing it. A book about the product they discontinued the use case for the day it was published. The way I like to think of it.
You can get it ghost written. It's fine. Just get it ghost written.
But you've surely heard "Long Live VCD."
Yeah. No
Making
comment.
a comeback. Making a comeback. Oh, well, you can always trust, again, the community. You can always trust your friends to bring up the things that you want to forget.
Yeah, the trouble is, I still work on extensive cloud projects, but none of them use that technology. That's the problem. So it's a bit difficult to, it's okay when you're working on it, because I mean, when I wrote the book, I was working with it every day. I was deploying it at a service provider, so that was doable. But if you're not working with it every day, particularly for a product that complicated, it's just, and to be honest, it takes so long. My honest experience with that is it takes so long to go through the publishing cycle, as well as have young children, a day job and a life and everything else. By the time it gets released, it's almost out of date. That book, I think I started out on VCD 1, then 1.5, and it ultimately ended up being published on 5 dot something, I think, which just shows you how, you know, how difficult you get kind of halfway through writing it, and then you see the new version, then you're like, oh crap, that's completely changed, and then you have to rewrite so much stuff. It was very tricky. Good experience, but very tricky. So I think these days it's better, I think, for those things where they're published in small and often, which, to be honest, I think blog posts actually work really well for, as opposed to a kind of end-to-end tome of everything.
It's a lot easier to have it up to date as well, isn't it?
Mm.
And to do addendums and things to them. Could be worse, could write a book. Yeah, Tim, they get updated every be out of date by the end of the day, Tim, wouldn't it? Good stuff. So what time are we back on sessions then, Simon, Mr. Agenda Man? I'm sure I should know.
I'm looking. So I think we've got Chris on at 2 o'clock is the intention. Patrick, I assume Chris knows he's coming.
He's probably rolling out of bed right now because it's like, what? It's like 7 a.m. or something, 7:30 or something now. I don't know. He should be up, but I will message him and say, make sure you're on. But he knows too. He's a pro. He's fine.
Yeah, no worries. That's cool. So I'm just going to inhale my sandwich here. So I've got a work call I've got to drop off for just before 3, but I'll be back just before 4. But, you know, between the 4 of us or 5 of us, I'm sure we can crack on.
We can manage it all, indeed. Do a bit of chat amongst yourselves, and more book title sharing by the looks of it, or bookcase sharing from what's been going on in the chat.
I was more interested in the Lego. Now, I'm pretty sure I saw someone with the big Millennium Falcon.
Oh no, that's the little one.
Oh, you just hold it too close to the camera.
No, there was someone earlier who had the big one. Let me have a look, see who was it.
I haven't got the Lego one. I've still got the original one from when I was 5. That's it.
It's worth like £9 million now, is it?
The old power toy.
No,
Yeah.
not the way I treated it. No, maybe £9.
The whole 50p side of it.
Yeah, we were just having a joke earlier of how much more productive I can be on conference calls when I've got Lego to hand.
That's actually a thing apparently with Ed Sheeran when he records his records. Apparently he's like got super low attention span, so they give him Lego to do while he's in his conference meetings and stuff like that.
You are child to play with. Sorry, adult with short attention span.
Not comparing you to Ed Sheeran, don't worry, Si.
I'm not sure how to take that. I'll think about it.
I think you wouldn't mind his salary though.
I wouldn't. There's one for you, Patrick. Look, see.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. I saw a meme today of those Ghana pallbearers in Ferrari outfits.
Yeah, I think this car probably performs better than the actual one now.
Well, the rule with Ferraris is you're not supposed to crash into each other.
Which they do, because the rule, right?
But there we go anyway. Oh. A very casual office today. I'm currently sat on the floor. Yeah. Anyway.
Has anybody actually had to go back to the office yet?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, but we don't have any like strict lockdown anymore. So
the steal office supplies.
Kind of, honestly, yes. Well, not office supplies, but I had some hardware still running in the office, and I needed to have it here because I'm more or less more in my home office.
I was talking to somebody the other day who'd broken their Skype headset, and they ordered a new one through their company's kind of online ordering portal, but the only place it would deliver it is to their head office. You couldn't get them to deliver it to home. Literally
in New York, right?
Well, no, luckily, I think he lived up north, but the office was in London, so he literally had to travel to. He said it was cheaper in the end just to buy one off Amazon than it was to use the official company one.
It would
Even
probably
with the
be
prices of Amazon, right?
Probably would have been easier to get a taxi to take it up to him than him to come down. Who knows?
Oh, there you go. Extroverts back in. I think VMware Staines is going to, they're doing a survey at the moment about whether people would go back in. The plan's going to be like a 25% occupancy at any one time, and you have to book yourself in across a number of floors.
So without saying a buzzword here, but I know that that's something that Microsoft do quite a lot. They do like a certain, you have to be in the head your regional office a certain amount of days per month. I think it's like 2. So it's
as
like
part of the new stuff now, Patrick.
I heard it because my brother works for them, but his contract is that he has to go in. I think it's 2 or 3 days a month. But they've ended up shelving that one for the minute. But before even the lockdown started, they were doing that. So you don't actually need to go in unless you actually need to go in, or just make an excuse to go in.
Yeah, I think we'll all be working from home for a little while longer.
Yeah, at Rackspace for the rest of the year, we are working from home. Basically, that's the guidance. Like 99.8% of our workforce is at home, apart from the data center people, of course. So that's the current guidance. It can change, obviously, but that's the current state.
I think the thing is, most IT people, we're pretty much already, I guess, because of what we do, we've always really been able to do our job remotely or from home. Unless it involves visiting customers, but even that, we're kind of used to doing that remotely quite often anyway. But yeah, it's a bit more of a shock for other people who realise it actually works.
Yeah,
I think that's it.
Or that you can actually work. Now they're all having to do it. But they realise that those IT boys or girls weren't necessarily skiving off or in the pub. They actually were being moderately productive. It's funny how people's perceptions change when they're forced to adopt something.
I think we're still getting past the bottleneck of actually being able to get hardware now, though, because it's like when this thing happened, it was almost impossible to get hardware. It took me like a month to get a new printer.
Still can't. I still can't get one. But
difficult.
I do think a lot of that is you've got the extremes, haven't you? Like really cheap or an office type one that you can get, and ones in between you just can't find anything.
Yeah, and buying a cheap printer is just not worth it.
What's the point?
I despair, particularly members of my family who've bought cheap printers over the years, and then are surprised that they don't work after the first ink cartridge is finished.
But that's the point. When the ink cartridge runs out, you buy another cheap printer.
Yeah,
exactly, because the ink cartridges cost as much as the printer in the first place. That's the other thing. Even the copies.
The printer is like a device to put emails on physical stuff, right?
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
He's like, what is this
exist.
dated tech you will speak of?
The thing is with printers, it's like it literally is like it's going to get to the point now where they're going to make it so you can't do your own refilling on the cartridges or anything like that anymore. It's just not going to be worth it.
I think they're there, aren't they? Don't they? HP printers have like special codes that you can't buy third-party ones.
Yeah. Well, they've got the subscription model now, which they tried to flock to me when I bought this new one, and I looked at it and I was like, they're charging you per page instead. So you get your ink for free and you pay per page. And I looked and went, this doesn't look right. It's ridiculous. Like 5p a page or something.
Yeah. I found out why we go through some. I mean, we've got quite an expensive office type HP printer that I bought years ago, but it does duplex, color, the whole shebang. But I suddenly noticed I was having to start replacing all the color cartridges in it because it's a laser. And then you go and see what the kids have printed out. Literally, they're printing like full page color bleeds of things. And I just find them everywhere around the house. So they print them out, and go, oh yeah,
that's just cost me how much? And it's the banners and everything else. Exactly that. That's the only thing I print or need to print is stuff for the kids. And if we had one, God knows what they would waste it on. So it's almost better not to have it. But schools, until they can get a bit more online savvy, without having to sign these forms and take them in.
Just integrate a dot matrix for the kids. That's what you want.
Kids' teachers are the worst thing. You print out their homework, and it's the same thing though. They've emailed them like a full color page bleed thing that you need to print out to do like sums. Yeah, and if you're not paying attention, you print it. And don't set it black and white. You're off. So have you any of you like had children doing online classes via Zoom or anything like that? Just out of interest.
Googling and Teams. Google Classroom and Teams.
I've been fortunate. Our kids had full-blown Zoom lessons, and it's interesting. But it's also, I don't know about anybody else. When anyone has online training, you can know sometimes if you're engaged or not engaged, you can easily switch off. I'm seeing that particularly with the kids, especially in school lessons, because obviously if they're in a lesson, they're attentive and etc. But if they've got a particular subject that they're not so strong on, or they're not so engaged, it's really easy for them to be distracted. So
yeah, I've found it a little bit frustrating. I mean, certainly with our children and all my friends, they've all of their schools haven't done any kind of online Zoom lesson or anything like that. I mean, they basically say we've been backwards and forwards with them several times about this, and they say they can't do it because of safeguarding requirements, and which I kind of get, but then I don't understand how other schools are doing it, because I know other people who are getting full-on Zoom lessons, for example. And to be honest, I think even ours, I think it's too late now, but it would have been useful if they had even just an hour a day, so there's like a common touch point between all the kids. Because I think certainly our children have said the same. It's all they've got now is all the rubbish bits of school, which is the work, and none of the fun bit, which is interacting with their friends, other than the bits that my wife and I have been able to arrange for them with their friends. Interesting. We'll all be back for virtual school in September, no doubt. Let's see how that works.
We've had
Have you tried to have more than like 2, say, 7-year-olds on a Zoom call?
Well, I think with them,
they don't get it. They just talk over each other.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
It's bad enough with adults.
What? Hey, what?
Yeah, my daughter had a Zoom party for her birthday, so there was 7 11-year-olds on a Zoom call, and we shut her away and just let them at it, and you could just hear oh my god, the noise of it. She didn't do anymore after that, but it's they're getting used to it. They're using it now. They're getting much better at it. Although, like you say, with the whole distraction piece, by the time they're waiting for 20 kids to have had their say, talking to the teacher or whatever they're doing, their catch-up call once a week, she's like, oh, walk around the house. I'm like, oh, you on your call? Yeah, I am, but other people are talking. She's not even interested in what the others have got to say. Waiting for her turn to say that she's okay and what she's done that week. But I have to say, I need to get them back. My boy's been told they're going back, and they've just got to be extremely hygienic. Unlucky they can't do the distancing that's required. So they're going to focus on the hygiene instead.
And boys.
I know, a 14-year-old boy as well. So yeah, ain't happening. It's going to be interesting.
Spray them with antiseptic as they're going to school. They
just got to go through a sheep dip when they arrive. Yeah.
Just walk through that mist and on the way out again. Do something, but it's how it's going to be, I guess.
Yep, that idea of having the virtual retreat island, where we could all just go live off.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
That was the way, isn't it? Just get Richard Branson's island or something and get everyone out there.
Yeah, mistake. But the Netherlands is all back up, isn't it? I don't know if Niels is still there, but Johan, the Netherlands is all back up and open and running. Have they
kind of, yeah, kind of. I think lockdown is gone everywhere. It's still mandatory to keep distance, but as far I know,
in public places and
yeah, that's all open again. Things like festivals are still prohibited, and I don't think. Well, I think the 1st of September, even that would be slowly opening up again.
You bothering with masks?
Just in public transport.
Okay.
But and that's basically it. But we have a rather small office, and not really prepared for the social distancing. So I guess that office is still going to be a challenge for the next coming months. And I think the whole idea is to stop wearing masks and social distancing at the 1st of January if everything goes well. But we'll see how that will.
We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah.
Because Sweden were doing really well, weren't they? And now they've ended up having loads of cases. But they were very much, who was it? The guy in Belarus. Your man's like, there's no such thing. Go in a hot tub, drink vodka, you'll all be fine. But I haven't heard anything about the number of cases. I need to research it, see the number of cases they've had. But apparently that's how the Russians are getting to the beach. They're coming through Belarus, coming cross country to get to the beaches because they can't get flights out of Russia to the holiday destinations they want to get to.
Go in the hot tub and drink vodka. I think all that does is makes you forget that you had it.
They all just completely comatose through the whole thing and come out the other side, hopefully.
I saw a friend of mine saying earlier that he's had loads of sales calls and emails recently because he runs his own company from companies touting branded face masks. So they'll put your company name on the face.
It's something for marketing, yeah. Please.
I saw that company. They'll print the bottom half of your face on the mask.
Yeah.
I thought that was genius. Maskception.
You see that coming towards you, it'll be horrendous.
Yeah, VMUG branded masks. You see, we missed out on a trick.
Indeed. Oh, mind you, there's no merch. There's can't do anything at the moment. I don't think it's all shut off. Especially within VMware, it's all shut off. No merchandise at all.
Yeah, so what's going to happen at VMworld with the swag? There'll be no swag.
There'll be no swag.
Nobody's going to have any clothes to wear next year.
Know. They were talking about it on a call yesterday, and I was going to speak up and say, but I don't know what my VMuggers are going to do because they won't have a fresh set of clothes for next year.
I'll have run out of socks by then. I mean, God. The rate our washing machine eats socks, I'm pretty sure it will do.
I think we need to do some sort of open air field beer festival for it or something. That's the only way.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Have it on a big screen.
Have it on the big screen, indeed.
I don't get the virtual chocolate factory tour. Does anyone understand who came up with that? There's a package for sponsors or something, and it's you get like a virtual tour of a chocolate factory for like an extra $1,000 or something.
What?
And I'm like, I don't understand.
You need to do a care pack, surely, to go with that, and then you can sample them as you go around.
It would have been like
with the same background that Amit had earlier.
Yeah, like this is this chocolate. Now open up window 1 in your chocolate calendar or something. Don't quite understand.
Make it interactive.
That would be quite good, actually, wouldn't it? There we go. If that's for the next VMUG, you need like a door number 1, door number 2, and halfway through you got to open it up and see what you get.
Yeah, but we'd have to make sure it's, as Gareth found out, we have to make sure it's better timed because otherwise it's all pillaged by the time we actually get to the date you need it.
Yeah. Don't know how you manage that. Maybe put a combination lock on it and only give out the combination.
That's a really good idea. There'll be people who just sit there trying to break it, though.
Yeah, you're all engineers. You're just going to get hacksaw on it instantly, aren't you?
You get on with the coding. Get some coding that you have to get into it.
I left mine in the nondescript looking cardboard box so the kids didn't see it, so it was all right.
Oh no, mine came. Yeah. What's this? My
shaking it.
Oh my God! Do not open any of the tins. Robbie, are you actually around at the moment?
I'm lurking here quietly, listening to the conversation.
I was just going to ask you about the code groups that you were talking about before. Which might be a good time to mention that there's certain things like that exist outside of obviously what we're doing here with VMUG.
Oh, the VMware code type stuff, you mean?
Yeah. as we were talking safe breakers and getting into such things, I thought, oh, code.
I like the leap.
Do you like it? It's a leap, the chasm. It's
An interesting segue. Yeah.
Safe code. I see it.
Purchase order out. I was just.
I get why we don't let you near a compiler.
Right.
She was thinking of safe word, right, Dango?
Yeah, whole different thing.
Whoa! Stop that right now. Anyway, VMware code stuff, Robbie.
Yeah. So it's a big community around taking advantage of sort of the whole VMware sort of product stack and actually doing things with the APIs, writing code around it, making some of the stuff do things it's not supposed to do. And to, I think it was Matthew's point earlier today, we were talking about connecting it to other things like Terraform and Packer and obviously all the fun and games with Kubernetes and containers. So it's more of it's not a developer community. It's more sort of IT professionals and people that are addicted to buying Raspberry Pis getting together and doing interesting things. And sometimes those interesting things are VMware related and VMware technology related. So most of the activity is on their Slack channels. And then there's the VMworld dedicated VMware code breakout sessions, which has been growing and growing over the last couple of years. To the point now where actually at AWS Summit, we had a VMware code area. So it's very different to your traditional developer engagement and the building products and iterating quickly. It's more a community of getting started, doing things, trying things out, and having support from that community around doing whatever it is you're trying to do. Whether it's Simon trying to resurrect VCD and write another book, or someone trying to do something useful with things. It's a great community. It's just I'd like to try and do this. Oh, have you seen this? Have you seen that? There's a level of magpieing, exciting, shiny, people running off and doing things, but you get a lot of the discovery through seeing that. You don't necessarily need to do the magpieing. You can sit back and watch a small army of people run off and cut themselves on the sharp edges before you embark on a learning path. So it's quite cool. I think it'd be great to get some of the VMware code folks on VMUG and get a little bit of sort of cross-pollination going. I know some of the regular VMUG attendees do pop up on code and ask things and ask difficult questions. But it'd be good to get maybe a more focused session. Just cross-pollinate a little bit more.
What do we think to that? Just generally, while we've got people here, we're trying to look at what we can do for future sessions, what's going to be of interest, where are you finding it's all taking you? Is something like that going to be of interest, or is it completely out of scope on what you guys are up to? Okay, so you say yes, yes, and more yes.
I think it's interesting.
There we go. We got a volunteer.
Yeah, no, I was just having a look through. Actually, it's quite interesting. There are, how they kind of run traditionally? Is it kind of online? What format is it? Because I can see some kind of YouTube type.
It's a bit of everything, right? It's obviously they've got the GitHub repo with a lot going on. I tend to pop on the Slack channels, but there's a whole bunch of YouTube videos that people record and post things, presentations, some of the internal VMware sessions we could just externalize. So there's a whole group of hackers out there that want to share what they're doing, and they're not doing it in a silo, but we could be more connected.
There you go. Okay, thanks for the useful links, everybody.
It sounds like Sam's volunteering to do a lot of stuff.
Oh,
well done, Sam.
Look at you, Sam. Hey. Sam's obviously got one of his 4 kids is kicking off big style and can't come off mute.
No, I just wasn't going to dignify it with response.
Yeah, I was just looking at the site there. I mean, there's actually some quite interesting stuff there. I mean, if you think back to what Matt was talking about this morning, even if you wanted to get into doing the proper infra as code stuff, there's some quite good stuff there, but even just about the fundamentals.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of the people that join in from the VMware side are, they are sort of, VMware engineers and product managers and people that we don't normally have customer facing participate with the code stuff a little bit more. So it's fun, it's interesting, it's all good learning, really.
That's what it's all about.
Exactly. Thanks, Rob. We didn't mean to put you on the spot there, but I just thought it'd be a good time to mention it ahead of later on, just trying to branch everything out a bit more and find out what else we should be looking at.
Put me on the spot is what you do, Linda. It's
just what I do. Just to make sure you're still here listening.
I'm going to go back to my sandwich now.
Oh, thank you.
So he's not on video, stuffing his face with a sandwich.
Go crazy with the old sandwich filling conversation. No, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, how many of us do you reckon have filled out since this lockdown? I reckon that definitely.
Oh, hang on, something's kicking off downstairs. I'm just going to go on mute. There's a child being told off for something.
Just go in force.
Sorry, what was that you said, Linda, before about my children kicking off?
Not my kids kicking off. It's the other half.
Yeah, I think I have, because I basically get into my chair about 8, half 8, and then leave at 7, and that seems to be the distance I move, is probably here to here.
Yeah, it's been weird because it's like the lockdown coincided with me demolishing my office to be rebuilt, so I haven't had an office because all of the builders just went away. So I literally have had no office. Yeah. So I've just been pottering around the house finding corners to work from.
Yeah, I do feel sorry for actually. There's a couple of people up our road that they just started extensions just before all this kicked off, and they got to the point where they built the shell and they knocked through, and then that was it. And so for 4 months they've been living with presumably plywood walls and all kinds of horrendousness.
Yeah, now you can't get the building materials because they're all out of stock because no one's been, it's all been bought up.
Yeah,
like there's no plaster for the next, I think it's 4 months in the UK.
Really?
Yeah, it's plaster shortage. Everyone's going to be wood paneling their places. Make sure Chris Colotti is actually awake.
Yeah, otherwise you might have to speak really slowly about cohesity.
Oh, I can cobble together a demo if needs be, but I'm sure he'll turn up. That's they do give me the easy demos to do when I'm contracting.
I see the Millennium Falcon's back. So Tim, that's yours. I like it. If you're talking to me, you're on mute. But I like your Millennium Falcon either way.
Oh,
yeah, I accidentally bought that a couple of years ago. After missing out on the original.
It's on my list, right? But I was just on the cusp, but then they brought the new Lamborghini out this month, and I don't know. So
do you have a room for your Lego?
It's kind of my office and my Lego, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got Slave 1 downstairs as well to build.
Oh wow! Is this what you tell your other half? I accidentally bought this.
She helped me. she
I just won them at VMUG. Isn't that the line? I won it at the VMUG.
Yeah, I won it. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that one when I bought the Bugatti, and I'm not allowed now to buy any more Lego for the foreseeable future.
My wife wanted to come to the next VMUG to get some of the loot.
It's when you say you bought a Bugatti and she's like, "Oh, a Lego one," you're like, "No." I got my dog arriving here now. There you go. This is what I bought this lockdown. This lump here.
Is he made out of Lego?
Should be.
Does he eat Lego?
No, eats a lot of food. A lot. Anyway, don't chew the power cable. Anyway.
All right, so I think Tim wins the award for having best Lego in his office.
Yeah. Who comes second then?
What have I got? What about this? I've got a big crane.
Yep. Got one of them.
I've got a bus.
I've got several Lego shaped holes in the bottom of my feet.
It is actually true. They said that stepping on a Lego is like akin to childbirth, apparently.
I've got a Lego bus too.
Oh, yeah, but mine's like from my childhood. This is a 50-year-old Lego bus.
Oh, okay.
I have Wally.
Wow. It's got It's got roof tiles on the roof. It's got windows in the for windows. It's proper. These are house windows. And this
Now,
is
Andy, if you had the box, that would probably be worth more than your house.
I've got the manual.
I can go and get you a 50-year-old Lego bus.
So only a bit of Lego in the house, but yeah.
Can't move for Lego in our house. It's all mine.
I've got a whole room that's written off to Lego. I can't get in there because you can't see the floor anymore.
I would like to do the big Millennium Falcon. It is on the list, but because there's no Lego in the house apart from that, because that's the biggest kit, isn't it? Just get get Star Wars fix and get the.
That's not the big. I don't think it's the biggest because I've got the big the Super Star Destroyer. That's bigger than the Millennium Falcon, or longer anyway.
Millennium
Longer,
Falcon's
I think.
got more pieces.
Yeah, 7,500 pieces.
The Star Destroyer is physically the longest.
Yeah, I've got nowhere to put it. Although I did, so it's still unbuilt. I bought it at the Lego factory years and years ago, but I've seen someone recently who mounted it because I haven't got any shelves big enough for it. But I saw someone who'd mounted it vertically on a wall.
Oh wow! Yeah,
that's pretty
It
cool.
looked awesome, but you're going to have to build some proper supports into that because if that falls on the floor, I would be very upset.
My stepdaughter's collecting all the Harry Potter Lego stuff.
What you want to do is you want to just forget them and keep them in the box and just stack them. Don't build them. This is what my brother does. He's got like a bunch of the Jurassic Park ones and the Back to the Future one and stuff like that, and he just keeps them in the boxes because they appreciate loads.
Yeah.
I know people that buy 2 of each set and then after a few years sell one of them for double the price, therefore effectively making it free.
I may have done that a little bit.
Is that how you justify it to the other half? Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah, something like
It's
that.
an investment. I'm thinking
I
of
mean,
us.
but you're right though. It does go up. I mean, I've got the first Technics F1 car. I mean,
Well, that would be cool.
That's worth quite a lot now, actually.
I think the only one I have still is from like the 90s. I have like the Pirate Bay or whatever. Lego Pirate Bay. I've got that, but I think I kept the box and I took it, put it together, and put it all apart again and put it back.
Yeah, the Pirate stuff's worth quite a lot actually, because I think they discontinued the Pirates, didn't they? Or they're about to reintroduce it, but the original ones are probably worth stuff.
Yeah.
So what he means is sell it right now.
No.
To me,
because they're reintroducing it this evening.
Sell it at car boot sale rate. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. I can do a great deal on VMUG sponsorship, Patrick. I don't mind taking Lego.
Well, it's always a great deal, isn't it? Get to talk to all you guys.
That's true.
And girls. Sorry, that was not me. Not being very inclusive of me. You meant to substitute guys with folks nowadays.
Folks, yes.
I need to be more progressive.
Hi, see Chris.
He is. He messaged me saying I'm coming on. So you know, asking he shall appear.
Patrick, Catherine's on the phone to a lawyer right now, so you're in deep trouble.
Ask and you shall receive.
She can join the queue.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, the man is here.
Going.
How's it going? Not bad.
Oh, Simon, I haven't seen you in forever.
I know, it's been a while, hasn't it?
I'm so upset. I was so excited to come to London, and then
Yeah, doing it over Zoom isn't quite the same, is it?
No, but I just wanted to see all you guys. Actually, the funny thing is I've never actually been to London in all my travels, so not for anything other than passing through an airport. So I was looking forward to Patrick was going to show me around, so I don't know if that was going to be a good or a bad thing.
I hope you bought your spare liver.
I live in Tennessee. We drink a lot of whiskey.
Yeah, that's all right. Chris can outdrink me. It's fine.
I gotta find this presentation now.
Good stuff.
It's all right. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah, no kidding. I know. I literally like jumped out of the shower and finished my workout.
It's fine. We were just having a Lego competition, so unless you've got Lego, you're not in.
I don't have as many as most people. Actually, the last Lego set that we built, Julie built it. It was the Disney castle, the big Disney castle.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
Nice.
Yeah, she built like 90% of it. I got bored one day and did like one bag, and she yelled at me for doing it. So. She's in the room. That's why she's on the other side of the room. That's why I'm kind of joking around. But no, and then the place I buy the cases from, the plexi cases actually come from the UK. They're like the best ones that I've found.
Oh, really? Chris,
Yeah,
you're going to have to send me a link. I was looking because I need one. So we've got the Death Star. I've had to stop halfway because it's too big now to go in the cabinet I was intending on putting it in.
I will when I'm done the session, I'll look up the email. I actually cost me a little bit more to ship it, but they ship them really well. They pack them really well, and there's like threaded screws to put the whole sides together and everything. It's really well done.
Is it Wicked Brick?
It's not Wicked Brick. I found that one, and there's a different one. Hold on, I might just find it right now. Good old Gmail. I got 2 minutes. It wasn't that one. It was.
Yeah, I use Pure Display for the architecture stuff. I think they do all of them.
Yeah, I'll dig it up though. I'll know it when I find it. But I'll send it. I'll either send it to Patrick or Simon or something.
We'll hold
that's it.
VMUG for Lego. It's fine.
iDisplayit.co.uk. That's where I buy them from.
All right, I'll have some of that.
I'll just put it in the chat so everybody has it. Told you I'd find it quick. Yeah, they're really well done. The way they're assembled, and they leave just enough room like all the way around. They can get different color bases and stuff. So yeah, I don't even want to know how much the Millennium Falcon one costs.
Too much, probably.
I'm still.
I've seen pictures of Falcons falling off stands, and it's not pretty.
No, well, who was it? Jeremiah Dooley moved, and his got destroyed when he moved houses. So.
Have you seen the slow? Someone did like a slow-mo video of the Superstar Destroyer being dropped. It just makes you cry when you look at it.
Oh, that's
the
awesome.
Hours.
Oh, they actually have one for all the 3 helmets. See, I screwed up. I didn't buy the helmets. All stuff's out of stock now too. Like we wanted to actually try to find the Hogwarts castle next for Julie, but they're just everything's not being produced. It's weird.
Oh, that's good. That's cheaper. Even the Death Star one's cheaper than the last one I found. It's really good.
And that's what I found. The only thing that made it more expensive for me to ship it to the US DHL was like $30 or $35 extra to ship it. But honestly, it's worth it. I have one for the LEM, the NASA LEM, one for Julie's castle. The castle one's big. Like I had to assemble it on the floor, and it stands like 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
29 inches tall or something.
Ooh.
All right. Now we're at the top of the hour. So nope, that is not PowerPoint. You gonna am I just sharing, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Over to you to drive. So thanks very much for joining us, Chris. If not in person, but virtually.
Whiteboard, no. I'm looking for share PowerPoint. Let me know if you guys can see which viewer you're getting. Hopefully the slide view.
Yeah, we got slide view.
Right, cool. Let me move your videos over here in the chat window. All right, so this is actually a presentation that Mike Letchin and I usually do. We've done this a couple times, and it's a different spin on a Cohesity presentation because there's really very little about Cohesity. We get into it at the end, but the premise for this is really around ransomware. So, and how Cohesity can really be your first, last, and only line of defense, primarily against those attacks and how we can recover from them. So we usually present this in a Men in Black format, so it's really tough over Zoom. But you'll get a little bit of that as we go through it. So Patrick obviously has been helping us out. You guys know that. So I stuck his name on here instead of Michael. So he will be Agent P for the next 45 minutes. I will be known as Agent C for the next 45 minutes. And we're going to walk through some various statistics around ransomware that, and more importantly, we're going to hit a couple of scenarios that are real that we dug up from a couple different reports, and then actually a pre-customer of Cohesity who has a very interesting story. And when I usually look around the room and see everybody's faces when I get to some of the highlights, they're just the heads hit the desk. So since 2018, the average ransomware attack has increased sixfold. And it's roughly about $41,000 US worth of damages for an average payment. And that's for the people who decide to pay. That is going to continue to increase as we go through 2020. We actually are trying to figure out where we can get some additional statistics for this. But annually, it adds up to about $6 trillion for the global economy's projected costs into 2021, which means it's basically doubled since 2015. What's not new to any of us is ransomware. We all know it's out there. What we start to find is how many people are actually paying it and how many people aren't paying it, and what happens when they do pay it, and how they have to deal with it after they've paid with it or paid for it, and some of the nuances that go into it. So annually, the estimated cost impact is about $11.5 billion. So the payouts are adding up to about 6 trillion, but the cost to the companies is almost $12 billion, because just because you paid the ransom, which is say, $30,000 or $70,000, that doesn't account for the damages done over the days or weeks or months to recover from it. So this is the business losses that we're starting to see. This was back from a 2017 report. So we're going to get this one updated. So 170, and this is, I don't think this is specific to the US. Actually, it may or may not be. I have to check with Mike, but on this particular stat, it was 170 government systems since 2019 or since 2013 have been hit by ransomware. Most recently, there was one in Florida. There was one in Virginia near me. We're starting to see these more and more. We actually just saw the Twitter attack yesterday. I don't know that that was actually a ransomware attack so much as a make money attack randomly. And there was 22 of these just in the first half of last year against government systems. So it's funny that we had this slide built before there was a global pandemic, but this really is, in a sense, a global epidemic. It's not isolated to the US, right? All countries around the world are getting hit. We can see that, the top ones are the US, India, Brazil, Korea, and Egypt. It starts to get smaller as you go around other places of the world, but it's not just hitting us. It's not just hitting you guys. It's acting like a actual pandemic. So a business, this in 2019, the stat was a business would fall victim to a ransomware attack every 11 seconds. So in the time it's even taken me to get to this slide, we can calculate how many businesses have fallen victim to it. It's estimated that would have been 14 seconds by last year and down to 11 seconds by 2021. So we're halfway through 2020, and it's probably getting closer to that. From an industry perspective, no industry seems to be immune, right? I mean, technology is the highest percentage. Consumer and manufacturing are the second highest because they have the most tolerance for paying for payment, if that makes sense. But the percentage of attacks per day, it doesn't discriminate, right? It hits everybody. It's really scary when you look at where healthcare falls. Healthcare systems are over 5% of the attacks, and when those happen, think about it now. And actually, I think we saw some increases in the US as the COVID pandemic started to ramp up and hospitals got busier. The ransomware attacks increased at an exponential rate while the hospitals were filling up. It creates a perfect storm. So we actually did a survey. I didn't do the live survey for this one, only because it gets a little bit tricky. So we took some stats from the last survey that we did. And we can, you guys can chime in or put in the chat some of your answers to these similar questions. But we asked a group of people, has their company actually been impacted by ransomware? So at the time we took this, which was about 3 months ago, 65-ish% had not, but over 30% already had been attacked. And this was a live survey at Gartner IOCS with 75 respondents. So if we were to do this, if we were to actually have Gartner IOCS this year in Vegas and we re-asked this, we would be able to compare the results. And I bet this would start to flip. So we all know how these things get in, right? And a lot of times we're doing these for business users who are still trying to figure out, how they got attacked. But it's almost always through a user's action or an exploit of a vulnerability, right? There's almost no other way that this stuff gets into the environment. It's almost 90% of the time human error. You know, we know that we on this call do a lot to protect ourselves and our homes and our businesses, but the average company really is very lackadaisical about some of this stuff. So this is actually an example of an email that we found that was a phishing attack. And this is pretty common, right? But again, when we're talking to ourselves, you know, the tech community, we're really smart about looking at this stuff. We're going to notice that Doug Williams's email address at t-online.de probably isn't the domain that Sterling Savings Bank would use. So we pause. But there's a lot of people, how many of us have older parents or aging parents that would see an email like this and click the link because they don't know how to investigate the email or understand that it's a phishing attack. We all know it starts as some kind of urgency, you know, your car insurance is running out or, you know, your bank account's been compromised. But this is where the mistake is usually made, and we all know that. So this was the next survey question we asked, and this one is always interesting because this is pretty high. 80% of 76 people we asked had a friend that mentioned that their Facebook was hacked, or, you know, you get those random pokes or messages. I'm not on Facebook anymore. It's been like 2.5 years, so I don't have this problem. But, you know, this is seemingly more and more common on the social media platforms as well. We just saw this with Twitter yesterday. So this was one from back earlier in the Facebook days, because you can tell by the UI, but this was an attack that was embedded in an image, in an SVG image in social messages. Some of you may actually remember this, that if you tried to open the message, it would actually parse your credentials and find out a whole bunch of stuff about your Facebook Messenger account. It was pretty creative because people send photos all the time. So it wasn't hard to just hack somebody's account or send these photos around and see that everybody was spreading it. Ads, as we know, if I could see everybody's hands, if I asked how many people that's on this call run Pi-hole or NextDNS or something of this group, I'm guessing it's pretty high, because we hate advertising and we hate malvertising and we hate all this stuff that, you know, that jumps up on our screens. We all see this on Twitter. We run those kinds of things, but they're more than just annoying, right? Because a lot of malvertising is an ad site that then gets taken over with a malicious banner that redirects everything to the user. So the ad looks legit. It looks like a Google ad, but on the back end, it's not. So those of us that are running utilities to kind of prevent this stuff, you know, we don't see this as much, but not a lot of companies run those things. This is always a great question. So what year was the first ransomware attack? Most people think that we surveyed that it was around 2001. This one was cool because it kind of runs the gamut. Interestingly enough, it was 1989 was logged as the first ransomware attack ever on record. So it was a AIDS researcher who was distributing floppy disks and trying to collect data via questionnaire. And what would happen was you would run the questionnaire, it would install, you'd load the floppy disk, run the questionnaire to install the ransomware on the machine. It wouldn't kick in until 90 reboots. And back in 1989, 90 reboots was like 3 days. So once it did, it would prompt for a payment of $189 one time or a $378 software lease. And we actually dug up the example from, you know, the the Interverse of what that email or what that message actually looked like. So this was probably the first one that is on record as being an official ransomware attack, because it locked the machine and it asked for money. So we've all seen, you know, images like this where this is what, you know, the ransomware looks like when it kicks in. You know, there's a Bitcoin acceptance, there's a check payment, you can decrypt. They all look very. This was the WannaCry decryptor, but they're really not high tech, right? I mean, they do their job, they're very functional, but this is what locks your entire system and sends the organizations into a tizzy. Now, the interesting thing is, a lot of people think that, you know, they'll get this message that says they've been locked, or, you know, this looks like an official U.S. Department of Justice FBI logo on a screen capture that, you know, showed up to pay a fine. Now, if we really wanted to, we could find the real Justice Department logo and do a better job, or we could replace that with pretty much any U.S. government department logo we choose to fool people into thinking, that we're real. And ultimately, it could be the men in black who are asking for money, for all they know. So these things are just so creatively done that the average users just don't know any difference. And you have to dig to understand the differences between the logos. They're very subtle nuances. If you actually get raided by the FBI, that's what it looks like. It doesn't look like a screensaver or a message on your screen. There's going to be guys that show up with boxes, firearms, and really interestingly, this guy at least has a bottle of water to stay hydrated. So that's kind of cool. But they're not gonna, they're gonna beat down your door. They're not gonna send you a message about owing them money, right? So let's talk a little bit about this example that Cohesity had, and this was pre-customer, before they became a Cohesity customer. So obviously names have been scrubbed and anything that identifies who they were. But when I walk through this, the interesting parts about this are really how it went down. And I really want to focus on those parts of it. So with this customer, it all started with an email, right? So it came into the organization, end user, typical, didn't read the email, opened it, downloaded the malicious attachment, and it started to work its way through the network. So it auto installed. And what this one actually did is it took its time. So in our next survey question, we asked, how long do most people think ransomware incubates? This one drives me crazy when I see the results. So almost 50% of people thought it would incubate for 6 months. Now, I don't know about you, but if I'm asking for money and I'm wanting ransom, I'm not going to wait 6 months for you to pay me. I'm going to want that thing to run for a couple of weeks and then, kick off so that I can get at least paid or at least try to present the code to you to send me money. Probably more in the wake of a couple weeks to max a month is, I think, what most of us are seeing in the industry. But the 6 month answer was really odd, especially at IOC, especially at a Gartner conference. So this particular one took about 2 weeks. And what it actually did was it worked its way through the network until it found every Windows server that it could locate. And it kept searching and kept running and comparing results. What they ended up finding out was if they were adding servers, if they were deploying virtual machines, it would find that one and add it, and it would find another one and add it. So as it went along, it was very patient. This particular one was very patient till it hit an algorithm that told itself, hey, we've got 90x% of all the machines out there. Just go ahead and start encrypting. So about a week and a half later, 400 Windows servers had all of their hard drives encrypted overnight. So imagine the pager duties, the alerts, all of the things that started happening at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning for all the sysadmins, because this was instant. This was search, pull the trigger. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, everything's down. So we always ask this question, and this is actually a pretty good percentage of answers, being a data protection company, that over 50% of the 76 respondents actually run a dedicated appliance. The interesting part is over 30% still run Windows machines for their backup application. So their actual service application for backup and recovery is running on a Windows machine. Well, guess what? That's what this customer was doing. So as part of those 400 servers that were all encrypted, all of their backup copies were encrypted and all of their access to their backup systems were encrypted. So we'll get to what they had to do to recover, but they couldn't actually recover from backup. It was impossible because those systems were infected along with everything else. So at 8 o'clock in the morning, employees start to come into work, and we're kind of giving you a timeline, right? So 1 week install, 1 to 2 weeks install, encrypts overnight, employees walk in a couple hours later and nothing works. Phone systems don't work. Badge access doesn't work. You name it, the system was down, right? Help desk phone calls started flooding into the sysadmins, which who already knew, everybody in IT already knew 2 hours before everybody showed up to work that there was a problem, but they couldn't reach every employee to tell them, just don't come to work. So as people started flooding into work, they had to start, explaining what was going on. And ultimately, their data was held for ransom, right? They finally got the ransomware message or figured out what was going on. Now, here's where it gets interesting. So we asked everybody at the Gartner conference, do the attendee or do they know somebody at the company who has a Bitcoin account? Surprisingly, only just about 56% of the people responding had access to a Bitcoin account. Over 40% of them did not. Well, this customer did not have a Bitcoin account, and according to them, didn't have an employee who had a Bitcoin account. So the ransom was $70,000 for this customer. Drop in the bucket. Everything went through legal, finance. They tried to restore stuff, ultimately determined they couldn't restore because the backups were encrypted. They said, fine, we'll pay it. It's a drop in the bucket to pay the $70,000. However, without a Bitcoin account, they had no way to pay it. So this is where I cringe and the hair's actually standing up on my arms. They called one of the people in IT, said, I got a buddy who's got a Bitcoin account. And they said, great, call him. Ask him if we can wire him the 70 grand so that he can pay our ransom. That's what they did. They sent a $70,000 wire transfer to a non-employee and their Bitcoin account to pay, along with all of the information around the ransom, hoping that he would just pay the ransom and not run away with the money. I can't even imagine the legal ramifications to this. But what this starts to expose is, in a pressure situation, when you are under the gun and you are really trying to fix something, you make bad decisions because you're not thinking clearly. You're trying to get the company back online. You've got the CEO, the VP, everybody breathing down your neck. In hindsight, they said this was probably the first mistake they made, because they could have just opened a Coinbase account. They could have logged in, created a Coinbase account, but they chose to just send the money to a stranger, which makes no sense to me. Okay, so they pay the ransom. So they get 400 keys back unmarked. So a text file containing 400 keys with no correlation to what server goes to what key. So we asked the folks at Gartner last year again, what was your company's tolerance for payment? And unfortunately, we put the joke answer in there, which everybody chose. But realistically, we've talked to customers at trade shows as well as some of you folks may have, and we're seeing it's definitely, in that triple digits. It's in that 100K range. I was actually surprised that 10% of 75 people, which is 5 or 6 people, would actually pay up to $1 million. They feel it's that important to just start getting their data back. So back to this customer. So they received these 400 unmarked keys. So all of us here sitting, imagining, looking at a text file and looking at all of our coworkers going, okay, you start at that end on the top of the rack, and I'll start at that end on the bottom of the rack, and we'll meet in the middle and figure out which keys go where. It was a trial and error process. So go to the first server, plug in the first key. Nope, plug in the second key. Nope, plug in the third key. When you find the key, you yell bingo and cross it off the list and mark and match it to the server and move on to the next one. This process took a long time to complete. As they were working through this, Windows machines started crashing upon decryption with a 50% drive error, 50% full drive error. Come to find out, the encryption process encrypted the drive, but the decryption process made a copy of the data and then decrypted it. So any machines that were already over 50% full, when they hit the decrypt button or they found the right key, instantly crashed. So they had to stop the entire process, tell everybody to wait, take every single machine, run a report that was over 50%, expand the drives on them first, then restart the process so that they wouldn't hit this problem going forward. They basically expanded everything that was already 50% full so they wouldn't hit the problem, but it put another monkey wrench into the system. So they started shuffling data around. Luckily, most of the stuff was virtual machines, so it was easy to do, but it was time consuming and they had to wait until this actually finished. This is where it actually is not bad. This entire process with all of this headache and heartache and disaster was 3 days of outage, only 3 days. So you say only 3 days, they did a lot of work. I mean, 400 keys, crashing servers, all of this stuff, 3-day outage, and they actually then let employees come back to work. They sent everybody home. That was the amazing thing, was they said, just go home. We don't even want to deal with you. We'll call you when it's fixed. So ultimately, going back to that, cost to the business, their 3-day losses added up to $12 million on a $70,000 ransom. So it was really $12 million and $70,000, but it did a lot of things. One, they lost revenue, they lost employee productivity, obviously, but they missed actual contractual SLAs. They were a supply operation, so they lost contracts. They had to pay out on SLAs on contracts. They lost reputation, but the biggest thing it did was it exposed the company and the team's lack of preparation and tools, because having the Windows machines get hit, not having a way to actually recover from backup or go anywhere, right? They literally had no choices. So this was a really horrible situation, but I actually still say 3 days was a pretty good recovery time. So about half the people we asked how prepared or confident they think they were in their team. Only about 29% of people fell right there in the middle. Very few had a high confidence. I mean, you're talking over only 6%. So everyone was kind of hedging their bet. I think most people we asked this question to said, well, I'm not highly confident. I'm not unconfident, but I'm just not sure. Right. So it kind of speaks to what the situation is. So let's talk a little bit as well about another one called NotPetya, which some of you guys may have heard about, which really caused some global economic disruption. So this was identified back in 2017 by the U.S. State Department, and was actually a sanctioned attack by Russia on the Ukraine. You can actually go look this stuff up. But what it was it attacked a software product called ME-Docs Accounting, which is a very old software product. But surprisingly enough, a lot of Ukraine government systems ran this software. And the initial attack was just targeted towards the Ukraine. But as we know, once you write a piece of software that attacks something, that software can run in multiple places. The NSA, the US NSA actually developed a patch for it back in March 2017. But these were all unpatched systems. And what it did was it actually used Mimikatz to find the credentials in the system memory and then use those to lock the system. So the Ukrainian impact alone was about 400,000 customers, 90% of their domestic companies. But here's the interesting part. Look at the list of systems that went offline. The very first one concerns me. Chernobyl's Nuclear Radiation Monitoring Center. Not a good thing. The international airport. The second largest bank, railways, like all this stuff got hit. They were all running this crappy old accounting software. That was just within the Ukraine. The global impact hit companies that were running that software in those areas was Maersk, FedEx, Merck, Nabisco, Cadbury. All of these different companies got affected. So the U.S. White House estimated at the time it was over $10 billion worth of global economic impact from this one little piece of accounting software that got attacked. So let's talk about Maersk first. So most of you folks may know who Maersk is, right? They're one of the largest shipping lines in the U.S. They're based out of Copenhagen, 80,000 plus employees, 800 vessels, huge operation, right? Massive operation. But they handle about 1/5 of the world's shipping capacity. Their IT head is in Maidenhead, UK, where it was about 4,000 servers and 45,000 PCs at the time. The interesting thing about them was they had ME-Docs installed on one single system. Of all of these systems, it was installed on one in Odessa, Ukraine. They had a 20% reduction in operations globally just by that one system getting hit. And 17 out of their 76 ports were impacted, including Elizabeth, New Jersey, Spain. They couldn't do new bookings. They couldn't do new container tracking. So 4,000 servers, one had this software that got hit. So what did they do for their recovery? They actually called Deloitte and they handed Deloitte a blank check and said, fix it. They dispatched 200 Deloitte employees. There was 400 Maersk employees. Most of the backups of the servers were between 3 and 7 days old because, back then most customers are running a daily, a weekly, a monthly, right? So where was the point in time that they could actually recover from that was decent? And more importantly, every single Windows domain controller was wiped simultaneously. Not locked, not blocked, wiped completely, clean, reformatted. Except one. And that one was located in Ghana. So 7,000 kilometers away from their main facility. So they actually had to take the drive out because what happened was that machine had a power outage at the exact same time that all the other domain controllers went down. but they had no way to transport the drive. They had to pull the drive out, put it in someone's hands, drive them all the way to where they could get on a plane and fly that hard drive back up to the United Kingdom. So after about 3 days, they began to open ports. It was about 10 to 14 days before the staff got systems returned to them. Huge global disruption, right? But this is nothing but dumb luck that that one machine, was kept alive because of a power outage. So now that we've heard, a little bit of, and I love reading some of these stories. Actually, when you dig into some of these, not just the newsreel reports, but actually hear the stories from customers like that first one, it's pretty interesting when you just feel the pain that they've gone through. So what we start to talk about now is a concept that we talked about a long time ago in the security space. We called it defense in depth. Well, that really applies today. And you'd be surprised when we talk to CIOs and customers at the business level that they forgot that we ever had this, right? But we put a different spin on it. We put the defense in depth in the layers of protection against ransomware. First is training, right? Social engineering. If you haven't seen the movie The Great Hack, or between the UK Brexit elections and the US elections, social engineering is the easiest way to attack any enterprise. Doesn't matter. It's just the simplest, right? You get people to believe something is real and they click on it and they share it. And next thing you know, it's all gone to hell in a handbasket. So it's training. We do this at home, right? Some of you folks know my wife, Julie, she runs her own business. I have to make sure that she's educated on, hey, these are our vendors. These are the emails that are real. If something looks suspicious, just yell across the room and have me look at it, right? It's about identifying those things that don't look right. The next thing is protecting at the edge. We mentioned something like Pi-hole, NextDNS. I've written a couple blog posts about NextDNS, which is a hosted Pi-hole environment. Cohesity runs OpenDNS or Umbrella, anything like that at the edge that if they do happen to click that link, it gets blocked or prevented before actually attempting to get to the site. It's killed before they ever get there, right? So that's the next stage or layer that we see. The unsung hero of client antivirus. This is something that I think we're also used to using, but between browser plugins and Windows Defender and all the things that need to be kept up to date, how many people actually pay attention to it right now? They're probably more worried about other areas. OS patches. All right. So how many times do we on this call always tell people patch your shit? I mean, it's that simple. If you're not doing it, you're just leaving yourself open to something. And you can quote me on that on Twitter. That's fine. It's okay. I don't want to offend anybody, but it's the simplest way to alleviate a lot of the problems and where the attack surfaces happen. We all know that. Lastly is backups, right? Your traditional file backups in extreme disasters can be slow, but you can still recover if you're running systems that will allow you to recover that didn't get affected by that system. And more importantly, the recovery. So we'll talk a little bit about, these two steps for Cohesity. So in a real world disaster, right? If training fails and it fails at the edge and client fails and your OS patches aren't being done, and the only thing you're left with is a system that you want to try to do backup and recovery from, then what do? Who can help? And that's where Cohesity becomes your first, last, and only line of defense against the scum of the universe known as ransomware. So for those folks who don't know anything about Cohesity, I'll take the next 5 minutes or so just to kind of give you the high level. So one of the things that makes us different and unique is we have a reduced attack surface. So on our platform, we're able to consolidate the backups of file and objects. We do all the deduplication. We manage everything globally in a single UI, but everything within the file system itself is immutable. The next thing is to assess your security posture. So we actually have a function within our security dashboard in Helios that will actually alert you with discrepancies in the data. So for example, if you're running a backup job every hour, and it chugs along every hour, and there's incremental changes in the data and incremental changes. And all of a sudden, boom, we run a backup and we can't read the data because it's encrypted. So just a little history, what we do on a virtual machine is we open the VMDK and we index it. So if all of a sudden we're indexing, and the next run we can't index because everything's encrypted, we're going to throw an alert for that because we're going to basically tell you that, hey, everything was fine on the last 25 backup runs, but this 26th run, we can't do anything. So we're going to send an alert on that. It allows customers to instantly recover the workload back to the target location, a new location, but we give insight against the backup copy, right? We aren't looking at the production copy. So, we aren't the first line, which is why we say we're the sort of the last line, because you're looking at your backups. I just mentioned this, but the immutable file system, multi-factor authentication, worm capability, that's all built into the platform. We've now got SSO as well, so that customers can actually do single sign-on. It's very, very locked down, both from a file system perspective and the platform itself. The anomaly detection, I actually jumped ahead, but this is the central dashboard for anomalies, where you can see here, we'll show that there's an anomaly occurrence, and we'll actually tell you the last clean snapshot that you can instantly roll back to. So if you see one of these and it's normal spike, and then all of a sudden there's, spikes by it continues on, we can show you in the timeline where to roll back to. And we'll actually you can one click and restore from this dashboard to that recovery point. So how do we actually respond to an attack through our instant mass restore function? So this is just a quick graphical representation of how we do backups on the platform, and then how we actually restore. So when we do a backup, the very first backup, we call it backup 0. First virtual machine gets captured, backed up, full copy, right? So we put the full copy on our file system on the data platform. When we run the incremental, the first thing we do is we run a zero-cost clone of that first backup. We take the incremental, we apply that incremental to that zero-cost clone. What that means is we have fully hydrated images on the platform. So backup 0 is fully hydrated. Technically, backup 1 is also fully hydrated. So we don't have to restore backup 0 and then apply backup 1 during the recovery process. It's already been done. This actually builds a catalog of images, because we rinse and repeat this. So we take another zero-cost clone, we run the next incremental, we apply that, and now in our catalog, we've actually got 3 images. This catalog can be used for any number of things. You can use it to recover. You can also use it to deploy this particular virtual machine at any given point in time for test and development, or for other purposes. It's a true catalog that can be deployed back into the virtual center environment, either for recovery or other uses or other use cases. When we do an instant recovery, we can take any number of virtual machines. We've done this. We've got demo videos in the hundreds. We've done it at VMworld with 60 at a time. There's really no theoretical limit, but we can do an instant recovery back to the platform, where we actually will mount the data on our platform and present it back to Virtual Center and start running the virtual machines off of the Cohesity data platform until we storage vMotion them over as part of the end of the process to their original storage rate. There's actually some videos of this that I can make sure we get sent out afterwards. We're working on a couple of new ones too. So in theory, this is upwards of 1,000 virtual machines in some cases. So just to review quickly, since this is a 45-minute presentation, I can take some questions, and if we have some time, I could show one of those instant recoveries. But it's predictable recovery, right? It starts with the reduced attack service on a single global platform we can manage through our Helios application. It's our vulnerability scanning with applications like CyberScan. There's our immutable file system and worm capabilities. There's our ability to detect ransomware attacks. So if something actually looks off or doesn't, there's that anomaly detection within there. And then finally, it's our ability to respond very, very quickly through instant mass restore. And when we do that at scale, every virtual machine is back online within about less than a minute. It's back and available and you can interact with it as a user. So it's very, very fast the way we do the process. So I will pause there because that's the end of the slide deck. I'm not looking, Patrick, at the chat window because it's not showing up with the split screen, but is there any questions currently in the chat window that I need to address?
No.
No.
Don't see any.
No, it was that good. Wait, hold on. I'm looking right now. None. Anybody have any questions, or I can jump over to
How does this handle SQL clusters? Through very thorough explanation.
Handle which clusters?
SQL clusters, SQL clusters.
SQL clusters. Oh, so yeah, so SQL, we actually do SQL in a couple different ways. So let me actually, where is my Cohesity one? We only talk about VMware as a single target, but we do support all different targets, and that's kind of why I wanted to jump over into the UI here real quick, because SQL is handled very similarly. So we back up the databases and the data tables within each database. You can do those separately. You can do the underlying OS so that you could restore the SQL server with its services and then the databases separately. So you actually have the option on how you want to do SQL, but the number of sources that we have, actually, let me switch over to dark mode. It's a little bit easier to see. But when we do a protection job or we look at our list of sources, SQL is absolutely one of the sources. So these are all the kinds of sources that we can register. So we have storage array integration, we have direct NAS integration, we can back up Active Directory. We do integrate directly with Nimble and
Yeah,
Pure
Chris,
on this.
your desktop's not showing.
Oh, it's not? Why is it not showing?
Your desktop.
It says it's showing.
Yeah.
Oh, resume share. Oh,
I don't know.
see
I
that.
just.
There we go.
Yeah.
Is it showing now? Oh, wait, hold on. It's showing the, oh, stop that. It's not showing the, blah, 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 blah. It was only set up to show the, what do you call it? PowerPoint. There you go. I had to change it. That's a new feature, the Zoom. It's a feature, not a bug. So going back to what I was just saying, these are all of our sources. So SQL clusters are part of that, as well as individual SQL servers. We've actually got a bunch of SQL servers being backed up, but you can protect the databases separate from the SQL's underlying OS itself. And then we break these down. So, instead of listing everything, we go to hypervisor first, and under hypervisor is Virtual Center or vCloud Director. We've got actually very tight integration with vCloud Director. Individual hosts. The interesting thing is no matter what sources you have registered, so I could take a backup from one virtual center. And if I have a second virtual center registered as the source in the same cluster, I can actually restore the backups from virtual center A to virtual center B because they're both registered sources within the environment. So SQL clusters are covered. We've actually got the Imanis acquisition that we did for NoSQL and Hadoop and those types of databases. There's some new stuff coming out in 6.5.1 that they'll actually be fully integrated into the source list that we just saw.
Stuart's asking about Oracle RACs.
Yeah, we cover those as well. That's another source that's available. So Oracle we handle with an Oracle adapter, but we just treat it as a single Oracle source. And then we have different authentication mechanisms that you can choose. But yeah, I think we actually had some Oracle job. We had some Oracle jobs in the truck when we had it actually running. Good question though. There's very few sources we don't cover right now. We can run the software in AWS. We can run it in Google natively. We can run it in Azure as native appliances. You can run it on premises. We support Cisco, HPE, every Dell hardware. So we pretty much have moved to a software company only where we supply the software and you can choose whichever hardware you want. This is actually what you guys are looking at right now is the 6.5.0 UI. I'm actually a couple days away from installing 6.5.1, which will add some additional functionality into our runbooks and some other stuff that we have. So it's a very robust platform. This is actually a physical cluster that is 8 nodes, I believe, right now. Pretty sure this is our 8 node cluster. Yeah, this is our 8 node cluster. So this is a physical. This is for 2 chassis with 4 hyperconverged nodes in each one. So it's a fairly large cluster. And this is just what we use for most of our demo stuff. But from a data protection perspective, creating a protection job is super simple. You simply pick, which type of source you want, whether it's a virtual server, and then where that registered source lives. What I like about our workflows is if I didn't have a particular source registered in this list, I don't have to leave this workflow. I can actually go and register a new source directly, and that new source would be chosen automatically in the list. So I don't have to keep bouncing back and forth and in and out of the UI. But just if the source is already there, we get presented with all of from a VMware perspective, all of the different objects. So we can look from the physical view, the folder view, our list view. We can even do by tags. So we support VMware tags or vCenter tags. So we use this a lot in our environment. So we just add tags to stuff when we deploy it. And we have an auto protect job. So we basically configure a job that auto protects anything with that tag. So if we add a new VM and that tag is added to it, it gets backed up automatically on that policy. A lot of the service providers use it that way. But we also support just in the full list view, we support all global search. So we can just search for anything that says desktop. If I can actually type it. it'll return every virtual machine with desk in the name, and we can select those. We can search for anything that has SQL in the name. So this is all indexed ahead of time. Actually, I was looking at the wrong view for that because that's a physical view. And then there's we have the option auto protect the whole thing or just pieces and parts of it. The same function works for every single source. So if you're looking at Office 365 and you're looking at, say, an Office 365 backup job, the only difference is you're just looking at mailboxes. Most people for that one, all they do is back up the entire, they do a single auto protect job on a particular schedule for every mailbox to start. And it just, every time a new mailbox gets created or a new user gets created, they're backing it up automatically. I actually think I have, thought I had an Office 365 one in here, but that's also another source. And we support Exchange Online, SharePoint Online with 6.651 and OneDrive. So as part of the Office 365 suite. I only got about 3 minutes till the end of the time, but any other questions, comments, concerns? So the one thing I will, I'll toss out there, since it's a small group, a couple of folks on this call already know about it. I'm going to pick on Ibrahim because I know he's already got access to it. Oh, look, he just perked up. He's like, what?
I'm here. Really good presentation. I appreciate it. I'm quite impressed how you went through the process and the examples as well.
Yeah, and I was picking on you because of the community license, because you already have access to it. So it's not publicly known, but if you do want to blog about it, if you do want to actually get it in your labs, Mike Letchin and I and John Hildenbrand and Teresa, we did develop a way for folks to get controlled access to the software. There's some T's and C's you have to sign off on. But if anybody is interested, I would say send your requests over to Patrick to start, and we can actually get you a copy of the software to download a VE if you want to use it in your lab. As well as stay tuned on, these are my ads right in the next minute. Stay tuned on August 3rd, Patrick, is it? A couple weeks?
I believe so.
Monday, August 3rd, we'll be putting out the 2020 Cohesity vExpert gift registration / award / recipients. We have a program. We were going to bring them all to the VM Worlds, but obviously we can't do that. So there is some few restrictions on it because of what it is, but you might want to take a look at it anyway. It's kind of cool. And that starts on August 3rd. So you get the community license that you can go through Patrick, and then pay attention to the vExpert Slack, as well as the vExpert hashtag for the Cohesity gift for this year.
Yeah, anyone who wants a community license, they can, if you've got my email, you can email me or hit me up on @PatrickRedknapp on Twitter.
Yeah, we'll filter them through Patrick, and we'll make sure that folks get it. If you do write a blog post, or you do run it, and you do video, if you do videos or anything like that, make sure when you post them to hashtag or to tag Cohesity, because our social team is aware that we're actually giving some people access to the license, so that they'll actually amplify your blog post for you, and you'll get some extra traction, which is cool. So anything you do write about it, if you have questions, we put you in a private Slack channel just for the people who have access to it, and it's myself, Patrick, Michael, John, and Teresa that pretty much answer any questions you have over there. So if you have any issues and stuff, so it's kind of a cool little pilot we're trying. So we're not, we can't open it up to 1,200 vExperts because it's a manual process to assign the licenses and stuff.
Okay, cool. I think that's it then, isn't it?
Thank you very much, guys. Fantastic stuff. That's much appreciated. Thanks again, Cohesity, for looking after us and joining us as a sponsor today. We appreciate what you do for the community, and thank you very much for giving us your time, Chris, coming on early doors.
Well, when I got the first invite and saw not 4 a.m. my time, I was like, no, that ain't happening. Y'all don't want to see me at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. It's a much more sociable time now.
I did get a little bit of grief for that. Chris was like, "What did you sign me up for?"
Well, come on, Patrick, we like to keep you on your toes.
I know you guys do. It's all right.
Mr. London VMUG, are you ready for our
next presenter.
Yeah, I'm just getting it ready now. Send that to that. Go. That should be all ready for Robbie to go now, I hope. So there is.
Excellent. Most of you would know Robbie. Robbie is our man on the inside. Before we got our woman on the inside as well, so we're blessed to have two VMware folks working with London VMUG. But Robbie's been a long time partner, contributor to London VMUG. So over to you. Thank you, Robbie.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Fantastic. Right, let's struggle with the technologies. Here I get on. Right, can you see my presentation okay? Some thumbs up, some thumbs up.
Yep.
Yep, good stuff. Fantastic.
Yep.
Okay, so thank you for joining me. I'm Robbie Jerram. I work for VMware, and I talk about applications and platforms and developers and things generally a little bit above the infrastructure.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Good. So generally talk about things above the infrastructure. So today, there's no real surprise that I'm talking about some Kubernetes stuff, some machine learning stuff, and some vSphere 7 stuff. But I thought I'd do something a little bit different than my normal sessions. So firstly, the usual disclaimer. Most of the stuff that I'm showing and talking about is already GA'd, but some of it may not be. Some of it is things that I've put together and that I'm trying out, and concepts around how you can use the VMware technology. So before rolling anything into production based on what I say, let's check it much more carefully and do some proper design work. A lot of what I do is art of the possible. So Kubernetes, it's kind of a solved problem. We've got vSphere 7 with Kubernetes, Tanzu Kubernetes Grid. There's an OpenShift thing. There's a lot of great open source stuff around Kubernetes. Obviously, there's perhaps a little bit more cool stuff to do, but I'm not going to focus on Kubernetes through this talk. With VMware, we talk about Kubernetes a lot. It's a great platform. It's built into vSphere now. So if you're not familiar with Kubernetes, go out and start learning. There's an awful lot of material out there. There's a lot of great stuff you can learn around effectively the future of the vSphere platform. But really, Kubernetes is all about apps and building apps. And this is where VMware spend a lot of time recently and a lot of investment on how applications are built using sort of Spring frameworks and modern application frameworks. Where they run, whether that's just taking source code and running it on a platform and not caring how. So through something like a Tanzu application service, keeping containers up to date, building containers, actually getting access to curated application components, open source components, but in a supported manner. So Tanzu application catalog, running them on Kubernetes, Tanzu Kubernetes Grid, and then running them wherever you like, either on premises, on VMC, or in your favorite cloud, at the edge, and then looking at how you monitor and manage the applications. So all about the applications, a lot of focus on those things. But what does it all look like from a day-to-day basis? Because it is all about the application. So let's talk about that a little bit. If you're an application engineer, all you really want to do is write code quickly as you possibly can, write it as efficiently as you possibly can, and then move on to the next function of the application. Deliver your application, get some feedback, deliver the next part of the application. And we've got some things that can do that. So, hey, this is GuruBot. He's saying, yeah, we can use Spring or Steel Toe to deliver that part of the application. And then we have other people that can come in and really sort of talk about supporting that. So if I want to push my code into production, we typically have someone like a DevOps engineer saying, hey, how can I help you automate that? How can I make your job better? And this is talking back to the presentation this morning that Matthew had around sort of evolution of the platform engineer. And DevOps engineering is typically where we get sort of some of the VI admins, the traditional infrastructure people that are interested in doing some coding, interested in automation, and they're not scared to talk to a developer. They're not scared to talk to an application person to try and help them do their job better. And once again, we've got some suggestions from GuruBot saying, hey, how can we do that? Well, if you're writing code, we can help you build it and put it into production. So if we got it into production, there's other things that are required to deliver an application. So databases, queuing systems, message platforms. Maybe there's some kind of bespoke middleware that the application engineer is using. And these are the services that sit around the application that give it value and give you the ability to deliver it at an accelerated pace. And this is where things get perhaps a little bit complicated sometimes, where you're accidentally tying yourself into a public cloud service because you just wanted to use that database service or that particular function of a public cloud, and then you lock yourself in and your application is no longer portable. So those services, those things that start to bind to your application, where you start to lose some of the application mobility. And that's a concern, and it's often not a concern of the application engineer because they're focused on getting the application out and getting functionality out there. But it's something that as DevOps engineers or platform owners, we need to be aware of, that if you start tying applications to particular services, you're locking yourselves into certain locations where that application can run, and breaking that nirvana of run the application anywhere so long as there's a Kubernetes platform to run it on. But DevOps engineers, we can help there. Common open source catalogs can be deployed anywhere. Most public cloud offerings are built of open source components. So if you're a little bit careful, or you provide a application catalog that your developer can consume from, they're not going to run into that kind of lock-in story. So once again, it's about having a conversation. Now, running these things, once I've got an application that's portable, I'm not using anything that's locking me in, where can I run it? Well, ultimately, if your developer is writing a modern application, it's container-based, it's Kubernetes-based, or it's just pushing code, your platform engineer can help you, can talk about what you've got available, what options do you have. And that's around understanding the application and finding the best place to deploy that app, whether that's across multiple public clouds, on a vSphere data center with a VMware cloud provider. It shouldn't matter. The application engineer doesn't really care where it runs, so long as it runs and people use his application or her application. But the platform engineer is a critical part. And platform engineer is very much someone that really does understand the value of the platform that she's supporting. And this is slightly different to a DevOps engineer. DevOps engineer is automating things. They're helping with build pipelines and getting the code onto the platform. A platform engineer is someone that's looking after a particular platform or a particular cloud, and they know how to get the best out of that particular cloud or that particular platform service. And they're interested in, delivering the best possible Kubernetes platform or the most optimized way of running virtual machines. So these are typically kind of the VCDX people that really understand the platforms that they've built, the infrastructures they're built on, and where they can really add value. And it's a different skill set. And typically a DevOps person sits between these two people, the application person in green and the platform engineer in blue here. They often need a translation person in the middle, and that's where the DevOps person comes in. So that's Kubernetes. But what if there's another bit of complexity thrown in? What if the application is using something like machine learning? That starts to get interesting. So the application owner, they just download some code and they start writing their application to use some machine learning models, and they're fine with that. Those models are already built, maybe, or maybe they're a data scientist and they're building those models. They're incredibly CPU intensive, and they can use an awful lot of resources if they're not correctly architected on the platform. So this is where it starts becoming interesting, especially for a platform engineer. This isn't really a sort of DevOps conversation. This is, what can your platform do for me if I really need, GPUs or other kind of accelerators to be able to do my ML? Can I still use Kubernetes? Can I still use the application flows, the things that get my code into production quickly? Can the platform support that? And that's where things start to get quite interesting. And that's where I've been spending a bit of my time recently. So how can I go from writing code, working out where to go in production, and how can I take advantage of hardware optimization in that flow? So vSphere, Kubernetes, yeah, tick. What about machine learning workloads? What about GPU intensive workloads? How do we run all that stuff? And what does that look like? So that's where I've been thinking and spending my time recently. Let's look at something a little bit new. Let's look at machine learning. Let's look at GPUs. And this is a common challenge. GPU workloads typically fall into the camp of, if you're an AI researcher or an AI developer, you get some bespoke hardware. You get some dedicated physical servers. I've seen rooms where the AI teams or the data scientists have big Alienware gaming machines on their desks, and that's where they're doing their number crunching for GPUs. It's kind of weird to see in an office environment, but they need the compute, they need that GPU architecture. But as that grows and people get access to more GPUs, it becomes less and less efficient. And then when everyone goes home for the end of the day, all those GPUs sit there and they're not doing anything. And then over time, you start to use perhaps some of that GPU in a production cluster. Once again, it's still not very efficient. You tend to bind a GPU to a particular VM, and then it stays there. So if no one's using that VM, that GPU is not in use. So you need to buy enough GPUs to satisfy peak demand, and that becomes incredibly expensive. So it's quite complicated for a platform engineer to solve this problem. Do you go to Dell and buy 200 Alienware hardware devices and put one on every desk? Do you put GPUs into ESX hosts and have them bound one-to-one and manage that problem? Or do you do something in between? It's quite a challenge. So a year ago, VMware invested in or acquired a company called Bitfusion. And Bitfusion's sole purpose was to solve this problem, to share GPUs across the network so that researchers, data scientists, developers, whoever needs access to a GPU compute could do that, and they could access a shared resource. So suddenly all of those discrete GPUs became just a pool of GPU that anyone could use when they needed it, and when they didn't need it, it went back into the resource pool. Same thing as VMware did with servers, 20 years ago, but we're doing it for GPUs, and this is quite interesting. So that's the problem we're solving. How Bitfusion does that is reasonably simple. It binds a virtual machine or a container image using its client software. It talks to a Bitfusion server, and that's passed through Virtual Center. And those clients and that communication just happens on demand. So long as the application has the Bitfusion libraries, we can take advantage of GPUs and we can attach them and free them up as and when we need them. So that's interesting, because now we have an application before where we had an application, an operating system, a hypervisor. Now we have an abstraction layer in there around distributing the compute, providing particular acceleration libraries that developers are working on, and connecting those pieces together. But can I still have the flexibility? Can I still take that GPU stack, which is traditionally quite bespoke, typically it's NVIDIA CUDA libraries, can I make it portable? Can I make it run in Kubernetes? Can I just deploy my containers as I would with any other application, and have it work? And that's the thing I was looking at, to see whether actually this was feasible. You know, does it deliver on what we're saying it does? And let's try it out and see. So now word of warning, I'm using some cutting edge technology in a lab that I don't own, but I wanted to walk through a full application. I wanted to go into some code, deploy or build a container, show everyone what that looks like, deploy that container into a Kubernetes platform, and then run it against a machine, run the machine learning benchmark, and see vSphere handle that request, process it, and then hand the GPU back. So in the next half an hour or so, let's hopefully do some live coding and get something running, sort of in production. So I'll just stop that share and switch to my screen. As I go through, if you've got any questions, please just shout out. Right, question number 1. Can you see that okay? Can you see the text? Someone could unmute or give me a thumbs up.
Yes. I can read that, Robbie.
Perfect, thank you. What about that one?
Good, yeah, we can read it.
That's good for me.
That's okay? Perfect, okay. So my first experience as an engineer, really, I just wanted access to an environment to run some machine learning workloads. So I went to the Bitfusion team and said, hey, I want to run an application using some ML and I need some GPUs. Can you help me? And the team that run the platform said, absolutely. And they sent me some Kubernetes credentials and an environment I could connect to with Kubernetes API. So what I got was effectively this. And that was brilliant. As a developer, I've got exactly what I asked for. I've got an environment that someone has told me it's got some GPUs in it, and I can log in and I can get some nodes. I can issue some Kubernetes commands. Cool. But I wanted to talk at VMUG, and I actually wanted to show something a little bit more interesting than a command line that shows me 6 lines of text. So I went back and I clarified my requirement and said, this is great. This is exactly what I asked for, but I didn't mean that. What I actually wanted to do was to show the community what's behind the curtain. Rather than just getting a developer experience and getting access to the environment, can I see a little bit more? And the team said, yeah, sure, absolutely. And they gave me access to vCenter, so I could show a little bit more than behind the curtain. So I'm going to jump between 2 things here. As a developer, this is all I really want. I've got my Linux environment. I've got access to a Kubernetes environment to deploy my application to, and I've been given some instructions to how to deploy my application, or more precisely, what libraries I need to include in my app to take advantage of the GPUs. But knowing the VMUG community, I wanted to show vCenter and show what's actually happening on the other side that isn't necessarily application specific. So the platform architect role or the platform engineer role. So this is vSphere 7. This isn't my environment. I wish it was, because it has an awful lot of cool stuff in it. But if I expand this out, I can see I've got a bunch of clusters. bunch of environments, various different workloads. There's some Greenplum big data workloads going, some PKS stuff going on. I really don't know what's going on here. I'm just a consumer of this platform, and they've been nice enough to give me access to the environment so we can see some things. But the first thing that I was interested in is I've been given Kubernetes, and from here, it's just Kubernetes. Kubernetes is Kubernetes. I can't really tell if it's a special flavor of Kubernetes or what. There's no pods. If I do get nodes, all I can see is the Kubernetes nodes. And I can see that it's running Kubernetes 1.16.8. On the back end, I can find out a bit more. So if I go to my, where has it gone? My workload management, I can drop in and I can see actually this is vSphere 7 with Kubernetes. I've got a high performance cluster, and if I look at that cluster, I can see all of the VMs that make up that cluster, or I can see my Tanzu Kubernetes grid clusters here. So on the back end of my environment here, what's happened is someone has provisioned a Kubernetes cluster for me, or actually a namespace for me on vSphere 7 with Kubernetes. That's created my dev cluster 6. Where my workers, I've got 4 workers deployed, and it's just running. So I can't, as a developer or consumer of the platform, I can't really get out of the Kubernetes environment. I can't interact with the virtual machines directly. But as a vSphere admin, I can see the VMs that make up that environment. I can see I've got two Kubernetes clusters deployed. And if I go back to my main VM view, if I expand out some of these namespaces, I can see my HPC cluster, I can see my dev cluster, and I can see that these particular VMs have got a slightly different icon. So these are the virtual machines that make up the cluster that's been allocated to me. I can also see that also in the vSphere 7 for Kubernetes, there's a bunch of pods that are running natively on my ESX host as well in this cluster. So I've got someone running PyTorch, there's a web server, there's a few other things running. So this isn't traditionally what I would see as a consumer of the platform, but I wanted to just break this out so the VMUG community can see actually Kubernetes is just built into vSphere. This is the cluster, this is the namespace I've been given access to, HPC2. This is my Kubernetes cluster, HPC2 minus dev minus cluster 6. And these are the VMs that are making up my Kubernetes world. And that's my view of the world. That's my Kubernetes take on the world. Now, if I was using traditional virtual machines rather than Kubernetes built into vSphere, and I wanted to use Bitfusion GPUs for those, I would need to explicitly tag a VM and say, right, that VM is enabled for Bitfusion. So let me drop back to my host and cluster view a second. So for example, let me find my VM that I'm just remoted onto here. General. So this guy, if I was running a workload that was just on a VM and I wanted it to be enabled for Bitfusion, I have to explicitly say Bitfusion, enable Bitfusion, and that connects the VM to the Bitfusion servers, and then any workload that's going through Bitfusion, that VM is going to get authorized to talk to the Bitfusion environment. It's a bit different in the container world because I don't have to make that connection. vSphere is just aware of the Kubernetes cluster, and it understands through using certificates what workloads are allowed to talk to the cluster or not. So when I build my containerized application and I deploy in Kubernetes, so long as I provide my certificate that validates me against the Bitfusion part of vSphere 7, it's going to run. So I don't have to interact with VMs at all from a developer's perspective. So long as I include the certificate in the containers that I build, and those containers are running on a vSphere platform that has Bitfusion, I'm good to go. So I just wanted to call that out as the difference between the two. Rather than having to say Bitfusion enable, my Kubernetes environments where I run my containers are just packaged up and good to go. So I'm going to switch to the Bitfusion view now and start doing a little bit of coding. So I've got my Kubernetes cluster. I've kind of forgotten about my vSphere environment. Let's look at my Docker file. So this is the build file effectively for my container. So I said at the top here, I've got from TensorFlow. So I'm just running a benchmark, a TensorFlow benchmark to test GPU performance. This is building my container. So I'm just creating some directories. I'm copying in 2 files. So the client YAML file, which is my certificate that I mentioned a minute ago. So I can verify myself and validate the container image against my Bitfusion server endpoint, vCenter. The service.conf just tells the container where it needs to speak to. So that's my effectively my Bitfusion server. When this container starts up, wherever it starts up, I want it to talk to this Bitfusion endpoint to verify its existence and to do some stuff against it. I'm copying the certificate root in. NVIDIA SMI is just a tool that we can use in a minute to validate that I'm talking to a GPU, and that's running. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff in here around firstly installing the libraries, updating the Ubuntu image, and then copying some of the benchmark tools in. So it's not a particularly exciting Docker file, but if I were building a proper application, this is the upfront stuff I would put in my container image along with my application code to do something. Let's come out of that. And then what I would do is I would do a Docker build. Oh, it's already cached, so it's magically very, very quick. But Docker build would just go through, effectively run that Docker file, and it would create my container image. That container image sits here. So here's a few that I've built earlier. And then there's a developer. Once I've built that image, I can push that to my container repository, wherever that is, whether that's something like Project Harbor that's sitting in my data center and I've got full control over, or whether I'm going to push that to a public repository. It really doesn't matter. What matters is the Kubernetes environment that I'm going to be running that image in has access to connect to that repository and download and run that image. So that's the key part here. Okay, so I've built my application image. I've copied my certificate in to verify myself against the Bitfusion environment. So next I need to deploy it against Kubernetes. So to do that, I need a deployment file. So let's just take a quick look at my deployment file that I've got here. So this is just a very simple Kubernetes deployment file, or pod description, I should say. It is definitely not best practice. It doesn't have any of the things that you should have in here around describing the minimum requirements in terms of memory and CPUs to start my application or any of the restrictions. It's very simply the name of the container I want to run, image policy pull always. So I always want to download the latest image from my repository, and the image is also on latest. So if there was a platform engineer in the room or a DevOps person in the room, they would be shouting at me right now, because it's absolutely not best practice to always refer to latest as the thing you want to pull to production. And you probably don't want image pull policy always either, because you're always going to be going out and downloading that image. And I don't know if you noticed, but the image that I've built is just over 1 gigabyte in size. So if every time I start this container, it downloads a gigabyte over the network, someone's not going to be very happy at the end of the month if it's coming from a repository we have to pay for. And then this is a bunch of environment variables that are passed into the container that are accessible by my application. And the final one is a server list. So if I wanted to not pass the config file into my container and bake it into my container, I could make that Bitfusion server something I determined at deployment time. The same with any of the parameters. I've got a lot of flexibility as to what I bake in. As long as I bake in the Bitfusion libraries, I can pass the rest of the parameters in at runtime if I wanted to. The same as my container, I can make a determination when the container starts to say, do I actually have access to a GPU or do I not? And if I don't, I could run a different set of libraries and use CPU to do my activities rather than GPU activities if I wanted to build that. So I don't have to build a separate container for each type of platform. If I've got a one-to-one mapping with a VM, the container will still run. If I want to use compute, the container will still run. If I can take advantage of Bitfusion, that can all be baked into the same container image. Okay, so I'm just going to deploy my container. I'm actually going to deploy from a different one, which gives me access to a shell so we can see what's going on. So that's deploying my file. If I do a kubectl get pod, I should see, oh, it's already started. That was quick. Everything's kind of cached. So now I can connect to that container and I can actually see the application running. So at this point, normally what would be happening is the container would be running, it would be running the application, chewing through GPU cycles or whatever it's doing. But we're gonna SSH into the container and just run the benchmark manually so we can see the impact and have some control over when it starts. So let me just get kubectl. And what do I want to do? I want to connect to it. Exec tf demo. Oh. kubectl exec. Oh, interactive. There we go. So I'm now inside my container. So if I do an ls now, I can see a benchmarks directory. If I go into benchmarks, I can see a bunch of scripts. Oh. So here's all my scripts and things that I can run. So what I'm going to do, come back out here. And I'm just going to manually run a start a benchmark. I'm going to cut and paste this because it's a very long command line. So this is the application benchmark, this TFCNN benchmark with all the various machine learning parameters based in. You know, the fact that I want a GPU, I'm going to run 100 batches and I'm asking for a single GPU. So we'll start that running. There we go. So that's started. It's connected to the GPU. It's got 14 gigabytes of RAM, and it's starting to do its thing. Now, if I drop back to vCenter and look in Bitfusion, I can go to clients, and I'll see TF demo. There's TF demo, which is the name of my Kubernetes pod that I've deployed into Kubernetes, and I can see that it's been assigned a GPU. And if I change that to a 5-minute window, there we go. And we can start to see that the GPU usage is starting to go up for that particular pod as it chews through its benchmark. If I go back to my console here, it's still warming up. So it's going to take a minute to run its benchmarks. But what's great here is I've not had to connect a GPU to a virtual machine. I've not had to load any specific libraries into a VM image. and then deploy Kubernetes on top of that VM image and do anything custom. As a developer, I've just put the libraries that I want in my container image. So my application can take advantage of GPUs if it's there, and it's just going to run. And then my platform engineer, who's looking after my vSphere estate, has given me a Kubernetes environment that's namespaced into vSphere. I really don't care about it. I just got some connection credentials, and automatically Bitfusion is running my container, my pod when it starts against a GPU it has available to it. So if I go back to my cluster view here, I can see that this is the overall view of all the GPUs in my environment, what's going on, how they're allocated over time, when they're being used. And I can see all the clients that are currently either VMs that are GPU enabled, where I've right-clicked and said, make this VM GPU ready, or my containerized images, so TF demo, that just has the containerized code with the GPU stuff baked into it. So it looks like my benchmark is finished because my GPU has been released. So let's go back to my environment. Yep, there we go. So my benchmark's run, GPU has been released back to the pool, and someone else can now use it for processing. And it really is that kind of simple from a developer experience to take advantage of GPUs now with Bitfusion running inside Kubernetes. Right. So that's really a quick walkthrough in about 20 minutes. It's about right. Of building an application, deploying it inside Kubernetes to take advantage of GPUs. GPUs are being pooled. It's just built into vSphere, so I can see over time my usage, see over time in the last 24 hours what's been going on. So I can take full advantage of GPUs for Kubernetes-based applications. So now we can just run ML workloads, data science workloads in the data center, often where the data that the data scientists need to be able to consume to build those models resides. They don't have to push out petabytes of data to the public cloud or push models up and down to build these things now. If you've got the GPUs in the data center, you can now you can pull them together and you can share them just as you can with compute and storage on the vSphere platform. Okay, so that was a quick whistle-stop tour of Bitfusion and some of the machine learning stuff. I'm not sure when I'm supposed to stop talking, but as the VMUG guys will testify to, I'll keep talking until someone tells me to stop. So I'm very pleased my demo worked. But in summary, the platforms are evolving. Last year we were talking about putting Kubernetes into vSphere and that was critically important. Now we're putting the ability to access specific types of hardware into the same equation and connecting it to VMs and Kubernetes platforms. But it's really the platform engineers that deliver the skills and capabilities to do this. And more importantly, if you can't talk to your community and your customers about the capabilities of the platform and how they can best take advantage of it, it's not going to get used, and it's not going to be the innovative platform that it can be. And the key to that, back to Matt's session this morning, is we work in developer land, we work in IT land because we love new stuff, we love new exciting things. We need to be better at telling people about it, sharing it, and educating. So when we build something really cool or we turn on Bitfusion, we have to go out to the developer community or lines of business and say, look, we have this capability. This is how you use it. When I asked for access to the Bitfusion labs, I got a document and a 20-minute Zoom session saying, look, this is what the lab looks like. Here are your Kubernetes credentials. It's just going to work for you so long as you put these libraries in your container images. And it was a really quick and easy onboarding process. And that's something that we don't often do in IT is, we forget that we need to actually onboard people that aren't familiar with, our world all the time, and having that connection, that quick onboarding is what makes us helpful to people as IT, and what makes our platforms easy to consume and easy to use, as opposed to, oh, just can't work out how to connect to it. I'm going to stand my workload up in Azure or AWS and it's going to cost money, when I could be using the data center that I have today. I just don't understand how to use it. And that comes up a lot in my conversations when I talk to developers and application engineers. They're not sure how to use the vSphere platform. They're not sure how to use GPUs if it's available to them, or other features of the platform, or they don't know that you can stand up Kubernetes platform on vSphere at the click of a button. So getting out there and telling people what you can do as a platform engineer and showing people is becoming more important to our roles as things become more complicated and we start connecting clouds and data centers and GPUs and FPGAs all together to make those applications interesting and secure and innovative. And with that, thank you very much. Oh, I do want a quick shout out to Alessia Davicio, who was responsible for the wonderful Tanzu slides at the start of my presentation. I love the little people that she's come up with. So with that, any questions? I think I've got a minute or two left.
I'm going to ask one.
Go for it.
Is there any card that might not be on the HCL that you can get started with in your lab with this? Have you come across any yet? I don't think anyone rushing out to go buy like a high-end Quadro card or grid card.
There is some stuff. There's a few blog posts on and when we share these slides, you'll get access to it. But there's a few sort of things on the blogs and on some of the Bitfusion videos. I don't think, obviously, nothing's on the HCL, but there's a few that will work. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but they all tend to be fairly high-end cards.
That's fine. Sorry to put you on the spot. I'm just thinking I might be able to get hold of a 2080, or someone might be able to get hold of a Quadro floating around the office.
Yeah, I mean it's very much, if you look at the NVIDIA CUDA SDKs, and there's a particular version that you can go up to with Bitfusion, so that's a good starting point. Drop me an email and I'll connect you to some of the people that the Bitfusion SEs really know their stuff. So they'll be able to point you in the direction of something that might be home labable.
I could elaborate to that a little bit. Everything that is data center capable, so that's the whole Tesla brand, and currently the Quadro RTX 6000 and 8000 boards are supported from a Bitfusion perspective. But those are the only ones really supported. I think that, like Robbie mentioned, everything that supports CUDA and could be passed through to the Bitfusion appliance could potentially be used, but that's most certainly not supported. So
when you break into home lab, some of the RTX cards, I've heard some of the people using some of those, but
guilty.
Yeah, it's a whole new area of exciting home lab fun that we're going to get into, and it's going to be great.
I think probably the cheapest one to get momentarily is a second-hand Tesla P4, which is also quite energy neutral, or
you see a lot of those on eBay at the moment as well. So
yeah, the only thing that you need to do is build a custom cooling solution for that, because they are passively cooled and expect to be installed in a proper server.
Cool.
There's also a solution for that. Check my blog. I'll share it in a bit.
And with that, I think Johan, you're next, aren't you? Talking about similar kind of stuff.
Yeah, we're like 30 minutes early, but is that okay?
We can do. Let's give everyone a bit of a break. So I think we're supposed to have a break between Cohesity and.
Yeah, Linda, you've got your mic up.
Okay, try again, Linda.
Your antenna's up again, Linda.
Start that again. Over to you, Linda.
Yes, thank you, Mr. McGann.
Hey!
Here I am. Gooey. I am today's entertainment. So, yes, we were supposed to have a break in between Robbie and Chris. So, should we have a quick 15? Is that okay? I won't give it a full half hour. What do you think, guys? Other VMUG looters? I just made a call. Dave?
Time for everyone to put their V beers in the V fridge if they haven't already done
Yeah.
that.
Freezer, if they're going to drink them in half an hour. Yeah. Okay, can we do that? Is that all right, Johan? Is it hang on for another 15 before you start?
Yeah, sure. I'll test my my demos one last time.
Try your microphone as well, because you know it's quite key that people can hear. Although you can't miss yours.
You see that microphone, right?
Sorry?
I'm saying don't forget about the microphone. It's me giving advice regarding microphones.
Sure.
Indeed. I don't think you'll miss yours. That's the point.
No. No, I'll probably bump my head against it.
Teas, coffees, beers. A little bit early for wine, but yes. See you all in about 15. Thank you very much for that, Robbie. Good man.
Pleasure.
I'm glad your demos worked.
Me too.
Oh man, Sam, she is just so cute. Those cheeks are something else. Come back. Yeah, she's hiding now.
That was so creepy then, Linda.
Look at her though, she's gorgeous. Oi, Mr. Lewis, behave yourself. You know me and she's got some good little cheeks.
That little smile.
I say, enjoy it while it lasts. I've got a near teenager.
Oh man. I know.
And girls.
Well, there you are, exactly. She's going to be the one who gets away with everything, I think, in that house. She's got 3 older brothers.
Oh, spot wrong.
Yeah. Thanks, Sam.
That's a monumental rack you got in your back, in your office, Sam.
Oh, jeez.
No?
He probably now has got kids
Thank
kicking
God
off.
you qualified that, because that was sounding really un-PC. I'm glad A, you were talking to me, and B, you qualified it.
To be fair, I've had a couple of very late nights, work-related activity, and my mechanisms for the on-off switch for PC is not the best at the minute.
Yeah.
But yes, that is a server cabinet.
I have a nice coffee in my Space Center mug. Will be done this time of day. Microphone's here. Thank you very much. I'd asked Anthony Poe to show us to give me my fix of babies, except he's not allowing them in the room. Is that right, Ant? Being your birthday? Disappeared. Goodness, Ed Gregson. It's been a while. Johan, has someone made you presenter?
I will do in a second, Linda.
Okay, good. You're there. Someone's there.
You can see her. This is our new baby. He came Sunday.
Hang on, little baby. Wait, little
Not an
baby.
actual baby,
It's a
but
dog.
A cat.
Close, Linda. Close.
No, I was on a different screen. I'm scrolling left.
Spike left me now. I've never used
back.
That thing.
I've just woken her up. Hang on. She's a bit sleepy, but this is our new little girl who arrived on Sunday.
Oh, very sweet.
Disappointment on Gareth's face. Then it's a dog.
It's a dog.
No, it's definitely not.
Definitely not a dog.
You even had him confused for a second there. He had to double check.
Like, how does this look like a dog? What? Sorry, Gareth. Maybe it's a 5-strength coffee that my husband's delivered to me. Sorry.
You've been starting
just like
packages early, haven't you, Linda?
I can't. I've got to drive girl to netball practice tonight. So
I've made co-host now, or should have, hopefully. Oh, sleepy one want to go back downstairs.
Yep. Yeah, he's should be set now.
Am I sharing something?
Yeah, your presenter, I think.
Yeah, I think you're showing the wrong screen.
Oh, nice. Let me see how to fix that. Is this better or still same thing?
Still the presenter screen.
How about now?
Nope.
Same.
Okay. How about now?
There we go.
Yay.
Awesome. Is this resolution too big or is it okay-ish?
That's I think that's fine.
Okay, cool. It's ultra wide. Right. So, am I good to go, or do you? Yeah. Awesome. I'll start my clock. Cool. Yes, we're gonna talk about Voodoo. And Voodoo, I kind of tried to master in the last 2 years. I've been working at a customer that is a oncology research hospital in Amsterdam, and they have a lot of data scientists working there. And the first goal of the project was basically to build a whole virtual desktop infrastructure for the whole organization, including the data scientists. And along the way, well, we found out that a data scientist does something completely different than a doctor does, or a developer does, or IT does. So I'm gonna explain something about that project and the challenges we faced and how we solved them. I got a couple of live demos and also a recorded one. Well, fingers crossed if all demo gods are with me today. Cool. So mastering Voodoo. We're going to talk about building AI platforms on vSphere. My name is Johan van Amersfoort. I'm a V nerd, and I have a strong passion for technology. I work at ITQ Consultancy in the Benelux, and I work there as a technologist in the field of EOC and artificial intelligence. And like mentioned, in this session, we're going to talk about AI platforms and basically how to build them on top of vSphere. And the session is going to be a bit different than the previous one from Robbie. I'm more or less going to explain also what machine learning is, deep learning is, what the difference is between the two, and how they relate to artificial intelligence. So let's talk about AI first. You know, I've been blogging about AI quite some time now, and I first thought of AI being some kind of magic, but it really isn't. And everyone thought that, or I assumed that AI was like a recent technology, but also that isn't the case. So what is AI? This man was one of the founders, or one of the first developing some kind of AI. And this, by show of hands, anyone know who this person is? Probably one of the most famous British people. Alan Turing, indeed. And he's basically famous for two things. He was part of a team that broke the Enigma code. So he wasn't like, it wasn't him by himself. There's a really good movie about that called The Imitation Game. Yeah, he was part of a team that broke the code, and they used some form of computing to do so, and it was really awesome. And I really recommend watching that movie because it's a really good one. I think it's even on Netflix or something. And second of all, he created the Turing test, and the Turing test is a test that describes if a program or an application or an algorithm is able to have a normal conversation with someone or something else without the else knowing that it's some form of AI. So it tests the capabilities in AI. And I think AI, well, you can divide AI basically in two forms of AI. The first being general artificial intelligence. And I think most nerds like myself will automatically think of Jarvis from Tony Stark's AI assistant, or maybe Skynet from the Terminator movies. And we refer basically to that type of AI as general AI. It doesn't have a specific task or goal. It's like it passes the Turing test. So it's some form of AI that's able to mimic a human in basically anything, and probably do human things even better. And although some people think that we're really close to that form of AI, we really aren't, because we don't simply have the computational power and the resources to pull this off. So the other form of AI is narrow AI. And I think most of you probably have experienced or know this form of AI. And examples of narrow AI are object recognition, for instance. By show of hands, and I don't see any hands because I think Linda's the only one with a webcam on. But who hasn't seen the show Silicon Valley on HBO? Okay, you could do like right after the V-Bears, go to HBO and start watching the show. It's really awesome. It gives like in a comedy kind of style, a real overview of how stuff works in Silicon Valley. And this guy, Jin Yang, has created an app called Seafood, and he's able to determine if an object is a hot dog or not a hot dog. Object recognition. And the second form is maybe also known. Google developed a platform called DeepMind, and that AI platform was used to play the world's most complex board game called Go. And that platform, AlphaGo, had the goal of challenging the world's best Go player and try to beat him. I won't spoil the end, but this is the documentary on AlphaGo is also on Netflix, and I highly recommend watching it. It's a really, really awesome documentary. Right, so artificial intelligence is a form of technology, and it has a couple of subsets. The first being machine learning. So machine learning, to explain what machine learning does, I'm gonna use an example. So like many years ago, in the early days, when the first Nigerian princes, they sent out emails and requested you to send some money, and in return you get a lot more money. And probably the first people who tried that were actually successful, but others who weren't, I would say, or tried to make a scam out of it, they tried to spam you with email. So imagine you being the first to develop a spam filter based on the technologies you've probably used when you were a programmer or an IT engineer who likes programming. And well, you based on that skill set and your coding skills, you develop a first attempt to a spam filter. And the code could be like this, if the sender is a Nigerian prince and the SMTP host is mail.nigerianroyalemail.com, you block the message, and else you'll accept the message, right? Well, that worked for a while, and suddenly someone else used a different recipient name or a different SMTP host, and suddenly you get another exception, and another one, and another one, and another one. And suddenly you have so large number of different conditions to take into account that your regular if then else statements would probably don't work anymore. And this is basically where machine learning comes into play. Because what machine learning does is it works with structured data. And in this case, an email is a form of structured data. Every email has a recipient, has a subject, has a body, has all sorts of components that are similar in every email. And what happened when the first spam filters based on machine learning were implemented happened was, maybe some of you still remember that, it was when using Gmail or Hotmail or something else, there was a button in the email client stating that you could mark something as spam, and most clients still have that. And that marking as spam is you training the algorithm of the machine learning framework to mark something as spam. All of the individual components in the email are being marked and compared to other emails that might have the same components, and thus will be marked as spam as well. So us as consumers of an email service are training that data, that structured data. Right, so this is machine learning. Right, so a subset of machine learning is deep learning. And deep learning works a little bit different. So deep learning works based on a neural network. And a neural network consists out of neurons, that just like our brains, and connections between those neurons. And based on those connections, we can distinct something from something else, or basically learn. A neural network works based on an input and an output. And in an input, you basically describe, well, this is a picture of a cat. And the output in this case is it's 96% cat. A great example of neural networks, or the appliance of neural networks, is in autonomous driving. And the next movie should play. I hope everyone can see this. This movie shows a couple of multiple neural networks in a car from NVIDIA. And you see all sorts of things happening in the car, or in the overview. You see the lines in the road being marked. You see the speed being kept. There's a brake and a throttle sensor being working. You see all sorts of road signs being detected, and these are all sorts of neural networks, which are fed by sensors and combined in a single appliance. In this case, a car. Now let's talk a bit more about that neural network and training of a neural network. So when training a neural network, you basically take data, and a neural network can work with unstructured data. So it doesn't really matter what you feed into the neural network. The neural network will take basically every piece of data that you have into account and figure something out themselves. The thing that is important when using data is to label the data. So create a data set and label it. In this case, we have dogs, cats, and Ewoks. Now, next, we have the neural network with multiple layers, and a horizontal line of dots, in this case, is called a layer. We feed the data into the neural network. And what happens next is that the connections between the neurons are being made, and determining on how we tell the neural network that something is a dog, cat, or an Ewok, weights will be presented on those connections. So in this case, the output of the neural network is, I predict that this picture is this percentage of dog, cat, and Ewok. Now, after the training is done, you need to validate it, and need to validate that the neural network works. So what we do is we take a picture of something in this case. We feed it into the neural network. In this case, the neural network predicts that it's 45% dog, 3% cat, and 52% Ewok. Right. And I think, training a network is basically how you raise your kid and learn kids stuff. So I have a daughter who's just over a year old. And at first, everything was the same form of animal called, petting in Dutch is aaien, and everything was I. And nowadays, like a couple of months after, she can distinct one animal, like a horse, from a dog and a cat, and that's basically because her neurons are being trained to distinct those as well. Right. So first demo, and what I'll do is start a deep learning application, train a neural network, and validate the neural network. And bear with me. So I'm gonna, if all goes well, share something different. Yes. Can everyone see a browser?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. So this is a little bit a different approach of what Robbie was showing. And the approach is different from a different angle. So a data scientist, in this case, doesn't really know what Kubernetes is, or doesn't really care what a Docker container is, or they use different types of tools as developers do. And one of the most commonly used tools to build their code and run their applications is called a Jupyter Notebook. And what you're looking here is called the Jupyter Notebook of an application that I built or helped, which I adjusted. What it does is basically it connects to a camera, in this case an IP camera, and I'll run that cell so I can run my cells with the code independently of each other, and you can see the output of the cell happening here. So the camera is created. Now I'm going to create my my data sets and my categories, so my labels. Now I'm going to create a data collection wizard, a widget, which will be used to feed data into the neural network. Now, in the next step, I'm going to preload the neural network. And the thing that is interesting here is that I'm going to use a device, a torch device. So PyTorch is a similar type of framework as TensorFlow is, what Robbie was using. But in this case, I'm using PyTorch, and I'm going to accelerate the computations through CUDA. So I'm going to run that, and I'm going to use a pre-trained model called a ResNet 18 model, which is also already trained for image recognition. Now, this does take a little bit, and it's configured. Now I'm going to start some more engines, widget engines. I'm going to load my UI and finally bring everything together in a single window. Now, what we see here is, hopefully, yes, my hand is, let me bring the mic a little bit more here. My hand, you see my hand doing stuff. And I have a couple objects here. So what I'm going to do is I have a data set called dataset A and a category of labeled data. Now I have the bro code, and what I'll do is add a couple of pictures, and you can see the count increasing of the bro code. And I'm gonna like change the posture a little bit. Now, next object is an ITQ avatar, and do the same. So I'm gonna move it a bit, take some pictures. Next thing, a Powerball, which is used to train your wrist to avoid RSI. Right. And what I'll do next is select the number of iterations I'm going to push the data through the neural network. In this case, I'll just do one for sake of the demo, and I'll hit train. So what you see now in a moment is the progress bar will increase. You'll see the loss and accuracy changing. The lower the loss, the better it is for the neural network. The higher the accuracy, the better it is, obviously, also for the neural network. Everything higher than, let's say, 95% is considered to be a good, properly trained neural network. Now, in this case, again, because of the demo, it's okay. So what I'll do next is validate that the neural network works. And if I now have the bro code in front of the camera, you can see here the prediction is it's actually the bro code. And if I do the same thing with the Powerball, you can see the prediction is the Powerball. Same thing with the ITQ avatar. Right, so what we did now was actually train a neural network, validate that it works, and all accelerated through GPUs. But more about that in a bit. So anyone, any questions about that demo? then let me try to continue. Is the right view currently in shared of the slides? So you can see the actual slide? Okay, awesome. Right, so next, how does it lead to the to a vSphere platform? Because it's called, the session is called Mastering Voodoo, Building AI Platforms on Top of vSphere. You know, of course, neural networks need a place to run, right? And a lot of individuals and data scientists take a credit card, consume cloud services, which allow you to run AI platforms. It's fairly simple to, you know, to consume GPU-based instances on or even functions that allow you to accelerate computations from AWS, from Google Cloud, from Azure. But you know, there's one big challenge with that, is that the data needs to be running at that place as well. And that's where I believe that a lot of organizations have a challenge, because take a look at medical data. A lot of, well, the hospital that I've worked with, they have a lot of MRI images and X-ray images and PACS images, and those images aren't allowed to leave the premises. And you know, since they already have a big infrastructure, the images running there, why not bring the AI platform into the customer organization? And I think this is what the biggest role of vSphere could be, because you know, if you want to run that platform inside the customer premises, you need to do that on an enterprise level, completely supported throughout organization, but as well as resilient and scalable, etc. So why is this voodoo? Well, let me guide you through the process of me learning how to build that AI platform. And what we did at the customer is we had an application based on TensorFlow. The customer, one of the data scientists, built that application, and the application needed to run on a VM. So we basically built a VM, right, with a Tesla T4. So that's one of the enterprise scale cards that's suitable for deep learning workloads, and we assigned 8 gigs of frame buffer. So technically spoken, it was a T4 Q8 profile. Now we installed Ubuntu on that VM, 1804 LTS server, because of the supportability, and I don't believe that all the desktop crap is needed inside the a server environment. And we already knew some stuff about Ubuntu, so we didn't want to take other distributions into account. Now, after the installation, we updated all the packages on the Ubuntu machine and installed the NVIDIA drivers, which didn't work because you needed to make and GCC to compile the kernel just before you you install the drivers, and compile them after as well. So after make and GCC were installed, we could deploy the NVIDIA drivers, and afterwards we could deploy Python. Now, next up, implementing TensorFlow, because the code was also based on TensorFlow, and afterwards we installed cuDNN. So this is the CUDA deep neural network framework. So CUDA itself is a programming language that lets you use a GPU from a computational perspective, and the cuDNN framework is specifically used from a deep neural network perspective. Now, we had a test script, so we wanted to run that, and it failed. And it failed because we didn't have TensorFlow GPU. When installing TensorFlow, apparently you don't have GPU support immediately, so you need to have a different distribution that supports GPUs instead. So TensorFlow GPU. We tested the script, which worked, so that was really awesome. And now we wanted to test the application from the customer. which didn't work because when installing TensorFlow without any additional parameters, TensorFlow, the latest version is installed, which is TensorFlow 2. And the application required TensorFlow 1.14. So we did install that. We installed TensorFlow GPU 1.14, tested the application, which didn't work because apparently we needed a different CUDA version. So we installed CUDA 8X, tested the applications, which didn't work because when installing a other version of CUDA, you need to install a different version of cuDNN as well. So we tested the application, which didn't work because you need to adjust paths to the right CUDA and cuDNN versions. So afterwards, we tested the application again, which didn't work because 1804 wasn't supported. And it was from the moment of the first deployment of the VM until the moment we found out that 1804 wasn't supported, we spent approximately 10 days. So we had a severe case of anger management taking place. And the only thing that I could think of is, you know, there has to be a better way, right? And ladies and gentlemen, there is, because in the next iteration or attempt, we installed a VM, Ubuntu, 1804 LTS server, because no, again, we needed that. We updated the packages, installed make and GCC, installed the NVIDIA drivers, installed NVIDIA Docker, pulled the TensorFlow container, and suddenly Bob's your uncle. And this took us 4 hours. And what we did is pull the TensorFlow container from the NVIDIA Graphics Cloud that contained all of the necessary versions of applications that we needed and frameworks that we needed, and full support within the environment. And doing that is fairly simple because it's completely free of charge. You basically go to ngc.nvidia.com. You either create an account or just use a guest account, and you can basically just pull any container that you want. And that's what we're going to do in the next demo. But because of time, it is a pre-recorded one. So we're going to pull an NGC container, check the CUDA version, test TensorFlow. Now, what you see here is a Ubuntu virtual desktop with the terminal. And what we're going to do first is open up Python. In this case, Python 3. And import the TensorFlow module, which doesn't work because there's no TensorFlow module installed, right? Okay, what we'll do next is open up the browser and go to ngc.nvidia.com. Reading the questions. Sure, Robbie, you can talk to me about containers. Right, so we just copied the pull command, and now we're going to do a Docker pull. And this is why I recorded the demo, because the TensorFlow container is around 6 gigs of in size. And pulling takes some time, but extracting and applying takes some time as well. So after the pull is complete, we can basically start it and start it with GPUs attached. So that's probably going to happen now-ish. Yes. Right, so we started it interactively. And if I open up or start NVCC, you can see the CUDA version. So it's CUDA version 10.2. And if we open up Python 3 and import TensorFlow, you'll immediately see that it can be opened, and all the cuDNN libraries can be opened as well. Right, so this was the demo. Are there any questions about this demo? Okay. Now this might be a little bit overlapping, but I'm going to talk about it anyways. Let's talk about Bitfusion. Robbie explained a lot already, but I'm going to explain it in my own words as well. So last year, I basically spent the whole year talking about VDI per day, compute per night, and using mixed workloads on a single platform, all accelerated through GPUs. And one of the technologies I highlighted was Bitfusion, and VMware acquired it last year, which was one of the most awesome acquisitions being done by VMware in a long time, by my opinion. So it remotes the so-called CUDA instructions of the network, and in this slide you can see where the actual CUDA or the actual Bitfusion libraries exist. So we have hosts without GPUs, and in my case, Ubuntu virtual machines. We have hosts with GPUs. In my lab, in this case, also RTX 6000s, and a Bitfusion appliance, which basically is a virtual machine. And the GPUs are passed through to the appliance. So CUDA and the NVIDIA driver live inside the Bitfusion appliance. And if you look at my applications, which are based on Docker, they have Python installed, they have TensorFlow installed. So my Python application sends an instruction to TensorFlow, which in its case sends an instruction to CUDA. And Bitfusion basically intercepts those CUDA instructions and sends them over to the Bitfusion appliance. You need a low latency network to do that because the maximum tolerable latency is 50 microseconds, which isn't that long. And well, after the calculations have been done, the results are being presented back to the FlexDirect agent from Bitfusion, and ultimately being presented back to the application. Now, because most applications aren't purposely built to work with Bitfusion or to tolerate any form of latency in the calculations, because the application doesn't really know that there's a network in the middle between the application and the Bitfusion appliance. You need a low latency network. An RDMA based network, for instance, based on Mellanox or any other form of low latency network is supported. In my case, in my lab, I don't run on a Mellanox or on a RDMA based network, so it's just plain 10 gigs, which for demo purposes does work, by the way. If you want to read more about Bitfusion, take a look at my blog. I released a blog post about a month ago with the announcement, and it contains some of the demos as well. Right, so demo time. I'm again going to start the deep learning application. I'm going to show the resources being utilized in the virtual machine, and I'm going to show the statistics of the Bitfusion server. Let's see if that will all work. And yes, so first thing I'm going to share is the application, and maybe some of you already noticed it in the first demo, but there is a kernel presented at the right top, which already explains Bitfusion. And this is where some custom coding comes into place. Jupyter as a application isn't aware of something called Bitfusion. So what I did was I built a custom kernel for Jupyter Notebook that includes the Bitfusion instructions as soon as my application is started. So what I'm going to do is shut down my kernel, which means that the Bitfusion or the Jupyter Notebook application is still here, because I, for instance, can save my my demo application. and this, I'll show my other screen in a moment. Need to sign into vCenter first. And bear with me, I'm almost there. Okay, I'll share my other screen. Share. Yes. Okay, so what you see here is my Bitfusion manager. And what you can see here is that I have a couple of clients, one being a VM called DL03 and one being a container. Both have no GPUs assigned. So you saw that I shut down the kernel in the application, and by shutting down the kernel, the GPU isn't being assigned. And the cool thing here is that although still my container is started, so the Docker instance is running, it still doesn't really utilize or doesn't assign a GPU. And in this case, from a data scientist perspective, they might utilize, or they might they don't care what a Docker instance is. So but they do know what in this case a Python or a Jupyter Notebook application is, and they could utilize the Jupyter Notebook application, but just allocate a GPU in case the application is started instead of or run instead of allocating the GPU already when the Docker instance is started. So what I'll do now, and again, bear with me, is restart my kernel and run all of the individual cells. What you'll see, hopefully in a bit, yes, you see here the GPU being allocated by the Docker instance. And I'll share my screen, switch the screen again to the actual application. So it's running the individual cells at this moment, or it should be. No, it doesn't. And I'll do that myself. Right, you can see that as soon as I execute a cell, that the Bitfusion, like the orb behind the Bitfusion kernel is filled. The camera is not defined yet, correct. Right, so I started the camera, and you can see that as soon as the orb is filled, then the kernel is busy. And the kernel is finished when it's empty again. Now, what you see now is that when starting the neural network, this takes the most out of the GPU during starting of the application. So you can see the Bitfusion kernel being busy for a while. And if all goes well, in a couple of seconds, yes, it's ready. Same thing when starting all the widgets. So that's also ready. Now, I'm going to run the widgets again, and finally, yes. Now, what I'll do, the data from the first demo is already in the neural network. What I want to do now is increase the accuracy, because if you can still remember, the accuracy was below 90%, and I want to increase the accuracy to preferably like even 99%. So what I'm going to do now is increase the number of epochs to 10, and I'm going to hit the train button. Now, in the meantime, I'll switch my screen again to the Bitfusion environment. And you can see here that the GPU is fully allocated. And if we go to servers, you can also hopefully see that some bandwidth is being consumed. You can see some GPU allocation, but because I'm using images of 640 by 480, so tiny resolutions, highly compressed. The GPU is doing almost nothing. And you can see here the bandwidth consumption is increasing a bit. So you can actually see that data is being transferred from the container to the Bitfusion appliance. And since results are being presented back, you can see there's data being transmitted and also being received. Now, the GPU usage is increasing a little bit, but like I mentioned, this is an RTX 6000, which is a really, really powerful GPU. And the application itself doesn't really utilize a lot of GPU resources. Now we can check the GPU usage here as well, and you can see it's 4%, and it's only consuming 65 watts. So that's also seriously nothing. And if I refresh, you can see that it should probably go to 0 again. Oh, 5% utilization. So it's still busy with something. Right. So it's still consuming network bandwidth as well. And the training is ready. Well, yes, I won't go through the training application again, but you get the point, right? So I basically set up a training job. I train the neural network and offload all of the calculations over the network. Let's see. So we started a deep learning application. I showed the resources inside the virtual machine and the statistics of the Bitfusion server. Right. So let's go to the final section of the presentation. And the question to the audience is, what's the first use case outside of Skynet you think of when using AI in real life? I want to hear stuff.
Self-driving cars.
Awesome. Okay, deal.
Yep.
Great. I see a Tesla Autopilot, Westworld.
What about the Ring doorbell? That started doing it.
Yes, definitely. So everything that does some form of object recognition, and the camera you saw was an actual Ubiquiti camera that I put in front of the neural network. But you're right, like a Ring camera or like a doorbell, or even like your Google Assistant or Siri, or they all have some kind of some form of artificial intelligence running, mostly or all narrow AI to do something. And but I'll go for autonomous cars, because what I'm going to show next is something that I'm seriously really proud of. This is a project I've been working on for 6 months, a private project to basically nerd out on technology. And to me, the way of learning new technologies is not to go into a course or to read like a wiki or something else. Is just, okay, give me a goal and I'll build it, right? So that's what I did. And I built a self-driving car. I'm shitting you not. And let me guide you through the process. So in order to build a self-driving car, you need to gather data. So that's basically what I did. I spent 4 weeks during the holidays to gather data, to put sensors on the car, and to basically drive. So I spent, I would say, 2 hours a day just gathering data. So that data, if you have it, you need to train it. So it went through a training framework. And the framework is based on TensorFlow. So it's similar to PyTorch, but a little bit different. So I ran it through TensorFlow. And because I wanted to test out what the capabilities of Bitfusion was, and I wanted to have more than a single GPU, because I tested the training earlier on a single GPU, and it was honestly too slow. So I needed to decrease the training time. So I used BitFusion with those two GPUs to basically distribute the training phase. Now, the result was presented back to BitFusion, like I just shown in the other demo, and basically ran into a neural network. Now, the neural network is part of a process called inferencing. And inferencing is basically the process of taking the neural network and utilizing it in an application. So now I trained all of the data, or I used the data to train the neural network, and now I have the neural network, and I need to do something to apply it to. And in the previous demo, I used the neural network to recognize the objects into the application, and that's basically also kind of an inferencing part of the application. But in this case, I needed an inferencing app or appliance or something else to run that autonomous driving application. So what I do now with the inference app is basically I take visual data. So I take visual data gathered by the inferencing app, run it through the neural network, and use it to push controls. So based on what is being viewed, the neural network determines if I need to accelerate, if I need to brake, if I need to go left or right, if I need to avoid certain objects. So it basically feeds the car. Right, now, BitFusion was used for this, and I call this project Project STIG. So Project Super Awesomely Trained Intelligent Guiding System. And in the final demo, I'm gonna actually launch the driving simulator that I used, start the neural network, and basically show how the neural network is able to read the road and make decisions. So, if all goes well, I should be able to share my screen. Yes. So what you see here is the actual car and certain people also on the road. And you can see here that the neural network is already running in the back, right? So what I'll do next is start the emulator. And I'm doing nothing, right? So everyone is gone. Now I'm going to start the neural network. And again, without hands. The type of neural network that was trained is called a recurrence neural network, which means it mimics my driving skills instead of improving my driving skills. What you can see at the right is, in the right window here, this is the actual observation of the neural network. And the things below are the actual layers within the observed images. And completely at the top are the actual controls. So you can see the neural network going left, right, pushing the gas throttle. And you can see my own driving skills are really bad, right? Cool. Well, let me pause this and go back to the session. So we launched the driving simulator, start the neural network, and show how the neural network was able to read the road and make decisions. Some final thoughts. Avoid dependency hell and use NGC containers for deep learning frameworks or for any other type of AI workload you want to run on top of a vSphere platform, because it's oh crap, you cannot see the slides. Let me share the slides again. Where are the slides? For some reason, yes, they should be back. Okay, is it okay now? Awesome.
Yeah.
Right, some final thoughts. avoid dependency hell and use the NGC containers. Again, deep learning frameworks can be just run by simple pull of a Docker container and feeding the container with your scripts, which obviously have to come from a either Git repository or any other code repository, and it makes it really, really scalable and also really manageable from an IT perspective. So add flexibility to your AI platform with, in this case, Bitfusion, FlexDirect, and NVIDIA GPUs. NVIDIA GPUs currently are the only ones supported, basically because they are the only one to support CUDA. And CUDA was built by some of the current engineers working at NVIDIA. So CUDA and NVIDIA are really tied to each other. And the flexibility from a Bitfusion FlexDirect perspective is simply because in my case, I can run multiple of those containers next to each other with Jupyter notebooks. But if a data scientist is purely working on code, he's not allocating a GPU. And I could run multiple of those Jupyter notebook environments next to each other, in which the data scientist could just use a browser to access the environment, work on their code, push their code, and test it. And as soon as they are going to start testing it, it will allocate a GPU. So it's highly, highly flexible in terms of GPU allocation. Finally, deep learning is fun, and most of the credits for the Mario Kart demo go out to Seth Bling. He published the code for the MarioFlow neural network, and I utilized the MarioFlow neural network, combined it with FlexDirect, so I had to adjust some of the code to accelerate the training phase from a FlexDirect perspective. But Seth Bling, follow him on Twitter. He is brilliant. He has all sorts of AI frameworks built for Mario applications, like the original Mario Kart, like I showed, but also like the Mario World. And he has built a self-learning neural network that is able to learn from mistakes in the original Mario game, and basically end the game in the fastest time ever. So it's really awesome. He has really cool YouTube videos on that as well. So are there any questions?
Stunned silence. I love it.
I think you need to give people time before they can pick up their jaws from the ground.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that.
Looking at the chat, they're extremely impressed.
Awesome.
Johan, so well done. Really good.
I have something to share next, and that is 2 years ago, I released a book called the VDI Design Guide, and it was based on building a Horizon enterprise-based VDI on modern standards. So modern standards back then were Windows 10, GPUs, NSXV, all sorts of deployments, load balancing through either F5 or NSX or something else. But a lot has happened since the last 2 years. And in 2021, I want to release a new version of the VDI Design Guide. And what I did with the original book was I let the V community determine the direction of the book by sending out a poll every week. I wanted to get the feedback from the V community and determine what kind of topics would make the book, or what kind of topics I need to do additional research in. One of those topics was acceleration, for instance, and I dedicated around like 65 pages full on acceleration. The next book is going to include Linux, for instance. So in the last one, Linux wasn't really important apparently, and now I'm going to have a full focus on Linux as well, as NSXT, the elastic load balancer, which is included in NSXT, which was formerly known as AVI, but also Carbon Black, everything that makes up for a modern VDI environment next year, Horizon 8, vSphere 7, stuff like that. So I need your help. I would like to ask you to follow the @VDI Design Guide Twitter account. And like I mentioned, every week I'll post a poll. And please cast your vote first. So vote whatever is I'd like to know the direction from you guys. And after voting, please retweet the polls, because it'll help to shape the actual VDI Design Guide 2021. So for now, thank you so much. If you want to check out somewhat more on Bitfusion, or if you want to build your own AI networks on or AI frameworks on vSphere, take a look at my blog. I got quite some blog content on this topic, and I'll do so. I'll continue to do so as well.
Yeah,
So
question.
Yeah.
What's your take on the data scientists? Because as you said, they're a very different breed to developers.
Yes.
Which are obviously a very different breed to IT. How did you see the relationship with them and IT teams?
Well, the thing is that, and was this Robbie asking the question?
Robbie,
yeah, Robbie. So the thing that you mentioned in your presentation, which is totally true, is that a data scientist is a consumer of resources. And on average, especially in the medical world, they get a scholarship, and they use the scholarship to purchase hardware from eBay with consumer grade GPUs in it. They put them in the somewhere in the company premises, and suddenly the complete, they had 800 data scientists and developers. The complete building was filled with consumer grade GPUs. What we found out is that they want to have ease of use like every user has, but their user experience is determined differently. They're not a developer. They don't know what a CI/CD pipeline is. They don't care about using containers. So what we did is,
right?
Sorry?
It's just their notebooks they care about.
Yes, they want to push code really easy, really fast and easy. And we found out just by talking to them that most of them use Jupyter notebooks or PyCharm, which is quite similar. It's a coding UI, but it also connects towards a PyTorch environment running inside a container. They if they want to request a new work, or if a new data scientist currently is starting at the customer, they'll get their own persistent, currently yet Docker image running with the Jupyter notebook, and they can push their code. Everything is automatically backed up, and they could just utilize the GPU when necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I see the notebooks just as another kind of form of pipeline. Really, it's same kind of thing, same kind of environment to set up. But there's even a larger disconnect from the data science ML community than between developers and infrastructure.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we is talking on behalf of VMware as well. One of the things that I'm going to focus on in the next 6 months is trying to get Cloud Foundry, Pivotal Cloud Foundry, or Pivotal Application Services to bring that in as the new data science platform as well, and combine it with vSphere with Tanzu, and as well as Bitfusion, because I think as a whole you can offer them a place to push their code to, but they don't want to worry about infrastructure. You don't want to make them to worry about infrastructure, because it's fairly expensive for them to spend their time on something else while they want to do research on oncology, for instance.
We're clearly going to be spending a lot of time on Zoom calls together, my friend.
Totally open for it.
Cool. I'm going to stop monopolizing the call now. Thanks, guys.
I have a quick question in mind, and I haven't actually thought it through pretty much, really. So it's just a question at this point.
Sure.
But, if someone has this NVIDIA GPU-based graphics cards are quite common in gaming PCs, for example, and those kind of things, and a lot of us might have those, but they might not want to run ESX on their machines. It's like Windows, and want to run VMware Workstation. Have you ever tried that for all the work that you were showing? Does that work in the same way? Do you not get the performance out of it then?
Well, honestly, you don't even have to virtualize anything if you want to run your workloads on based on a consumer grade GPU. a Titan RTX GPU costs around 3,000 euros, but it's nearly as fast as a Tesla V100, and which costs around 10,000 euros. But it is I think it's the same generation of architecture. But if you basically have a machine with a consumer grade GPU in it, install some form of Linux on it without virtualizing, you just easily run a Docker container with one of the frameworks. Let me show you something else. This is, yes, I have here something that's really, really, really cool. If you want to start building your own or experimenting with AI, this is a NVIDIA Jetson Nano, which is basically a Raspberry Pi on steroids. It has CUDA cores, 128 CUDA cores, so like a tiny GPU. And the image recognition application is capable of running on this machine as well, together with a Pi camera, so you can basically do the same. And NVIDIA has something called the Deep Learning Institute, DLI, in which you can do a free of charge 8-hour course to learn this stuff for yourself. I highly recommend it. And a machine like this costs just over, I think, $100, $99.
Yeah, that should keep us going for a bit before we become proficient enough to get more power, I guess. I'm sure Gareth is definitely interested. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, come on, I'm already looking at it. You know me too well. I was going to say as well, do you have any of the code you have that we can kind of, or like a guide yet, or maybe this is something I'm probably going to take on, where we can actually start building these neural networks and seeing that examples?
Yes, and I will. So I'm kind of fairly new in the whole data science thing, and I used to code in Visual Basic like centuries ago. So I'm kind of I used the Project Stig thing or project to learn Python. And the next thing I need to learn is how to use Git. So I already opened up a Git repository, and I now need to push my code on that Git repository so I could share it with everyone. So that's something to happen hopefully in the next 2 months.
That's cool. I was just curious, looking at what you were doing with the Bitfusion stuff and whatnot, it's just seeing how we can kind of get started with it.
Yeah, starting with the NGC containers and take some free of charge DLI courses is a really good way to go. Especially, if I'm guessing, I don't work at VMware, so I don't know it for sure, but I'm guessing that more on integration between Bitfusion and Tanzu will be announced, I don't know, in the next 6 months, because they didn't acquire it for nothing. And I know for a fact that they are working towards a data science strategy. So I can imagine that those two will be integrated in some form, including best practices on how to run containers on the platform. So I'll share my code and maybe even one of the containers I built, and then you can probably practice for yourself as well.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool. Yeah, thank you very much. That was really cool, actually. So,
beer o'clock, I guess.
It is beer o'clock. Right. So with that in mind, give me 2 seconds just to remember how to switch this into.
And in the Van Amersfoort household, it's also dinner o'clock. So I'm going to combine both beer o'clock with dinner o'clock, if that's okay with you guys.
Fine.
I think I'll probably be doing the same.
Cool. Right. So thanks everybody for hanging around. I think that went really well. So this is our second virtual edition. Thank you. Sorry, it's my wife bringing my beer. That was a really good turnout there, and we actually, touch wood, I don't think we screwed anything up just yet. So that's good. So,
well, there was the Linda Mike thing. Don't forget
the Linda Mike thing. Oh yeah.
Seriously, I've actually even checked before And it's sorted. Git. Yeah.
So we have recorded everything here via Zoom. So I think the intent, Gareth, will put it on the YouTube channel, same as we did before. So
yeah, bear with me a little bit of time, but it should be up there soon.
That's fine. It won't be there straight away. But if you follow the Twitter handle, we'll post the URL when it's up, or just keep looking at the link. My obligatory moan, I think I've said this now 3 times today, but we really can't do this stuff without you guys coming to talk. So for example, think about the talk we just had there, right? That's a really cool project just done on stuff that someone has at home, right? So that's the link there for the call for papers. I put it on Twitter and it's in the chat as well. So you don't need to have a fully formed up idea, but if you put your contact details in there and a rough idea of what it is you think you'd like to talk about, we're more than happy to help support you through the process and dry runs, all of that kind of stuff. So this is, as I said earlier, this is our last London date for this year. So our next event will be Thursday 25th, going to be virtual again, rather than at the Space Centre, but that will be our big event. So we're just trying to work through the logistics of how we're going to scale this, but we'll be running multiple tracks. I think we counted for last year's, we had 72 sessions. So we just need to work around the logistics of how we're going to do that. But likewise, to my prior moan, if you've got an idea, right, that's a really good place to do it. And you don't even have to travel to Leicester. We'll also post the dates for next year once we've managed to figure out what's going on with our normal venue, etc. And then, we are, I think, pretty much contractually obliged to be back at the Leicester Space Centre next year because we've had to move our booking that we had for this year. That down the bottom is the link to the video. So that will be where the video from today ends up. It's a little bit meta discussion, but I'll, again, if you keep an eye on Twitter or in the chat feed, those URLs will be there. And that brings us to a close, really. So rather than going to the pub, I'm just looking at my awesome bit of photoshopping I did there. That's amazing. So if you guys want to grab yourselves a beer, if you had a care pack, now's the time to open the beer or get yourself one from somewhere else. If you want to turn your camera on, we'll just have a bit of a chat and we'll hang around. We'll do it online instead of in the pub. But thanks very much for coming, everybody. It's much appreciated. Beer o'clock.
Good work, Rob.
Beer o'clock indeed. Oh, Johan's gone. That's what you call an actual mic drop.
Very good.
Still here.
No, I can hear you. Don't you worry. I'm just saying, it's like pan to you. You must have had a slight pin drop because it panned to your seat and it was empty.
Now, Chris, I like Chris Bell. I like the wallpaper.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Brilliant.
Very cool. So we'll have a background off while we're here. Who's got a good one?
Oh yeah, food.
Oh yeah.
What you mean? Other than mine, it's clearly your message and just wins anyway. Is that what you?
We'll have a bit of a background.
Is that what you mean?
Beers.
Oh, and a beer and everything. Yeah, you'll have to wait for your cans, won't you, Johan?
Oh, that's okay. That's perfectly fine. That makes the enjoyment of the VMUG even longer and better.
Yeah.
You want to see what's going to happen if I turn mine on? Because it doesn't work.
Pleased to get the care pack. The other half's NHS, and she's been getting care packs throughout the COVID, and poor IT people struggle.
No.